Now, this is interesting. This is actually a first for me. I'm looking at the live stream, and it's not showing live. Oh, now it is. Okay, now it works working. That was weird. It actually was live for 30 seconds without it switching over. That's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, it's showing live. It's good, but here nothing was happening. I was like, okay. Bit of a delay on StreamYard on that one. I don't know. But anyway,
it's all Eric.
Episode 187, longest running episodic. And by the way, 187 is also the police code for murder. So speaking of which, let's talk about the man of lawn care over there. I am the man of peace, as y'all well know. But we got the man of lawn care out there in the streets, literally yelling at kids from his lawn, live on location from his lawn.
Figures. It happens.
Eric, what do you have to say for yourself as a man of lawn care? What do you have to say for yourself?
My life sucks, and I hate everything.
We know. Well, these are two things we knew from before, yes?
No, these sons of bitches came to do a job at my house, and I needed them to put in a new retaining wall, so the next door neighbor's yard didn't end up in my yard. Mm-hmm. And in doing so, this most very, 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 very expensive retaining wall that was put in.
$200.
How many booby oars are we talking expensive?
One and a half booby oars.
Wow.
KSA
decent
Authentic.
booby oars? We're talking like decent booby oars?
KSA Authentics. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's it's a lot of money. I'll tell you guys off this how much I paid, but it's stupid. Anyways, in doing that, in paying them the 1.5 bobby oars, the heavy equipment destroyed my yard, and I had to pay even more money. Like a I would say like a PSA 5 Gretzky, Topps Gretzky,
Wow.
to have the yard completely loamed and seeded, to repair the damage done by all the heavy equipment to build that wall back there. And now I have to come out here like a slave 2 times a day and spend all bunch of more money on water and water the ever-living bejesus out of it.
Amazing. But the good news is that it did not tap into your nearly endless like button reserve money. That is covered. That is good to go, as is always the case. So we got that going for us.
Oh,
let me read a couple comments here from the.
Right?
Oh, we're going to cover it, absolutely. Let's read a couple of comments here. So Zach was first out of the block here. First like, and I see Carlos is still at 499 subs. It's worse than that. It's worse than that, Zach. It's worse than that. I joke with it. The reason I don't make a big deal out of 5,000 subscribers or any of the milestones, Bobby, $49.99. Like, and the thing is, and it'll hover. And here's the thing: what's going to happen is probably in the next day or two, it'll go like $49.97, or maybe it'll hit 5,000 and 501, 502, and then $49.98. And it's like, whatever, man. Unless you're well past the number, it's going to just oscillate. It's kind of plateaued where it is. I need one of Eric's burner accounts to subscribe to me. Then I can have the 5,000, and there you go. We're done.
I keep subscribing and unsubscribing just to play with you. But anyways.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's always like 10. It's always like 5 or 6 though. It's like 5 or 6 up and down.
$49.98. Yep.
But the thing is, you don't get a prize at it. That's why I always laugh, because somebody was asking me, it's like, do at 5003, you think it's like, do I get a prize? No.
Temporary milestone. Don't you get one of those YouTube kind of things that you hang on your wall or something?
Oh, sure. At 100,000. We're a little shy of that.
We can make one.
Yeah, we just exactly. That might be. Look, it's going to have about as legitimacy as the YouTube Hall of Fame badge.
Oh,
that's what's going to happen.
Is there badges for that?
Well, somebody has badges
or stickers.
They're literally patches. They're literally patches.
I think we would probably get more subscribers if Yannick learned how to speak English.
You don't know how to speak English, and it hasn't held us back so far.
No.
So that makes 2 of us. Imagine if at least one of us learned to speak English.
We're bilingual here. We don't discriminate.
Yeah,
get back to lawn caring, you bastard. All right. So Josh here says, "Good evening, gentlemen. Eric, aka the Marlboro Man, and this week the lawnmower man."
Lawnmower man. Wow.
We'll bring in some references. Global here. Good day to you. Absolutely. Justin says, I want to send my formal apologies for last week. You should always apologize, Justin. Just as a natural policy, you should. Love you guys. You know that. All good. Policy says, evening all. And Eric, facts. 540 flips. I'm holed up in hotel life here. 540 flips says, I'm holed up in hotel life again. Just wanted to hop on and tell Eric, go effing screw. That's right. You showed him.
Wow. Damn.
I'm going to leave a spot bare in my yard. And I am going to find this person, this 540 flips person.
I'm going. They're only a person. It could be a consortium.
I am going to do my due diligence in harming him, and I'm going to bury him
with a knife.
And I'm going to bury him in a plot in my backyard.
A plot
with the other buddies.
It's Portuguese speaking.
Mm-hmm. Dufek says, what's the best knife to use for lawn care? A valid question. Do we have a knife of choice for lawn care, Eric? Man of lawn care.
You don't use a knife for lawn care. That's so stupid.
Eric, that's right there with that attitude. I believe you can use a knife for lawn care. I believe there's probably multiple knives you could use for lawn care, and I expect you to do better and figure it out.
Yeah, stop cutting paper and start cutting grass.
That's right, you jerk.
You know, and the stupid part is I had to come out like a few days before the wall project began, mowed the lawn, weed whacked, pulled weeds, started doing spring cleanup. The yard, I was like, hey, the yard's really looking pretty good for this early in the spring. This is really nice. 2 days later, they come in and just destroyed it. And it's just like, oh my God.
What's the retaining wall made of?
Stone.
Cinder block? Stone or cinder block?
Is it stone that you could sharpen your knife with?
No, it's cinder block, but decorative.
Cheap, but good. Good cheap.
Joe says, good evening, Carlos and gang. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Good evening, Jeff. Good evening, Orlando. Collector's Dream. 545 says, you say that just because you want me close. Oh, how sweet. Facts.
I want to come out and piss on his grave every morning. That's how I want to start my day.
Are you going to have any leftover stones from the retaining wall? Is that the plan?
I don't have any extra, no.
Shame. Paul says, telling the authorities what the plan is, huh? Amateur. Facts, Paul would know. Orlando says, a machete is for lawn care. See? Jerk.
Yep. Something like that.
Dufex here says, is a mower blade not a type of knife? Eric, you're letting us down here.
Yeah, it was used in a couple like Halloween-ish movies, you know? Remember the guy was walking around with
the point here is, Bobby, the point here is you can have a hammer to hammer in a nail, but you could also use a rock. It's how much ingenuity you have, man. With the right person wielding it, a knife could do many things. And I believe Eric's lack of imagination is showing.
I think so.
I got no imagination.
Clearly not.
I just have undying anger. That's all I have.
Well, I do have something for you that you will be angry about marginally less. I do have the results from the round one playoff predictions, the round one playoff. I have compiled it. Obviously, we are now in round two. So if you want, we'll get the picks, but I think one of the series is up 3-0. So I don't feel like you should get credit for that one, even if you get it right. I'm just throwing it out there. But I can give you the round one results.
Please.
So myself and the Burrell are tied. We got half the series correct. So we got 4. Now, I did mention that Eric did and got 0. Nobody got skunked. So Bobby and I got half the series correct each, 4 each.
I'm already better than last year.
And everybody at least got some. So Bobby and I were there tied at 4. Brandon actually got 5. He was able to get 5 of the 8 series correct. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, nearly redeeming himself. Not quite, but nearly redeeming himself. 7 out of 8 series was the bougie one himself. 7 out of 8. You did get 1 incorrect, but you did get the other series correct.
Which one did I get incorrect?
I have to double check. I don't even remember. I went through every single one of the picks, and as we went through every correct pick, I marked it down. I'll double check and I'll tell you.
I know what he did.
Much better than last year.
He picked
much better than last year.
Wrong construction company. That's the one you picked.
That's probably it, yeah.
And I said Bruins in 7. And it was Bruins in 7.
You did.
Boy, you're going to be loaded with lots of nothing at the end of this one.
The only one that I can think of, the only one that I'm wondering, I think it might have been the Florida Tampa, maybe. That's the only one that I can think of.
Yeah, I think I picked the Lightning because they're my second favorite team.
Because every other one, I think the other ones you got fine. Just going back from memory here, scanning, I think the other ones were fine.
Yeah, I went with my heart instead of my brain on that one because they're my second favorite.
Yes, but otherwise, listen, if you had gotten that one right, you would have had a perfect first round bracket. You were this close to offsetting your zero, your offer the first time around.
Yeah, that was bad last year.
It was pretty bad. So I will say for round 2. So if you want, we'll do. So Yannick, you want to participate in this one? We can do a little round 2. You want to play? You want to play for a round 2 game?
Sure, but it's gonna be flipping coins. I have no idea to pick.
Well, to be honest, 3 out of the 4. Yeah, exactly. 3 out of the 4 series are still very much in doubt. They're still wide open. The Rangers, Carolina, the Rangers are up 3-0. So I'm just going to remind everybody that it's like, do you think Carolina can win 4 in a row? Look, if you want to make that, that'd be a bold pick.
That's a long shot.
That'd be a bold pick. So fair enough. But if you want to go that route. But nonetheless, I will jot this one down in real time just so we got it. So I will make the picks. I'll quickly jot down our names and then I'll get our picks here. So let me go here. Bobby. And this time we'll include Yannick, and we'll include the Lawnmower Man himself.
Thank you.
Lawnmower Man.
Yep. All right. And folks in the chat, feel free to play along. All right, let's get the first one out of the way. I'll count it, but nobody's going to get points for this one, really. So does anyone think that the Rangers drop a 3-0 lead and manage to lose the series? Does anybody pick in Carolina?
If they were the Leafs, I would bet. Yeah, but
sure.
No.
But otherwise, do you figure the Rangers can win one of the next 4 to close the series?
I think.
Are we unanimous? Does anyone want to take the alternative?
I would have picked the Rangers anyhow, so I'm sticking with them.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go across the board. Rangers. Everyone's going to assume, and then hey, listen, it'd be a great comeback. It'd be funny, but I'm just going to assume the Rangers for that series. We'll go with that one. Okay, the other ones are all very much in doubt. They're wide open. Okay, the other ones are all wide open. So let's start off here. We'll finish the East. We got Florida and Boston. So Boston managed to get a surprising Game 1 victory. So they will not be swept per Eric. They will not be swept. And then they were trounced and curb stomped in Game 2.
Very much so.
So now where do you sit, Eric, on Boston and Florida in the rest of the series?
Florida.
So Eric is going Florida. All right. I know Orlando's a Florida guy, so he goes for the Florida teams. All right, let me go with you, Yannick. Yannick, do your coin toss.
Are we calling how many games to, or just the winner?
No, just pick the winners. Just pick the winner.
I'll go just because I don't want Boston to go. I'll say Florida.
All right. So Yannick, we got Florida.
I know.
Senor the Burrell, what say you?
We will take Boston on this one.
We'll take Boston. Go on the alternative.
I think
if Boston wins the cup. If Boston wins the cup, Bobby's able to say, hey, we lost to the cup champs. That's not bad.
There's no we left with the Leafs. Don't worry about it.
So I got to be honest. This was a tough one because there's 2 ways I can play it. So I'm going to play this the way I used to back in the old Brady days. I don't really have a horse in the race in this one, but I'm going to pick Boston just because either I can be correct or I can completely jinx Eric's team even worse. It's like, can they lose in 3? Now maybe they can. Maybe they can. All right, so that's the second series. So that takes care of the East. And I'll get caught up on the comments here. I know Sean's writing a couple of comments. We'll get to your comments here in a second. Hang tight. Okay. Western Conference. Let's do Dallas, Colorado. I'm going to do the homer pick. I'll make it easy. I want them to, but Colorado is playing great, and they had 2 straight games they came back. So I will not be remotely shocked. Colorado is an excellent team. And they're very, very talented. And they've had 2 stretches in both games where they've really been able to skew the ice in their favor and really take control. Dallas played very well and even still almost coughed up a 4-0 lead. Like, that's how quickly Colorado can get back into it. But I'm going to go with the homer pick. That's straight up a homer pick for me. All right. Bobby? Dallas, Colorado.
I'll take Dallas.
All right. Bobby's going Dallas. Lawnmower Man, what say you?
Colorado.
All right, he's going Colorado. Mr. Yannick, what say you?
Just based on spite, I'm going to go with Colorado.
All right. Colorado it is. So we got a mix here. Last series, Vancouver and Edmonton. What say you, Bobby?
I'll
go in Edmonton. All right. It's a bold move. All right.
I think so.
All right. Lawnmower. What say you?
Edmonton.
All right. He's going to push Edmonton. I will also take Edmonton just because I think that'll be a compelling matchup for either Colorado or Dallas. So I think that'd be an interesting series either way. So we'll see. All right, Yannick, you're the last one. Edmonton or Vancouver, sorry.
Sure, I'll go Vancouver. I'll go Vancouver just because. How about that?
All right. There we go. We've got our picks. So I have jotted down the picks for round 2. We've got them all here. So that has been taken care of in advance. So now we know what's going on. All right. So let me read here a couple of comments and get caught up. Go ahead.
Eric won that thing, right? So he wins a brand new, super exciting retaining wall.
And please.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got a new parking space. He's got a new parking space. Did you see the strip there? That's pretty good.
Keep it up.
That was included. No extra charge. All right. So here we go. Let's scroll. Yes, here we go. This guy Eric will appear in his own yard. Boston Bruins have nothing on this team. Maybe. All I heard is that Eric doesn't have the stones for that. Facts. Orlando says go Panthers, which I mentioned that. Hears about his lawn. God bless him. There you go. Justin supporting you there, Eric. Sean is hi, guys. Hey to you. Kathy here says Bruins not looking good tonight. It's a shame, Kathy. Best of luck. Best of luck. All right, so Sean here. Carlos, I was at AMG last week. Found out about the upcharge question I posed last week. Yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah. PSA will.
I'll check back in a bit. Bye.
Go ahead. Yep. Take off. Will upcharge your card is worth more than what level of coverage you paid for. They will ship the card based on what you paid. Yeah, probably. Yeah. That sounds about right. But it's good to double check. That sounds about right too. Paul says, can I hope that the Rangers drop 4 straight? Of course you can. Listen, I'm all about the Schadenfreude. I'm good with it. But I'm just saying the likelihood of 4 in a row is tough. Not impossible, but it's very tough when you're far behind. That's a tough one. I checked out the PSA YouTube. I think that a couple of years ago. You got to check again. Look at the date. You can literally see the date of the last video. The last video I think was in September of last year. And it was, and in that video, it explained exactly why the channel went on hiatus. It explicitly, look, I'll give you the rundown again, just for a reminder. I was doing the stuff with PSA Canada because PSA Canada was formerly Platinum Promotions / PSA Canada, and Brad took it over and owned PSA Canada. Today, PSA Canada is part of Collectors. They are PSA, so they're no longer. So the deal that I had and what I was doing with PSA Canada, I don't work for Collectors. Brad does. So it's no longer valid with what I'm doing. So I'm doing the thing with AMG separate from that. But the whole thing with, as soon as it was in a Collectors, they own the YouTube channel. And if nothing's gone on it, which I don't think anything has, they own it. So they have the ability. They can say, hey, can we take it over? Of course.
That's all.
They own it lock, stock, and barrel. So they can do whatever they wish with it. Or nothing. What's that? Well, I don't own the channel, so I can't do anything about it.
All right. Yep.
If I got a cut, that'd be great, but I do not. Technically, they have custody of those videos, those old videos, but they are there. Right now they're archived in perpetuity as long as YouTube wants to keep it on there. But I have no control over what happens to the channel going forward.
No check.
So Philly Joe had the Rangers, the Bruins, the Avs, and the Oilers. Perfect. Justin says I'm going to root for Boston all the way. Fair enough. Jeff's got the Rangers, Florida, Dallas, and Vancouver. That could be interesting. All right. And then Charity said, does Eric Mom knows he's using heavy machinery? These are valid questions, Charity. These are valid questions you're asking right now. Very truthful questions. Your wife is astute, Yannick. She's asking the right questions. These are valid questions. Absolutely.
He's okay with small knives, but
I debate even that. I have kind of worries, when he's got any knife, but yeah, we are where we are.
He runs with scissors. Sadly.
But yes. So yeah, tonight we got the doubleheader. Florida and Boston are playing, and then there'll be Edmonton and Vancouver in the nightcap tonight. Should be interesting. Stu says, hey guys, short night tonight. Timberwolves at 8:30 Central. Live the dream, Stu. Live the dream.
Wow.
It's all good. I know there's it's a playoff heavy lineup right now with basketball and with hockey going. So right now it's been busy. Sports calendar right now, we're in one of the busier times of sports calendar. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
The ladies playoffs are on too.
Repeat that, Yannick?
Sorry, the women's playoffs are on too for hockey.
Oh, for the professional league. Yeah. They got that going as well. That is true.
That's what the league's called, Professional Women Hockey League. Okay.
Yeah, PWHL. I think that's right. Yep. Just as Yannick, send a shipment to Eric's house and wake him up. Facts.
Things are on the way every day. I just hit the Eric button. I have actually a key on the keyboard that just says Eric.
It's not even Eric. It's a picture of a guy in a knife. I know.
Yeah.
It should be a picture of a guy cursing at his lawn. Just upgrade the picture now that we know.
There's probably about 5 or 6 keys with him on it. Yeah.
That's right. Exactly. We've learned things. We've learned things. As we learn more things, things evolve on the show. That is why it is episodic. So that's
Well, you got to replace the exclamation mark, the question mark, all of those errors. Just for you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, Dufix here has an excellent comment because it actually leads. I did actually have an article about this. I wanted to get the hockey picks out of the way. I want to do that first. I wanted to get our hockey picks out of the way so we were documented. But now we can talk about this. Dufix says, I want to ship $2 million worth of cards. Do you have a hotel to recommend? Oh, do we? So I am going to include a link in the description to the article from Sports Collectors Daily that this is referencing here. It was an interesting story. I didn't get a chance to read too much into it until later on in the week, so I had to kind of take a little time. I had heard about it. So $2 million in baseball cards believed stolen from Ohio hotel. So this was related to the Strongsville show. And this is a situation where Memory Lane Auctions is the one who was doing it, and they had actually shipped their cards to a hotel. And the thing is, I forget it was a Best Western Plus hotel, which of course the highest event. Like Best Western, why didn't you say so? You should have gone with the Holiday Inn Express, and then the security would.
It didn't matter. It was in Ohio.
Yeah,
almost as bad as Atlanta.
Wow, he invoked it.
Almost.
But anyway, what I was going to say was, yeah. So conceptually, I've heard of stuff like this before. It's not unusual for stuff like that to get shipped, but sending it to the hotel for them to sign for it, that's not going to fly with me.
No way.
That right there is a huge security red flag because, like, the person at the front desk has no idea what the hell. Yeah, sure, sign.
Yeah.
And then it goes in the room, and then anybody can waltz over. So on the thumbnail, I included a picture of one of them. It was a Cracker Jack card, and the problem is because the reason it's $2 million, it ends up being a lot of expensive vintage because Strongsville is a vintage show. So you got the Cracker Jack card.
Are we talking about 100 cards or 20 cards or worth the 2 million? The same time.
Well, it's Memory Lane Auctions. It's for that. It's T206 tobacco cards, 14 rare 1914 Cracker Jacks, and caramel cards. So stuff like that. The individual cards are expensive. That's basically your problem right there.
Well, they
$2 million. There's no way I would have not even imagined signing it for it and hold it in my hands. Like front desk at a hotel.
It's a small amount of cards. You think you could carry it on with you, especially the key cards. It's only cards. Top pocket. Right?
Yeah. Well, that's just it. If it's going to be expensive cards like that, then the thing is, even if you wanted to do that, using a courier or using anything like that could make sense, but you have to have a secured location to drop it off. You can't leave it at just a Best Western hotel. That's where you're going to send it. Are you sure about that?
Yeah. If you get the janitor, it's like, hey, Timmy, come on over here. Take care of the front desk while I go to the washroom. Yeah, no problem.
Yep. So here's what Robert is making the key points. So like I said, all the information is included in the article if you wanted more detail. But like I said, I skimmed through it a little bit. But Robert is right. For the most controversial was that Memory Lane Auctions did not cancel the auctions after the theft. They hoped they would turn up. So they still ran the auctions as if they physically possessed the cards that are supposed to be part of this auction.
Don't worry. We'll track it.
Yeah. We'll see if we can find it. Larry, go find the cards. I don't know where they are. I thought you had them.
Yeah. Oh,
that's not good.
Paying a big price on this one.
Yep.
I have no memory lane.
Yep. Orlando here says I was at the hotel. It sucked, but next door to the show. Makes sense. Wow. Zach here says Bobby hates Ohio now. Bobby's got a hate in his heart for a lot of things.
I kind of like Ohio. They're into pork, so it's good.
So did Orlando just actually said he was next door around where it happened?
Oh yeah, I think.
He says he was at the hotel, so who knows? If we find out that Orlando had, hey guys, here's some 1914 Cracker Jack, Orlando, the heist.
Yeah, where'd you get those?
Yeah. Found them in the I won't put that on him. If you check out his channel, he's been going through the Alan Hager catalog, kind of the Alan Hager book, on a bunch of the vintage. So he's been scanning through it. So that's been fun. Justin here says, tell that dealer to get shit together. We'll let him know. There you go, Neo. I will not stand for Ohio slander. There you go, Neo Cards and Comics here. Standing up for Ohio. That's right, Neo. You show him. Do not let the bro slander you like he slanders Atlanta.
Hey, everyone's talking bad about the Ohio show. Expo. Wow. Or national, sorry.
Yep. Wherever life takes you, Best Western is there. Stu's got it. That's right. Hey, Lisa. And you can check out the most recent video. Neo is like distraught. SGC like raised their prices on the TCGs. Now it's going to cost you more to grade the Pokies.
Oh no.
He's distraught, like inconsolable. It's fine. It's fine. It's like it was like $3. It's not but nonetheless, anytime there's a grading price increase, some people are going to get worried about it. It's like it's for TCGs. Most of us collect sports cards. We don't really care. But what the hell? Something happened. So it's something. That's okay.
I guess.
Is the $3 for nickel and dimes, or there's actually something more you'll get out of it?
No, it's for the same thing. Yeah. Realistically, like, look, the way SGC Pete presented it was that they're basically they've been doing record numbers in terms of submissions, so they're kind of at capacity. And realistically, like, look, here my theory was, and Bobbles and I were talking about that in the Discord, and I just look at it, go like, if they're trying to get a little bit more money out of it, but at the same time, if it discourages and knocks down a little bit and leaves them a little bit more room to do some other stuff on the sports card, they only did 25,000 TCG cards, and they did like 160,000 sports cards, so that's their bigger side of the business. PSA is closer to 50-50. PSA cares about worrying about the PCG. So a lot of folks would be like, oh, PSA told them to. It's like, why? Oh, because, and like I said, literally the theory is positive. It's like, well, that could drop down the amount of people that send TCGs to SGC and send more PSAs away. If someone is sending TCGs, and SGC, by the way, is 4th in trading card games. They're 4th behind Beckett. They're behind Beckett. So wow. SGC is not a player in that space. But so if you discourage them from sending to SGC, the greater likelihood is they'll send it to CGC, who is a player in the TCG space. They're actually right up there. They're second. And they actually have well over 100,000 cards a month that they're doing in TCG. So to be honest, if you're going to drive them away, you're going to drive them away to CGC, not the PSA. So PSA is not trying to worry about manipulating that from that perspective. I think they're trying to get a couple extra bucks from a smaller portion of their business. Whoever they lose is not a big deal. And if it gives them some capacity to speed up the turnaround on the sports cards, it'll keep the sports card guy happy. And they're a bigger piece of their business. That's my theory. You're hanging in the wings. That's right. There you go. Paul showing support and love. Hope no one booked that hotel for the National. That would make it a great piece of content. Come on, Neo.
I'd want to go there. I just want to see where the crime happened.
There's like you can go to the Best Western and go like, can I have a package delivered here? Can I have a package delivered here? Would you guys sign for it? That'd be great.
Wow.
Yep. Justin's a fan of Best Western. Fair enough. CC, good evening. What is worse, shipping 2 million sports cards that could have been hand carried, or shipping 2 million cards mixing with other boxes of marketing material to Best Western? Yes. No. The answer is yes.
Staying at the Best Western. How about that?
Hey, listen,
your cards,
Yannick. I would love to besmirch the good name of Best Western, but once upon a time, and I've told the story, we stayed at Econo Lodge in sunny scenic Tonawanda.
Oh.
I am in no position to speak on it. Like I've been in Econo Lodge in sunny scenic Tonawanda, Yannick. Best Western is Shangri-La by comparison.
Oh yeah. The Taj Mahal. I travel a lot. Yeah, I stay in many shady places.
Yeah, so once you've been to that little wonderful slice of paradise, my friend, Best Western is fine.
Yes.
I joked, it's like we should have paid up. We should have gone to Halloween.
The Super 8.
That's right. I love that Neo is here. Bobby thought he was going to slide in the Ohio hate without pushback. That's right. When Neo's here, he senses when someone picks on Ohio.
I hate every state and city right now because the Leafs lost and everybody else can go to heck.
Wow. Amazing. They have continental breakfast. I'm sure they do. I'm worried Eric has gone down the street to his mower. I can see it now. Maybe.
Swearing. You can see him pushing it and swearing and waving a knife. And, just go.
Yeah.
He's running after the kids.
Look at the paper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good evening, Dan. And I believe, I could be mistaken, I believe Dan was one of the folks that attended Strong. Dan, did you see I left a box of baseball cards? It's got Cracker Jacks in it and caramel cards and stuff. It's totally mine. So if any of you see it, if you could just send it back, that would be really appreciated. I tried to. I had my buddy send it to a Best Western. So if y'all could get it back to me, that'd be sensational.
Last time we saw them, a man from Florida might have been around the box.
Yeah, it's always Florida, man. Always. Yeah. It's very strange.
Ham. I love Florida though.
Great. I would appreciate, Bobby, if your stick now is that you hate every state and every city except for Florida randomly and Vegas, and these are the only two places that are acceptable.
Yeah, and Texas is okay too.
Wow. All of Texas, or are there specific ones? Some of Texas is a little shady too.
A couple, yeah. There's a few, yeah. But
yeah, there's a couple of sketchy spots out there. It's a big state. There's a lot of sketchy parts out there.
I would have fun in Texas. I always wanted to go check it out.
Yeah, you can see the Hockey Oracle there.
I love firearms, so I heard you got a lot of fun in Texas.
All my exes live in Texas.
Yeah, and at this point, you could just go to Canadian Texas. Just go to Calgary.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, let's say no. You would have way more fun in Texas. Trust me.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on, this Stampede is loads of whatever.
Mm-hmm. Let's say so it's easier to get stuff anyway.
Stuff. If you know the right people, there is no place you cannot get stuff.
True.
Yeah, stuff is good.
We are big proponents of stuff on this channel. So Paul says the Best Western starts to become like visiting Dealey Plaza back to the left. Yes, there you go. There's a reference. Layden Sheldon was at the free breakfast, spoke to him at Strongville. There you go. Good stuff. Gretzky is probably staying at a Best Western. I kind of doubt that. Maybe Brent Gretzky. Maybe the brother. Maybe the brother. He sends him there as his emissary. There's a Gretzky here. Not that one.
Nope.
The other one.
Sorry.
Yep. Sounds good. So yeah. So I'll include a link in the description to the article. Like I said, to me it was amusing more than anything else. There really wasn't much to it, but I did want to bring it up. I thought it was worthwhile. Dufex gave me a perfect segue, which was awesome. Appreciated that. But yes, I do have the article here. If you're interested, if you're curious about any of it, by all means, check it out. It is. I would look at memory lane though a little side eye to go like, guys, really? You for $2 million worth of product, you could not have had someone just bring it.
Or maybe it's really not missing.
I hope they had the $100 tracking.
Not conspiracy. It's sort of like it was supposed to arrive. Was it actually shipped? Was it? Yeah, I don't know. Just saying.
It's all been on Larry's desk the whole time. CC says all joking aside, assuming the card is a key point here, and that was put into the article as well. It is very difficult. It's very specialized merchandise, and the reality of it is that a bunch of it, they had images for it, and obviously they were running auctions on it. So if you try to sell it in the holder, all the serial numbers are now currently stolen property. So you couldn't do it in the holder. And these cards lose a lot of their value without the authentication component, because people are going to be like, why do you have a nice looking copy of a Cracker Jack that's outside, that's not any kind of a holder? Where did you get that? What is the provenance of you suddenly randomly having? Yeah. It's like, I found it in my grandfather's house. Yeah. Sure you did.
He's been dead 80 years. Come on.
Yeah. It's Tavares or Marner who's getting traded where? My guess would be Marner. Well, actually, I would guess both. Where? No idea. But my guess would be Tavares has a year left on his deal after this season. Marner is the one who kind of has a no trade clause kind of thing, but at the same time, it might be to his benefit to accept a deal somewhere because there'd be no real reason for them to renew him. But at the same time, he himself as a player might also find it easier to operate in a different market. So it's one of those things where maybe it'd be beneficial to both sides. Because in this case, maybe if they get the right trade and the right combination, he could go somewhere he could be more comfortable and probably play fine. There's an alternate reality here where he gets traded to a team and has success. That can totally happen, 100%. But if the Leafs could actually get a decent player that maybe makes more sense for what they actually need, it could be a win-win. It just depends on who they do a trade deal with.
I don't know who's out there that's a really good trade right now. Matthews, I get rid of. I told you a long time ago I'd get rid of him.
No, Matthews is the one who's not going anywhere. That's the one. He's the one I guarantee. He's bolted to the desk, Bobby. He's not going anywhere.
I don't get it. Anyways,
the other two guys are the ones that you've got to shut him.
Which is really funny. They get rid of the coach. It's like it's always the coach's fault. Meanwhile, Shanahan's sitting there. He's got 10 years in that position, making big bucks, and he's going, it's all on me. It's all on me. Well, why aren't you fired? Yeah, get rid of the coach.
He was the one doing the fire. He goes, Shanahan, fire all responsible. Okay, no problem, boss.
Leafs, if you can only come up to the blue line and shoot it in for 40-60 chance to get the puck, you need new forwards, or you need a new manager, coach. I don't know who you need. Someone to change that deal, because that is just horrible. you watch it and you see it, and it happens 90% of the time because they haven't got the skill to take it over.
Hmm.
And then the
Here's Keith
defensive,
Brent.
they just let the Boston Bruins come in every time. Like, stop them at the line. No, you guys, come on in. No, you don't have to shoot it in. Don't worry. Just come in, set up, shoot. Surprisingly, the goals weren't very high, considering. But the pads are so big on that goal. It's like, freaking whatever. Anyways, move on.
Robert says, Keith or Brent, who's the better Gretzky? A philosophical question today. Stu says, back in the Met Arena days, I believe the visiting team stayed at the Thunderbird Best Western, so Gretzky may play there. That could be, but it would have been a very different time. The Best Western of today may not hold up to that lofty standard, alas. Paul says, can I bet 20-1 that they get cracked and sent to SGC in one order because criminals smart enough to change holders and dumb enough to send it in one order?
Who knows?
Yeah, that'd be funny. That'd be great. Especially since some of them were SGC. And they'd be like, we literally already graded this. Where did you get it?
They just do it for the vibes, man.
Yeah, it's just for the vibes, man. And Justin is a simple man. Give him biscuit and gravy and the best hotel in his book. If you got biscuit and gravy and a tent somewhere in a very shady part of Texas, he's good.
That's where biscuits and gravy. We don't have that up here, guys. Just to let you know. We don't have biscuits and gravies. It's just, it doesn't work.
Alas, much sadness. Tragedy.
But it looks good. It looks good in movies, so we'll go with that.
There you go. That's
supposed to be a sausage white gravy over biscuits. So I
the grits.
And grits. Yeah. We don't have grits.
Here you go. Dufek says the right thing. He goes, doesn't need to be slapped to be legit. Look at those non-authenticated Ty Cobb autographs. Exactly.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a hard piece. Those are hard to move at one time, especially right after. You kind of got to sit on for a little while.
It's going to be tricky because, like I said, it's a very specialized niche thing that only a certain type of buyer is looking for. So it's like, okay, give it a go. Out of all the things, look, gold bars, cash, like there's so many things you could steal, uncut diamonds. Like there's so many things you could try to steal. You might be able to do something with it to make it easier to move it.
Something planned, something that there's the box and I grabbed the box and I don't really know what it is, but I couldn't help myself not grabbing the box.
It was a box. I needed it.
It's just there.
I don't know.
It's like, guys, it was a box. I needed to grab it. Why? It could have been anything.
Oh, like let's say like the Amazon people, like people that steal your package off your porch, they don't necessarily know. It's just like the stealing thing, right?
Well, back in the day, Yannick, the Amazon people worked for HGA, or at least that was a stock. they had the driver, the Amazon driver with the box. CC's here says, Shaddy is not measured based on winning a Stanley Cup, but rather the team makes enough money. Yes, so that is true because. And this was actually a good conversation I was listening to. So I listened to the Steve Dangle podcast where they talk about a lot of stuff. It's fun for me because, again, not a Leafs fan, but I enjoy how much they freak out over a lot of the things involving the team. But one accurate thing is Shanahan's position, his role, is not only hockey. It's also the in-ring arena. It's the presentation. It's making money. That's part of it. From that metric, he has actually improved business all over on almost all fronts over that decade. So from the suit standpoint, it's like, so we're making way more money and the team is no longer a laughing stock. They lose in the first round, but before they weren't even making playoffs for a while. So by that metric, they've improved. By money they're making, they've improved. And they've got all these deals in place now under his stewardship, so to speak.
Are they $2 billion yet? Value, Leafs?
Oh, they're valued quite a bit. Yeah, they're valued in billions.
So see, their value is the highest it's ever been, even if they keep losing every year.
Doesn't matter.
The counter argument to this is that an additional round or two would be even more revenue. So even if they didn't win the Stanley Cup and we're consistently if they could get to the Eastern Conference Finals, like that'd be all those additional playoff dates or even more revenue in their pocket and more TV revenue, and all of this is additional money that you make. Sell some more jerseys.
And the players get more money too. I think if there's some clause in their thing, if they make it to the Stanley Cup,
everybody gets. Like I don't know if
what they should do is tier it that if you make the playoffs, we'll pay you almost your full salary. Otherwise, we'll lessen it a bit there. Keep them going.
There you go.
It's hard to motivate. They say need somebody to motivate like these players. Like, the guy's making $11 million. Your coach making what, $2 or $3 million? It's like, what kind of motivation are you going to give him? One guy was saying that. I'm going, yeah, whatever. That's kind of over with now.
Yeah, well, they got to be you're not going to really incentivize the players financially. It's really got to come down to if they would like how badly they want to win, how interested they are in that. But I think one of the points they made that was a valid point was that Sheldon Keefe, before they had some clips of him in one of the documentaries they had done, and in it he was talking to the team. And the point that he was trying to get across is he's saying, because at the time they were in first place, so they're shooting a documentary, they're shooting behind the scenes in the locker room. And he's trying to give them a message. He's saying, like, this is good. Obviously, we're winning. We're scoring goals. We're playing well. But we're going to need to score more playoff-like goals. So I'm paraphrasing. But he was trying to get at
when it matters.
It's about getting goal. It's not even about when it matters, Yannick. You can score a wide-open goal in the middle of the playoffs, and that it's an easy goal. If it's wide open and it's complete miscue, completely defensive screw-up, it's an easy goal. It's wide open. The point, playoff goals are not about the timing or the importance. Playoff goals are the ones where you have to muck it up. It's the ones where you have to crash the net. It's the ones where you have to create deflections, distract the goal. It's not where the goaltender's out of position, you have a wide open net and you just snipe it right in the corner because it's the easiest shot in the world. It's during the playoffs where things get a little tighter. Everybody's checking a little. You don't have as much space to work. So now you have to push bodies towards the goaltender and make it harder. It's going to get tougher because you don't have the space. In the regular season, you got space. In the postseason, you don't have as much space.
No, and the Leafs love to pass 40 times before they even fan a shot at the net.
In the playoffs, that's not going to work. You need to get to the point.
Coming on a 2-on-1, and the guy's so far over, they make the pass over. You should have just shot. And they just didn't. And I just sat there and I watched it, and it was just like, you guys are stupid, man. You're horrible. You're horrible players. Actually, there's a lot of great individual players, and I think that's the problem, is we don't have a team. We have a bunch of individual great players who can't play together. Let's just dump it in, and you skate, and then you wear yourself out, and then you got to go off your line. Get 3 guys caught back there. It's always a 3-on-2 coming back.
Yep.
I'm tired of the Leafs. I'm fucking even though.
Good evening, kid. I see Texas barbecue tacos on the screen. There you go. Go for it, buddy.
I'm hungry.
Here's Stooks. North Stars too. There you go. Go Stars. That's right, kid. Yeah. No, but the reason I use the crash the net point, I'm just giving an analogy, but what I'm getting at is the point was that Sheldon Keefe at that point was trying to coach his team on the idea that if in the playoffs, when the goals are tougher to come by, you have to be more willing to go in and kind of fight for those little battles that you in the regular season. There's more space. You can kind of get away with playing more pretty. The way I'll put it, ugly goals versus prettier goals. You're not worried about the perfect 5-point pass that sets it up beautifully and you fire it into the net. It's just put it on net, get somebody in there to try to get the rebound, get a deflection, get it off a body part. Ugly, but those goals still count, and that's the point.
I think the Leafs are more responsible for more ugly goals than they even get ones that they plan. Because when you get Matthews in front, it's always a spontaneous goal. It's not like, hey, Matthews scores. It's like, where'd that come from? It wasn't like pass, bang, bang, bang. Very few of those. Most of them are spontaneity. It's just random, very random, and that's the Leafs. And that's the unfortunate part, is they can't plan it. Because when they plan it, then they overplan it and they pass too much and they never get a shot.
Yeah.
And
there are teams that have that bad habit.
You must be talking about the Bruins.
No, the Bruins did. If you compare them to the Leafs, they're such a better team, but they weren't playing very cohesively.
And by the way, and Boston people are always ugly, so Bruins are ugly by nature, just naturally they're ugly.
And the Leafs look like juniors compared to the Bruins, because Bruins, most of the guys, the average height is 6'3" or something. We're trying to make Leafs as 5'11", 5'8". I don't know, whatever. You got Marner, you got whatever. Anyways.
So CC agrees with your general assessment. Share to hear. Eric, got all the fingers and toes. How many did you slice off?
I only
show the other hand.
Mm-hmm. It's just that
stump.
One.
The stump.
That's all. Not bad.
Stumpy.
Yep. Ken says it's going to be tough for the Stars to win it all, playing with 4.25 defensemen. It's going to be tough if they play the way. So I was not displeased with the last Stars game, but I also wasn't surprised with the way it went. They actually did very well to get up 4-0. I was very pleased and very impressed with because I was kind of cleaning up around the main floor, but I had it on the big TV. So my first opportunity to watch actually one of the playoff games on a big TV in a while. Usually I kind of watch it in my office while I'm doing things. But while I was fixing it up there, I was watching and I was checking it out. I was like, okay, playing well. But then Colorado can start basically controlling the puck. And they were winning those little battles. And that's kind of what I was just talking about a minute ago, is that Dallas has a lot of goal scorers. They have a lot of firepower broken up over a lot of players, but it gets a little tougher when it suddenly gets a little tighter. There were a few players, though, that I saw that were willing to fight for that little bit. And those are the ones that were creating opportunities. And when they're creating opportunities, I like it. But they did showcase a little bit of that skill. I like the Miro Heiskanen goal. I like the Wyatt Johnston. I like the kid. He's going in there and he's fighting people. And Jamie Benn, the captain, he laid in a hit that they had to go take a look at. It's like, is that a dirty hit? It's like, no, it's not, but it's right on that line. And that's what
shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, it was shoulder to shoulder, and his momentum carried him beyond that to the head. So it was a clean hit. But I understand why they took a look at it, because they're like, Jamie Benn, aren't you the one who did it? It's like, the stick was breaking my fall with the ice. There was a man underneath there. What are you getting at? What are you saying?
Yeah.
So with Jamie Benn, you can't give him the benefit of the doubt.
No.
But the replay did exonerate him. It was a good hit. The point, though, is he's still playing physical. Even if Jamie Benn is not really being a goal scorer anymore, that's not his game. He can still be physical. He got I think it was Taze on there. He's got him thinking twice. He'll keep his head up next time. He learned a valuable lesson to keep his head up, because they'll lay in a hit. And Bobby, to your point, that's a good psychological thing to put on the other team to remind them, hey, you guys are tremendously skilled. You're a good team. But they're willing to lay a couple of hits in there. So, don't go in willy-nilly and just think, hey, you can just roll right in here without looking where you're going. There's a couple of hits out there for you. And that's a good thing. And I think that in combination with the skill and some of the players I think that helps. But we'll see. I think Colorado is extremely talented. So it's one of those things where, like, first you played the defending champions. That's a tough draw. And now you're playing a very talented Colorado team. That's a tough draw. And let's say you get past them. Edmonton has a ton of firepower. Vancouver is playing them tough. So it's one of those things, like, there's no cruise control. The Western Conference is tough. Whoever gets out of the West is going to have to fight. Yeah, whoever gets out of the West is going to have to fight. And then we'll see what happens with the folks in the East. It's going to be a little back and forth. We'll see. Like I said, one of the series looks like it's already over. So, and if it is, well then, all right, it's just Boston and, them figuring out what they're going to do. Boston, Florida.
Well, they get some rest time too, which is good.
Yeah.
For Boston didn't get any rest time because they went 7, right? So.
So we'll see. Like, who knows? I'll enjoy it for what it is. I'm going to have fun with it either way. I'll enjoy it for what it is. Hey, Dr. Soothing. Good evening, guys. Saw the Instagram post. Are you talking about the Run for the Cup tonight? I will do both these things. I will talk about it tonight in a couple of minutes here, and then I will do a separate video being a little bit more elaborate, but I will touch on it tonight. Paul C. Thumbs up for the War Amps. That's right. Gold Panthers, 3-0. All right. Boston sucks at killing penalties, so it would appear.
I can't even say shut up, Josh.
Damn.
Josh is speaking the facts. Glad Marchand is back. Stars need additional toughness, physical play. I agree. That's what I say. Like, I think the key for Colorado is I think they're going to have to be physical. They're going to have to play tough, because Colorado, as I said, is very skilled, and they're going to have to get those ugly goals we were talking about. Don't worry about trying to be cute. Don't try to do a bunch of dekes. There were a couple of times where I was like, just shoot the puck. Just put it on net. See if you get a rebound and see what happens. But you got to send somebody over there. I want Jamie Benn basically in front of the goaltender at all times, bothering him. I want him harassing, because he's a big enough guy that he can be a nuisance. And then I want them to shoot pucks at the net, and maybe Jamie Benn gets a rebound, or he helps set up something that gets a rebound because you got a big body there harassing him. That's a formula that has worked and can totally work again. Colorado will win, and Georgiev plays well. Absolutely. And he had some great saves, and Andre had some great saves, and then it got a little loose, but then he also had some great saves. You're getting a little bit mixed bag with both players. Might be an idiot the goalie wins the cup. Could be. Shesterkin is looking very solid, other than Swayman looking okay from time to time. All the old goalies looking suspect. They've all had a couple of clunkers. They've all had a couple of games where you're like, and then they've had a couple of ones where, hey, that was a great save. That was a good job on that one. And then another one like, I don't know about that one. I'm a little questioning that one. 540 Phillips says, I told Boston to suck because they sent a nice message area and he just ignored it. So screw Boston. Dang.
No, screw you. 540 Flips, go screw. All right. I don't want you sending me messages. I will ignore every message you ever send me. Don't say that they're nice. They're never nice. They're highly inappropriate. You're always talking about my mother or something. And I am going to find you. I have a plot in the backyard just waiting for you. I just
They weren't just there for the retaining wall.
If I ever find this guy, I am going to harm him to a great extent.
Harm him to a great extent. Well, you showed him.
Yeah.
Yannick, he showed him.
Let
me tell you. He even tell you, sir.
My hand.
Kid, little do you know. Whereas I am a man of peace, Eric is a man of lawn care at best. At best. And that's on a good day. Let me tell you. Makes me happy. Don't remember Mrs. Wade into this. She's too nice of a lady for your nonsense. Facts. Kathy, my apologies for having to deal with some nonsense from him. That's right. How dare you?
Can we just block him? Can we just block
I tried and the button's broken. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I am powerless to stop
I hate him.
Powerless. Josh says, is Eric suggesting he has a place to hide something 6 feet under? That may be what he's suggesting.
Yes.
So he hides the booby oars.
All over it. I don't even care if I'm caught. I will sit in prison and I will smile every single day knowing that there is no longer 540 flips out there to bother me.
Amazing. All right.
And he'll be the prison guard walking down the fucking line with his Billy Bat going ding, 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 ding.
So after Eric is incarcerated, and he no doubt will be, he can always solicit the advice of hobby experts like AMG Collectibles and AMG Collectibles.ca. You see, I found a segue, even in Eric's murderous ways. Come on. That's Bobby. I felt very proud about that one. I felt pretty good about it. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty good stuff. And so we will have another podcast on this upcoming week. Also, I did get a couple pictures. If you did listen to the last AMG Collectibles podcast, I was talking about SP Game Use Golf, and I gave a couple stories about some golfers. I got some pictures earlier today. It will come up again. Some of the names I mentioned may come up again.
Jack Nicklaus.
Throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. So let's move on here. A couple of comments. Dufac says, will this clip be on Eric's Netflix documentary as a series after crime? No doubt. Paul says, what am I being bribed with, Eric? You might need professional assistance there. Instead of trying to block me, you should tell your goalie to block the damn puck. Dang.
I am well aware. Okay? Just keep poking the bear. Poke the bear. That's fine. When I get my hands on you,
a burn is a bear.
Ken says, is it possible to join Friday Night Chats in federal prison? It'll probably be part of his community service. He needs to support the like button. He will be put into a room and told to perform, monkey. Perform. It's part of his punishment and rehabilitation.
Penalty.
Double D here, Vintage Spacebook Cards. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you.
It's been a happy one, yes.
Yeah. US Sports Car here says, you guys talk about the HD reboot? Alas, we did not. And the free graded card submission promotion coupled with the subgraded horizontal slabs? I did not. I know of HGA. Coupled with subgrades and the horizontal slabs. Yeah, the horizontal slabs we've had for a while. But I'll be completely honest. They're fun to make fun of.
They're bringing back AI. Now it's
but here's the thing.
Ready.
HGA is fun to make fun of, but they're irrelevant. They don't matter. They amuse me a little bit here and there.
The real AI, though.
I'm sure they will be. I look forward to the video.
AI is here. They can do it.
I think the video will be tremendous. But no, I did not talk about the HGA reboot. They're on like the fourth reboot. Bless them for trying. Bless them.
Charity knows.
Getting rid of ham. I thought HGA was as gone as Pinnacle. They have many lives. Many lives. They resurrect themselves. Perfect. All right, so I turned on the light here because I wanted to be able to capture it. So I'll talk about it for a little bit, and then I'll do a separate video talking about it more. So this was the pickup that came in today in the mail. So this is the 96-97 Run for the Cup. So the reason why I made a post talking about that portion of it a little bit is because this one is actually the number one card I had left on my want list for all the 90s stuff. Wow. Now, I've still got cards that I need on that checklist, but that was the number one at the very top of the bullet. That's specifically one that I've been looking for.
Big one.
It is a big one because now, after that, so if you put all the cards in the 90s in tiers, that was the last tier one card left. All the stuff that qualifies as tier one, like right at the top of the food chain, I got them all. All the Pinnacle totally certified stuff, the different golds, got it. All the other ones that are basically out of 10 or whatever, got them. Everything else is clearly tier 2 and below. that's left over. And even if a lot of that stuff I've got too.
Dollar box stuff.
Yeah. Well, even the stuff that honestly is if I were to come by, it'll cost a little bit, but it's not going to be. I wouldn't go to the lengths that I would have gone to go capture that card, because that was one of the ones that I needed at the very top of that list. So it's almost like all downhill from here, from the 90s and playing day stuff, because it's like that was the one. That was literally the white whale that I've been chasing since 96. So it's like everything after that is like, okay, all the other ones I got them. All the others. So there is a handful that are still qualified. They're still very tough to come by. But if I get it, I get it. And I expect at some point I'll get a chance at it. For a card that's out of 100, is proven exceedingly elusive, is the point.
I thought a couple of years I was patient. 96.
Yeah, it's been a long time. That one, because as soon as that series came out, those cards were nice. And then it's one of those like, oh, one of these days I'll get them. And then a couple of years would go by and they'd be around, but not very easy to come by. And then the last couple of years, the price just did this. Just straight up went this. Oh, I was like, really? Because I think the Gretzky went for like $3-4 grand, something like that.
Wow.
So like you scale it back and it's like, yeah, it's like Medano's not Gretzky, but it doesn't matter. That dragged all the other ones up with it. So all the other ones in the set all get pulled right up. And it's like, I thought once upon a time, they'd be like, oh, it'll be like $100 or $200 or whatever. It's like, no, not so much.
Not anymore.
Nope. Yeah. All right, so let's see here. Thank you very much, Ken. Appreciate it. And like I said, I'll talk a little bit more about it, kind of what that set is now, and also where it fits on the checklist and everything, and why. So the reason why I'm saying that it's kind of downhill from here is that there are some other cards that are tough that I'm looking for, but it's like SPX Finite. It's like the third parallel of one of them. So it's obscure. It's rare, but it's obscure more than rare. And yes, it would be really cool. So I could show it to somebody and they'd be like, oh, that's cool. But I have to then explain it. Run for the Cup requires a lot less explanation because that was a very tough year and a more expensive brand at the time. So it's a little easier, it's more straightforward. There's not like 5 tiers of parallels. It's like they're out of 100. They've got that acetate and that look and they're die cut. So condition is an issue, sensitivity, the type of things that can happen to those cards. And they're not around all the time. And they're hand numbered on the back. So it's at that time they were still doing hand numbering. So that was even before they started stamping some of them. So there's a lot of things that come together, and I'll be able to show it better when I do the video with the better camera, and I'll be able to showcase it and explain it a little bit more. So 540 Flip says HGA and Eric have some in common. Who knew? Both fun to make fun of. Facts. Rec Wrestling Clips. Good evening. I'm sure you guys are into pro wrestling. I've discussed pro wrestling once upon a time. We make back good wrestling if you'd like to watch it. Make a note of it. Appreciate it. Justin says, love that card.
Bit of the wrestling that you like.
Is that what you're planning to do with 540 Flips? You want him in the steel cage?
We have some guy named Nick Foley. Nick Foley? Is that his name?
I don't think you have. Are you talking about Mick Foley?
That's what it is. That's the guy that will be coming to the shop.
What?
Is he gonna attack you with a barbed wire bat? Because that'd be great.
Yeah. Can we make that possible?
Yeah.
You pay him enough, I'm sure he'll do it.
No, I think actually he'll probably do it for free.
Yeah, he's like this asshole.
A couple hours.
Don't mind if I do. I even brought my own. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, after hanging out with me for a couple of hours, he might want to.
You're going to be his handler?
It should be interesting.
Kids and Nightmare Super Collectors after Andrew Shaw never gave that. Totally understand. Totally get it. That was bought at 70. There you go. Was that the Black Diamond? Yes. 96, 97 Black Diamond Run for the Cup. That was a big one. So Vinny here. Good evening, Vinny. Congrats on that one. That one still loses me. Yeah. And with Lemieux, those prices have got. It's not, well, it is that they're tough to come by because the supply is dried up. But the other issue is even if you find it, the price has gotten to that point. Because I'll tell you, so I'll give you, like I said, I'll give you a little bit of the story here and then I'll elaborate more in the video because again, I'll be able to show the card better. So it'll be a little easier. But the point is that I've had the save search going for a very long time. And I would get hits every now and then. And the set, and I left the save search open-ended so that any of the Run for the Cups come up. I can see it because I want to see it just in case somebody mislabels it or screws it up or whatever. And it's fine. But if it doesn't work properly, then worst case scenario, I catch a few extra. So I would keep seeing the Fedorov. I'd see the Matt Sundin. I'd see the other players that were involved in it from time to time. But the Medano just wasn't coming up. And I knew they were out there. I'd seen them in sets and collections and stuff like that. So it's just a matter of finding one that wasn't already sitting in a set or in a collection. And I knew at some point it would. Like, what was going to happen probably is that somebody was going to end up buying a set or breaking up a set, and that's how I would get it. And that's effectively what happened. Somebody had bought a lot of them from a set that was broken up, and in turn wanted to sell the singles and had it on eBay. So if you saw it on eBay briefly this past week, that's the one I bought. It disappeared from eBay. I don't know how. It disappeared. And now it is here. Along with $2 million in another box worth of cards. It was weird. These Cracker Jack cards, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with them. It's very strange. Anyway, moving on. Eric, how do you not know Cactus Jack? Oh, he'll find out about Cactus Jack. He'll learn more than he wanted to know.
I guess, because of my loving ways, I'm more of a dude love kind of guy. You know,
you and the dude have many things in common. Probably psychedelic drugs, but you've got a couple things in common.
Yeah, no, he's. I think we're still trying to nail down the dates, but I think it's going to be in August that he's going to come in. So, if you idiots want anything from him, just send it to me, and I'll get it taken care of.
Other than him attacking,
I want to see him to break you in two. That's like amazing.
It's like, attack this man.
Well, you know, both he and I are, you know, probably both walk like we've been hit by trucks. So it'd be interesting to see how that fight goes.
Oh, just like smash a chair on you.
Yeah.
It'll be like there was that joke about the Canadian high-speed pursuit, and it was just one car stuck in a snowbank, and they were trying to push it, and then the police officers were stuck in a snowbank, and they were trying to push it, and no one was actually moving. It would kind of be like that.
Yeah, that's basically
that's basically what it looked like.
Between Mick Foley and me, that's what a fight would look like. Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Both of us be laying around grabbing different parts of the body that hurt. Yeah.
Good.
I don't want to spoil, I guess, your video and the story on your card, but I had a few questions, maybe, if you don't mind.
Oh, you can ask. Look, the video is going to encompass everything. So was
it a buy it now or one of those auction bid or
like not
or best offer or
so it was an auction with the best offer, and I have no idea how. I think someone got to the seller and somehow it got off eBay. I don't know how that happened. I have no idea. I have no knowledge of such things. No knowledge of it. I know nothing.
Perfect.
Okay, Schultze.
So let's say. Is it one of those that you would have hit the buy button so fast, or you would have?
No, I wanted to. So thank you for asking.
To make
it's
sure
a valid
you
question.
secure the deal. You know.
Yes. So a great question, and I think a worthy question to ask. So the answer was, and I can literally show you what it was, because the listing is obviously done, but it still exists.
Because we all have our different way, I guess, but we all know, everyone can relate, I guess, who's watching this show, is when you do see that piece, it's not even like you want it anymore, like you need it, like, it's like, the white whale, like you said. So
yeah,
how's everyone's game on that point level? Like, do you said, I'll shoot a number that will make sure that I get it, or I'm willing to even put a whole paycheck for 1 week in it, or.
So here's what I'll say to you, and it's weird, Eric. I don't know. It's strange. It's like the image cut off the seller name. It was weird. It's weird. For some reason I can't see the seller name. It's very strange. But anyway, but what happened is, so the eBay auction comes up like this. So it's 900 Canadian or best offer. So that's what it was. It was buy it now, best offer, to your question. Now, what's interesting here is that is obviously a very aggressive number. That's a pretty strong number. So for the Americanos, that's $657. It's a pretty strong, aggressive number, Now I'm going to pull up some completed auctions on not necessarily that card, but on ones from that set, so I can give you a little bit of context. But I'll do that while I'm doing that. So anyway, the point was $900. I had to go really dig deep and look to myself and say, okay, so that feels high, especially in my brain, given that I remember all the way from back from 96. But the problem is now I have to think as like, okay, but what is it going for now that a lot of the 90s stuff has gone up a lot? People started chasing those. So it's moved up quite a bit. So the question is, all right, how far up the chain am I supposed to go here? How do I measure this properly? What's the number? Where do I find it? And the problem you run into, so these are all going to be US dollar ones here, and I'll try to show you just so you can see. And this is where you have to kind of ask yourself. So we're pulling this from Terapeak. So these are completed auctions and completed sales. So the WA, so the Patrick Roy went for over 1,000 US. The Eric Lindros went for 510 in an auction. Lindros is an interesting comp because obviously he had a good run, but you know, he didn't get to complete his career. And that's in a PSA 7. So because obviously there's shipping and there's condition sensitivity, but still 510 US. Okay, 510 US. Like that's pretty strong. Indicator of what happens when set collectors and player collectors and all that coincide, right? But then you take a look like Iserman, 760. Obviously, Iserman should be more than Medano, no doubt. So to me, I'm looking at it. So I'm using Iserman would probably be a good example here. But Iserman should go for more than Medano. So that was January 2024. So this year. So 760 US is Iserman. So how much more? So how much do I scale down?
You've got to go between Iserman and Lindros.
Yeah, exactly. So that's so, but between Iserman and Lindros is almost the number that he had.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost the number that he had. So that's
offer?
It was best offer. So what happened is, like I said, I have no idea who.
Down below the Lindros and see where he comes back.
Yeah, well, so basically what happened was I have no idea who's involved in it. I for some reason it disappeared from eBay and offers were made
In Ohio.
And the card just randomly appeared. I had nothing to do with it. It just appeared.
Gone.
Amazing.
Magic.
So, it's crazy. You know, it's crazy. Yannick, it's crazy how these things turn out.
Did
Very
you sign
strange.
for it?
It is crazy.
I signed it, Tom Brady.
Good.
In other words, I just went
like everybody.
pretty much. That's all I'm saying. I want an autographed picture with you taking Sacco, says Josh. Facts.
There's not enough money in the world to allow him to stick a sock on his hand in my mouth. It is not ever going to happen. No, thank you.
What?
No.
Indeed. Smart sellers use the same name on all platforms. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Josh, maybe they do. Ag might as well be Yannick's postal work. Facts. T26 had hard to pay that much. Yeah. So T26 says hard to pay that much for a card when you didn't get it was 100 or less. That is true, but yet I did. I mean, allegedly I did somehow. I learned a long time ago, and actually this is a good topic I want to touch on here in a second because it's a good playoff. It's kind of plays to Yannick's question, but it's also kind of a good little side topic on that. I'll touch on it in a second. I'll come back to it, but good comment, T206 kid. Paul says the one of the other run for the Cup Medano. So I've got all the other ones. This was actually funny enough. The 96 is the one I needed to complete the run, the tough one. I got all the other ones. Lindros 6 next to nothing. Yeah. Great pickup, Carlos. Amazing card. A Grail pickup for you, like Moran was for Yannick. So for 90s, it was a Grail piece. For 90s, it was a Grail piece because that was always, like I said, going back to 96, that was a tough one. So, you know, like a vintage Grail is definitely a different thing because some of those cards are just very difficult and expensive at all times. This one escalated over the years. It was always a little tough to find because the supply had kind of dried up. It dried up pretty quickly because people built sets. When somebody builds the whole set, then they grab everybody. It doesn't matter, good, bad, or indifferent players at all levels. So even the commons suddenly go dry and it just becomes difficult to find any of them. It doesn't matter. But then when ones come up for sale, who comes up for sale? Iserman, Waugh, Gretzky. So you actually will see the bigger names more often than whoever is on a second tier or whatever the case may be. One of the cards that would probably be tough to come by for most folks, Ed Jovanovski, because he's in the set. But the problem is, like, who's looking for Ed Jovanovski? But he's in the set.
There's some collector out there. Got to be.
Yeah. Well, one of them sold in January. And the thing is, when I look at these and I see the completed sales, you know what I see? I see the sales in batches, which is usually indicative of somebody was breaking up a group or a set they had. So they all go up for sale at the same time. So the people that are chasing the set or certain individual, that's their moment to pounce. So it happens in these little clusters, in these little groups, and then it goes quiet for a while. And then another little cluster shows up. The problem is, over time, the clusters kept being the same players. So I could have bought 10 Fedorovs in the time that I've been waiting for one Medano to become available. I could have easily bought 10 Fedorovs, like 8 Sundins. I could have bought 5 Gretzkys in the time that I've been waiting for the Medano. Yeah, it's just a matter of money. If I was willing to pay for it, they would have made one available to me, and I would have bought it, and it would have been there. But it was getting the one that I wanted was the key. Good evenings. Congrats on the black market, Dan Medano. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dom. Damn right he should. I think Brad played with Ed Jovanovski. Maybe.
And Yannick didn't show his pickups from the expo.
Yeah, he's got a couple of them going there.
I think so.
You watching there, Eric? He's got some cards on the screen.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
It's too bad they're all torn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
2 points. Hey, I charge 2 extra points every Friday night, people. So you better hit that like button.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Holy.
Oh, bole. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, yep.
All right. While Eric's having himself a moment, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to go back to this comment.
Oh,
so anyway,
nice.
Let's go back to the 95.
Mhm.
T206 kid here says those autos look better than Tom Brady. Facts.
Yeah.
Here we go.
They're
Carlos, nice to
legible.
meet you and hang out a bit at Toronto. Finally made a show. Excellent. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate it. Yannick wrecked the cars with marker. Now they're worthless. Facts.
How many did you get?
Yeah, it was a bunch. It was a bunch, Bobby. Like I remember
He
looking at the stack.
he didn't tell me if I had a limit on the wallet. So basically,
Eric, by the way, that retaining wall will be great in enhancing the value of your property after you sell it to pay for
Oh my God.
The retaining wall is actually 3 foot shorter than he wanted it.
I told Michelle to keep the hole open. So when I get there eventually, if I'm not paid by then, maybe I'll pay myself.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Put them up on eBay.
Right.
$5.99.
So let me
there you go. That's the last one, man. Like I'm tired now.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me read. So let me go back to this comment here for a moment because it plays off what I was talking about a little earlier. So hard to pay that much for a card when you didn't get it when it was 100 or less. So this is because this is the thing. Collectors who have been at it whatever for a long time, they're like, oh man, but I could have bought it back 10 years ago, but it was this much cheaper and all that.
How many people said that? Everyone.
Totally. So my thing, and the reason why I wanted to come back to it is I thought it was a valid comment and also 100% true. Because that's a real thing for a lot of collectors. They struggle. They struggle to try to pay today's price because they can remember vividly what it was back then when they may have had a shot at it back then. And it's true, but here's the thing. I gave up a long time ago, especially the last couple of years, as a bunch of the 90s ones suddenly started pushing upward. I've learned not to have a conscience for it. I don't worry about that anymore. Because realistically, it's like, well, I'm not going to, unless I find it on somebody's table, they literally don't know what they have, and then I buy it for pennies on the dollar. Well, that's awesome for me, but I'm not holding my breath. So it's one of those things where at this point, because they don't come up very often, most of the people that list them know what they got. That's why he put it buy now best offer. He didn't put it at 99 cents and let it ride. See what? And by the way, given the sales of the last couple, some of the ones I showed you, there were hundreds of dollars. They started as auctions. So people still find them. Like they're still out there looking for them. I had a save search literally for, not exaggerating, I've had a save search for that run for the cup for 3 years. That was the first Medano ping I've gotten. I've gotten so many of the emails. Hey, found some run for the cup. It's Sergei Fedorov again. It's Jovanovski. It's this guy. It's that guy. The one I'm looking for, not there. I was able to get the Z Gold, which was taking me forever, and I wasn't able to find it. I found the Z Gold.
Oh, that's right.
I've had that one for a while now. All during the 2021, 2021 period, during that run there, when prices were going up, the Z Gold became available. The Gold Impulse became available. The totally certified gold and platinum gold, which are numbered to 30 and numbered to 69, very tough cards. Both of those became available. Bought them both. So that's what I mean. Like those are like the top tier ones that are tougher. And then the one that was the gold script, not gold script. It was the UG Choice Gold, basically the gold. version of it. Well, I had that one 15 years ago. That one I found on a dealer table back then. That was one where I lucked out. I bought it back then at literally $60. The last one that sold for over 600. I bought it for $60 Canadian. The last one sold for 600 US.
And that just goes without saying, you know, back in the day, you got a bunch cheap that are expensive now, and today you got to pay whatever. It all works out.
Today I got to pay today's price because that's what's left. So I was like, There you go, Billy's. I'm still trying to find Bobby's table at the expo. He needs a picture of himself saying, as seen on Because I'm Carlos. I think a cardboard cutout. I said cardboard cutout would be pretty sweet. Yeah. You could have two, Bobby. You could have it saying, as seen on Because I'm Carlos, and then flip it to the other one. No, Eric, there's no app.
Yeah.
Someone say app?
No, we're saying there's no app.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry. So, yes, I wanted to mention it, though, that basically, unfortunately, if you've been collecting some of these, for a lot of the vintage guys, look, the Mickey Mantle in 1992's Beckett was $8,000. You're not getting the 52 Mantle for $8,000.
Yep.
Get over it. But I could have bought it for $6,500 in 1991. Then you should have. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Bitcoin used to be a quarter.
Even with inflation, Eric, we're not there. Because the $6,500 one would be like $250,000 today. Inflation didn't go that high.
My grandfather used to say all the time, I bought this house, in 1950, whatever, for $5,000. And people ask me now, why didn't you buy the whole block? Well, a loaf of bread was 25 cents. Everything's relative.
It is. It is. I will say, though, for some of those items, though, they've outpaced inflation. Like the escalation in the price point has outpaced it. So inflation alone is not good enough to account for the difference. So even then, it would have been cheaper, even relative to then.
An investment.
Yeah. Hashtag invest. So all you got to do is get a time machine, go back to the late 80s and early 90s, and go scoop up all the 52 Mantle that you can get your hands on.
Yeah. Still need that. We still need some money.
You would.
Excellent. Perfect.
We need a DeLorean.
Mint condition Bobby O is $500.
Yeah. New hobby rule. Everything's relative. Yeah. But it is true, though. Like I said, for me, so let's put it this way. And this would be kind of the way that I would position as well. This would be what I would throw out here. So I'll share with you what the final price was. I paid $725. $725 is what I actually paid, shipping all in, whatever.
Canadian.
Pretty good.
Canadian, yeah, Canadian.
I was
so that's
700.
Yeah, give or take 400 change. Yeah, so it's so obviously cheaper than the Lindros even. So not bad. So I'm not complaining. That's fine. And obviously it's the one that I wanted. It's the piece that I wanted to add. But it's not a couple of bucks. Like what's the thing is, in 1996, I wouldn't have had $700 to my name. There's no like I wouldn't. Well, okay. Oh, but make it like $100. Well, $100. I didn't have $100 back then either, so I wouldn't have been able to pay that.
True.
So today, fortunately, I can. It is a lot of money, and it's silly to spend that much on a piece of plastic. This game, I can't even say cardboard. I have to call it plastic. It's an acetate card, so I call it plastic. But the point is that it's in the PC. That one's locked away. That one's one of the key ones that I need to scratch off. So for me, it's like now it's just however long I hold it. That's really the long-term value of it, because I plan to be holding it for a long time. It belongs to me now. So great from that perspective. And the rest of the chase will continue. But that was the last kind of white whale, though, that I was chasing on that list.
And you know how many more is going to show up in the next couple of months? You know it.
Oh, it's going to be all of them. Yeah. Like Eric's going to release 99 of them now. Now that I've purchased one, now 99 of them will come out all at once.
Oh, they always show up in groups. It's like things I haven't seen for the longest time, like 8-10 years. And all of a sudden 3 come up in a row. It's like, what? That's called happenstance in the hobby.
Mm-hmm.
Just happens.
And if I had not bought it and somebody else had bought it, then it would have been 5 more years before I see
another more, at least. Yeah.
It would have been like the other way.
Yes.
Yeah. Today's price, tomorrow's bargain for a lot of the stuff there is. So, like I said, I'll do a video where I'll show it a little bit better. I'll show it in the lighting. I'll go through kind of my history with that card, because again, I've been chasing it for a long time, so it's been fun. But I was joking with Wes on the Discord, because Wes is like, I'm going to enjoy you actually caring about a pickup. It's like, yeah, that's probably the last one that I give a crap about. The rest of it's like, whatever. Hey, Eric, I got a Booby or PSA 10. Meh. I got a Vesna. Meh. Mantle. Wagner.
Listen,
throw it in the box.
I know you're
You got
on
any Cracker
something,
Jack?
but listen, I'm
Took some Cracker Jacks.
watching this stupid ass game, and the Bruins suck. And I said that Florida's going to win. All right, so it isn't, it's not get ridiculous. But that last goal on that penalty was the biggest bunch of bullshit ever. Now, before this game, the NHL warned both teams and said, no shenanigans. We're calling a tight game. We're nipping everything in the bud. They're not going to let them play. All right. So they said the refs are going to keep a tight rein. Well, there was a play at the Florida net. Clearly, a Bruin was thrown into the goalie. The referees call it a penalty and put a Bruin in the box, and then it's 4-0. It because the NHL doesn't want rough play, all right, and they want to turn it into this crappy league. They told the refs to go out and affect the game.
Devastating.
Eric,
Lawnmower Man advocates for goonery. News at 11.
That fourth goal never should have happened. Now, again, I totally believe Florida's going to win this series. I am not telling you the Bruins.
Why do you care then?
Because I love hockey, and the fact that the
so
NHL,
your team that you predict's going to win will probably win. So
no. I'm talking about that goal.
You're
on
playing
that
against
penalty.
your odds.
It is absolute ridiculous that the NHL basically says we're sending referees there to affect the game.
That's a terrible statement for you. What do you want, man?
Counterpoint, it's Boston and no one cares. Moving on. So here, Dr. Joe says, where does it rank amongst your tier 1 cards in your personal opinion? So this is fair because I did mention that this card is in my tier 1. I would not consider this to be my top card in the tier 1. I prefer the Totally Certified. I love those. I love the Sixth Sense Wizards. That's a beautiful card that I like. That's, to me, is a top level card. I enjoy that one. Even the Z, I would probably call it in the top 5 though. I am a big fan of the card. I would consider it to be in the top 5. I would have to be in the lower end of the top 5, probably 4 or 5, but it would still be in somewhere in that top 5. I have to give it some thought of where exactly it would fit, but somewhere in that top 5, because there's other cards that are just really tough. If a card's really tough, it's nice and it can be in tier 1, but it might not be a particularly aesthetic card. Might not be a particularly pretty. So tough, attractive, also interesting. I have good memories of the product that it came out in. All these things can factor in and bump it up in my esteem. Zach here says, we make fun of Eric for being rich, but Carlos has been quite the spending spree. Where do you think I do with the like button money? Yeah. Eric is rich, and by you hitting the like button, therefore the rest of us. How do you think Yannick is able to afford to send Eric millions of dollars, and say $2 million, for example, worth of cards that Eric must be entrusted?
Last shipment was $2 million even.
What you don't even understand is you saw all those 69.70 cards there that he showed that he lorded over Eric. He bought them all. He didn't buy them in Canadian dollars. He didn't buy them in American dollars. He bought them in British pounds and euro. So Eric's, it's like $47 trillion is what it costs to get those cards in USD.
There you go.
Eric's going to need PPP loans for his PPP loans to pay the down payment of his PPP loans in order to be able to even begin to afford these cards.
Hit the like button. Figure that out. You're good.
I am not. I am so far from being rich. It is stupid.
Duvek says, also, when a card sets a new higher watermark, it spurs multiple listings to come out of the woodwork that would otherwise not be put for sale. 100% true. And that is why I mentioned that ironically, the whole COVID period, the whole bit, was really good for finding the other tier 1 90s grails because people became motivated to list the cards whereas they had been sitting in collections for a long time. That allowed me to scoop up a lot. You want to talk about the spending spree that Zach's talking about? No, my friend. 2020, 2021 was when Carlos had to go deep into the pockets because that stuff was coming up I was having mail in the house every week. And it was cards, literally shovelfuls. Oh my God. What are we even doing here? Dear God. It was rough, man. It was rough. Dang. But yes, So people spending money on them motivates other people to listen. It 100% does, and it brings some otherwise rarer cars out of the woodwork, because this may be their opportunity to get the money. This may be their chance to actually be able to cash out, because then you got to wait for another cycle or something weird to happen or whatever. Like, that's a different thing. Can't guarantee it. Average Joe Car Collector said, why play a tandem all year and only use one when it matters the most? Also, good evening. Good evening to you. Because I'm Carlos Drinking Game, every time Eric says absolutely ridiculous. Facts. Speaking
That's
of PPP loans.
ridiculous.
Speaking of PPP loans, does anyone on this panel ever want to smack someone with a flip-flop? Everyone here and Eric.
And Eric.
I want to smack Josh with a flip flop and then say, "Shut up, Josh."
I have a flip flop right here ready.
Yeah,
That's right.
it's
Think about it.
Do you know I do not own flip flops?
I'm
Yes,
surprised
we
you
would
own
assume.
shoes after what you've done,
But
throwing
you
them
got-
into a laundry machine.
He's so
There's
particular.
12
yes.
different pedal bikes in the shed.
That's right.
The guy doesn't own any. Okay, so if you don't own any flip flops, how do you shower outside your house? What do you
Oh,
wear?
Yannick. So hold on. I can answer this. Hold on. I'm going to answer this. So Eric doesn't own flip-flops because you see, my friend, and this is going to play directly into off in the distance somewhere. Some of the folks in the Discord will get this one because I learned something. I learned something shocking. I learned something horrifying. I learned something that completely changed my view on life.
Something else again. One more piece of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
I got to explain.
Slowly coming together.
So on the Discord, Dakota has had a little thing where we've done little showcases of all our different collections, and all different folks have done. They've done a little write-up, Brandon did a whole elaborate thing for all his collections. Very nice. I did mine where I had fun. I made a bunch of Josh Rosen jokes. All fine. Great. A good time, but had by all. One of the folks that Brandon has picked on consistently is one of the guys who's a Miami Dolphin collector. And I enjoy picking on the guy a little bit too. It's fun, it's all in good fun, whatever. But Brandon occasionally goes really hard, because he's a very mean, angry Santa Claus looking guy. Very mean. But today was his day. And he went over stuff, showed some Miami Dolphins cards, his different collections and all that. All well and good. But there was a moment where he started off by giving his background. He goes, and this is very true. At the beginning, he says, I was born in the Netherlands. And then literally I stop and I literally reply. And I'm like, wait, record scratch. You are from the Dutch.
Mm-hmm.
My mortal nemesis, the Dutch.
Mm-hmm.
So Yannick, to your question, Eric doesn't have flip-flops because in fact, he sympathizes with the Dutch. So he wears fucking clogs.
I knew
Clogs.
it. Those wooden fucking shoes.
Boston
Yes.
clogs.
You worthless son of a bitch, Eric.
And they're so whittle.
Clogs.
I mean,
Boston clogs.
So Yannick, you see how I set that up? You see how it took us a little journey and then got us back to clogs? Done.
Golf clap.
I want to hear
Golf clap.
Bobbles.
What's that?
Bobbles rant.
There'll be more, I'm sure. But literally I said at that moment, I said, literally in the Discord thing, I said that it's like my mortal nemesis, and then I said to at Bobbles and Ball Cards. Now my thirst for war is renewed. I'm back. No more Mr. Nice Man of Peace. No more Mr. Nice Man of Peace.
You needed motivation. That's all.
I don't like the flip flops and shower shoes, and I hate feet, and I don't even want to see my own. So I don't own flip flops.
So Eric is the opposite of the foot fetish guy. He literally goes to a website. It's like no feet.
No feet.
That's what he wants. He wants nofeet.com. I'm sure that's a thing.
Pepperoni.
I don't want to look it up, but I'm sure it's a thing.
Like there's so many things. It's like a laundry list of fucking iniquities.
So many things that we need. So many things
Yes.
that we learn in these situations. So many things.
Must be from.
Thank you for bringing up the question, Josh. Not only did it set up that explanation, which will amuse us more, it also gave me another excuse to take on the Dutch. We've all learned something tonight.
Double whammy.
I take on the Ohio too, right?
That's right. All right. So Zach here says, so I hit the like button so Eric can buy Carlos cards. Question why I can't be so hard because Eric suffers. Don't even think about it as, so buying me cards. Think of it as buying me cards, giving money to the local children. Like at this point, there's enough money that I could give to charities. I can literally throw money at those fuckers.
Local children.
Local children. Bobby, not even local children's charity, just local children. Like you
Just
take a
local
brick of
random.
cash, you take a brick of cash, and you go, "Hey, fucker!" Boom, clock him. It's like the Peyton Manning skit on Saturday Night Live where the kids and he throw literally by the setup throwing bricks of cash. Hey, fucker! Boom. And afterwards, they're like, "Aren't you worried about it? He's got a brick of cash. He can pay.
He can get that fixed. He's got
That's
money.
right. He can get new teeth with that money. New teeth.
Mm-hmm. I helped him. He had buck teeth. Now he's
That's right.
better.
It's like, you should thank me." Paul says, "Remember finishing the Football Hall of Fame checklist? Right as Rona started spike prices, part panic belief, part was over with the prices the last minute of the checklist. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll take a flip flop Ernest account for 75. Live the dream, Justin. Flip flops come from the dumpster that sweaters also come from. Probably true, Josh.
I don't have flip flops.
Do you have
to say?
Not own the flip flops.
Do you have Crocs?
He does.
You either
Those
confirm
are
or deny
flip-flops.
my accusation on your adherence to clogs.
I have one pair of fake Crocs because I won't spend the money on real ones. The camouflage, and I only wear them in the house. I would never, ever, ever, ever leave the house in them, ever. They're just to walk around the house in. And usually 90% of the time I have socks on while I'm wearing them in the house.
Oh, thank
No.
goodness.
No.
Yeah.
White Sox?
No.
No, I don't own them.
Thank goodness. I am so glad that you're concerned about your appearance at that moment. That's what you're concerned about.
Are that the socks that goes up to your knees?
No, I wear ankle socks. I wear black ankle socks all the time.
Well, you know that, clogs are, the Crocs are just like the Cadillac of flip-flops. So
Well,
Mm.
I don't own flip flops. There's
Well,
nothing.
Sounds
the
awfully
best.
bougie to
The
me,
best.
Yannick. Sounds pretty bougie.
I got knockoff Crocs, and I only wear them in my house, and that is it.
But what you people don't know, and this is a true story, Eric's knockoff Crocs are actually done in Parisian materials. So what happens is he actually has artisans who produce his knockoff Crocs. They're not real Crocs, but they are in fact artisan created, custom molded to his
Specialty
feet.
Crocs.
Knockoff Crocs.
I also
So it
have,
actually costs $50,000
and
per
then,
shoe, not per pair, per shoe.
and then I have these sneakers here that are indoor sneakers only. They never go outside ever.
See, this
Oh.
bastard can afford indoor and outdoor sneakers, Yannick.
And
He's got
you better
sneakers
keep
only
those
for the
indoor.
indoors.
You guys have no idea. Like
Oh, it's 9:30. I got to be back. 1 second.
Those are indoor sneakers only.
There you go. Low ankles. Eric is your Huckleberry. Facts. Flocks, maybe. I'd boss some respect you put on shoes for Chiefs' house. Water to sand to mainland equals Crocs. There you go, Ham. Live the dream. We've learned a lot, Yannick, already. We've learned a lot tonight.
many pieces of the puzzle are coming together, but it's
Mhm.
still. I don't know how to make it yet.
It's a valid question.
He's never seen my feet.
Yannick is thankful for this.
I've seen his. He walks around in flip flops and everything, like it's his house.
No sleeves.
No, it's
Well,
gross.
Yannick, we already discussed the sleeve situation. Sleeve situation, and this is canon. You actually came to Expo with sleeves and steadily lost your sleeves in the pursuit of Eric's crap. So the fact is, you sacrificed your sleeves at the Expo, is the story that we tell. To help Eric, that
I had
ungrateful
to-
swine.
I had to fight old guys to get autographs from these hockey
Yeah,
players.
when am I getting my stuff?
When I get my stuff.
Oh, I
Wow.
burnt that.
Well, then you, boy, my friend, you're going to pay for very expensive ashes. Moving on. Timeless Cardboard, good evening. Anthony Edwards told us he was taking his talent to Minnesota. There you go. They're getting very excited, the Minnesotans. Not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not 7 championships. Live the dream, man. Hope springs eternal. Live the dream. Why not? Why not? I don't watch basketball, so I will not wish any ill upon you. Go for it. I say go for it. So let's see. Talked about the $2 million heist that Orlando may have taken, allegedly. Allegedly, we'll find out. We talked about Eric's lack of feet, his no feet finish. It's very weird, very strange. So we talked about that.
Feet are gross.
Talked about me scratching off a Grail piece from the 90s PC. Took care of that. So that's good. There was one more thing specifically that I wanted to touch on. We already got our playoff picks, so we got that taken care of. We're all good there. But there was something else specific. Let me see if I can find a link. Oh, yes, I remember what it was. I do remember. I'm going to see if I can find it here and cue it up. Let's see. I did want to talk about this briefly, and if I can find the clip, I will play it for you, but it's going to be a matter of if I can find it. So, our good friend Geoff, everybody's favorite. He does his little podcast, his Geoff Wilson show, blah, blah, blah. His most recent episode, he did it with Card Collector 2. Fine. And specifically, what they wanted to talk about was the Topps conference they had over with Fanatics, the Topps conference, talking about all different things. And I was going to make a video this week, but I ran out of time. But and I may still, who knows? But I wanted to get a couple of thoughts out there. And again, if I can find the specific clip, I will play it for you. But either way, if I do a separate video, I will play the clip. But anyway, the point is, in the course of the conversation, they were talking about what Fanatics was discussing. And for the rank and file collector, I don't think the majority of you have too much you need to be concerned with, other than the obvious that was already known. However, they took a special emphasis to talk about the Fanatics' vision for the new card shops and how they want them to invest in making the shop a certain way, and they're going to kind of measure how shops are done. Stuff that we kind of suspected, but they just confirmed, which is fine. But one of the things that was funny to me was having Card Collector 2 and Geoff both kind of comparing notes and their thought process to this whole card shop thing. And what they got back from it was, we're going to, we're investing in our businesses, blah, blah, blah. And the implication that Fanatics wants them to invest in their businesses and make the shops destinations, make them nice, maybe franchise, whatever. And my whole thing is, I was listening to the two of them talk, I understood why they took the mentality like, oh yeah, absolutely, you got to invest in your business, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, I was sitting there going like, I know a lot of folks that used to run card shops or currently do run card shops. Those margins are pretty narrow. It's actually kind of expensive to set up a card shop. And here's your problem with that. Most of them, if they're not already set up to be a destination type shop, already in the vein of what we're talking about, you're not going to have the money to do it. So if the idea is, if you don't meet this criteria, then Fanatics will cut you off allocation. There's a bunch of them are going to be like, fuck it, cut me off. I'll get stuff on the secondary market, or I'll get singles or whatever. I'd rather do that than spend a bunch of money for Eric's retaining wall. What am I getting out of this?
Retaining wall out of this.
The retaining wall is unfortunately like a boat. We throw money into it and we get nothing.
Except
nothing.
Except the destroyed lawn.
See? And you paid good money for that destroyed lawn. Think about it.
God.
Just saying, man. Brendan Ryan here. Good evening. Eric rocking New Balance sneakers with no one is watching speaks volumes. I know that bougie.
It's not New Balance. They're no names.
For this, I know. These are your artisanal created New Balance knockoffs.
They don't have. They're not any brand. They're a.
Of course not. Why, Eric? Why would you get a brand when you can pay 10 times the amount to have no brand? The logic is obvious. Yeah, like when you've got money, you pay not to have a brand. It's the same reason that Eric spends $50,000 a month on nofeet.com. I know. He doesn't want to see feet. He does not want to see the feet.
No, that's gross.
If they have to airbrush the feet out, then that's what they're going to do.
It's gross.
Nope.
It's gross.
Mayonnaise gross. Feet gross.
I know, like everything's gross to this man.
Ketchup
all right, get it. That's about Geoff and CC2. So anyway, the point that I was making was that you have these two guys who are running relatively rich shops who also have other sources of revenue. So they could technically afford to invest in these shops and make them nicer to qualify to whatever Fanatic standard is. That's fine and dandy for those guys.
20,000 square feet in Atlanta?
Whatever it is. But here's the thing. Card Collector 2 shop is not 20,000 square feet, but it's been set up to host trade nights and do all that. So they can set up the shops and make them nice inside.
Small, isn't it?
It is. But the point, though, is it's not just the physical size of the space. It's what you use in the space. Can you host events? Can you do whatever?
Yeah.
And that he's set up for that. And that's okay. And there are other shops that are trying to make it nicer destination kind of shops. So if that's what Fanatics wants, that's great. But if you're going to base your allocation based on that, then you're still going to wind up without a lot of shops because most cannot afford to make that type of renovation. If they're already running an existing shop and they've been operating on thin margins for years, there's not enough money. Like unless Fanatics wants to offer to throw some money their way to build it up, like, or Fanatics builds their own card shops, they're basically funding them, then there's going to be a lot of shops that aren't going to be able to do that anyway. They're not going to be able to play along. They're just not. No. So it's like, congratulations. I'm glad you've got these. Yeah.
profit on the boxes, like it doesn't even seem worth their while. You'd have to make something else of it, or the market would change.
So I think that's the key. So the key is, that was what I wanted to touch on. Is that, and then Ham says they're both with Fanatics. I don't care what they say, and very well could be. And I know that Card Collector 2 has the deal with Whatnot, so he gets money from them. So, and that has happened. They've done deals with Whatnot. But I think I've left the rest of it. I let you all read it. I put it on there for you. Like I said, man of peace. What are you all trying to do? I leave the lawn mowing warring for
and stick
the head of Fanatics. What is it? What's his name? The guy
Michael Rubin.
Michael Rubin was in Boston, sitting courtside.
Did you tell him that we will totally sell out this podcast?
At the Celtics. But before he did that, he stopped in at the card shop right outside the garden. Card vault.
No, but yeah,
the card vault's the one that's running some of the bigger shows here in the area, where they're having them at the Boston Garden, at Fenway, at Foxborough, where Gillette, where the Patriots play.
Mm-hmm.
So before he went into the Celtics game the other night, he popped in there and they took pictures, and that was all posted all online and stuff. So, I think it's kind of cool that this guy just kind of pops in to,
he's a pop-in type of guy.
I'd love for him to pop into our store and give us some allocation and make a deal with us, but
he is mortal.
But I think what's going to be interesting is that I don't mind him making the rounds. My key takeaway, though, was I enjoyed listening to Geoff and Card Collector 2's, because Card Collector 2 after a while was just parroting Geoff, which was very amusing to me. But the point is that, and Zach's point here is valid. I love how CC2 acts very happy with one location, and Geoff is talking about making a chain of LCSs. But here's the thing. Geoff has to be thinking about doing franchising and talking scale, because when Ruben came into the shop, what's the first thing they're talking about? Oh, how much does it cost you to do this? How much does it cost you to do that? So he's trying to impress the guy, trying to do all this thing. So of course he's going to talk about doing franchising and having like 50 locations, whatever. Here's the thing.
All in Atlanta.
Sure. And they'll all be beside each other. The point is that,
Ohio, though.
Sure, a couple in Ohio just for you. But the thing is that for there to be a bunch of these shops, he could do it. And if Fanatics wants to chip in some in order to make it happen, those may be the only shops to get the allocation. Because in reality, they're the only ones that can meet this idea, this concept that Fanatics has for it. Because everybody else, again, is operating on these thinner margins. So when these two guys were talking, when Ryan and Geoff were talking, they're agreeing with each other and bouncing back and forth. And I'm sitting there like, but you guys don't just run card shops. You've also got the breaking side. You've also got this other thing. You've also got social media presences, which have helped you make more money along the way. Whereas the average card shop, even if it's being run reasonably well, is probably running a much thinner margin. So they're saying like, dude, I got to pay rent and my electricity bill and all this stuff this week. And by the way, if more product comes in this month, that requires cash outlay. And I can't guarantee I'm going to sell it all because my distributor is handing me a bunch of garbage that I can't sell to go along with stuff that I can't sell. I don't have the cash to renovate this thing, make it look nicer. With what money? Like my cash that I have is going out to product that I'm crossing my fingers and hoping I can sell. So these guys were talking about it as if, these dealers had been making like 5,000% margins for this entire time.
Yes.
We're like, if they did, they'd be on a yacht somewhere. Most of them were like, yes, they made some money, especially during the boom. They definitely made money during the boom, but a lot of them had been making pennies up until that point. And all of a sudden they got to gorge for about 18 months on this. And then the margins are creeping back down to where they were before. And they're still having to buy this product that isn't going to move. And you're not going to make money on it. Why would you do that?
It sounds very similar to, I remember my post office, they were a private, they ran they weren't with Canada Post, but they were their own entity. And they said, now we got to spend $40,000 on a reno. Because that's what they do. Every 8 years, they want you to renovate it. And they said, it's like $40,000. I went, holy shoot, where do you get that? And they go, whatever. Anyways, they left, I guess, maybe about a year after that. They sold it. And I said, that's it. Because they just keep on hitting them. And I think that's going to happen the same way in the card market, too. you're making 5%. That's nothing. You can't make a living on that. So I don't understand how Fanatics can really sit there and tout this this low percentage and want people to fix up their shops and do all these other things and get the allocation. Like, who cares about the allocation? I make more money on other stuff. I'm just carrying your shit for carrying your shit, I guess. Just make it look good.
I think it's going to be problematic though for a lot of those shops that don't have anything going for them other than whatever product they have, because a lot of them get like, okay, your alternative is sell other things and singles. Okay, do you know, I think that's like you're
anyways, right?
It's not. You would think, but the problem is a lot of these shops. Look, go into a bunch of these shops, and you're going to find the singles are generic. They're nothing special, and most of them is like, yeah, why would I even buy this? It's priced too high, and there's not much in it. It's like, no, thank you, I'll pass. Do you have any of the newest boxes? I'll take one of those, and that's the only reason they get any sales at all. So the problem is a lot of these shops are actually very poorly run businesses. So that in addition to the margins being minimal,
opening a shop.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my point. My point is you've got a lot of these that if you took away their allocations, they go out of business tomorrow because there is nothing left. Because they're like, okay, singles, you've got base cards that no one wants. That's the reason they're still sitting in boxes. No one wants this shit. So real quick, I'll read a couple of comments here and get caught up. CC says with Fanatics eliminating distributors, will be interesting to see if they keep that margin or pass a bit of that to New Era LCS. I think to favored accounts, they may help them out a little bit because that's the only way they're going to be able to play. Because if you keep them with low margins like they do today and just give them garbage product and make them put a bunch of outlay, they'll just go out of business. You got nobody to distribute to there except your favorite shops.
See, we thought it was hyphen 10x, but it's actually negative 10x.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Fanatics themselves, they will make 10x because there's a lot of ways they can squeeze and max that out. Not everybody else necessarily. Geoff and Dark Collective 2 competed to see who is the biggest fanboy. That's right. They were. So Bob Boozle's right. They were both fanboying hard on that one. Yep. So Ham. So let me read this one. So Ham is saying, why would anyone assume that all these hobby people don't want to play ball with Fanatic says? They have no choice. So the people in the room, you're right. But for all the other dealers, their choice is bankruptcy. Their choice is close up the shop because it's not worth it. If you right now, the distribution model we've talked about before, the distribution model is broken. It's a terrible model. But if Fanatics takes over the distribution model, they just become the distributor. So the question is, say goodbye to the old boss, the new boss, same as the old boss.
That's right.
It's the same idea. The question is, will Fanatics be a benevolent overlord? Will Fanatics be a benevolent overlord or a cruel one? That's the only thing we're about to find out. Had I been for Geoff, you take the card and put it in the sleeve. Eric may not have known. Eric still doesn't know too many things, even with songs.
Thankfully, I got Jeff's book, Card Collecting for Dummies.
You should listen. You joke about that, but you in fact should get that book because that'd be awesome. I'd like a book report from you on that.
I've learned a lot.
You learned the booby horse sucks. That should be like on page 1.
That's not nice.
Just saying.
It's funny though.
Yeah. I know a lot of people were asked by Fanatics to set up a New York show as a card vendor when they were not going to originally. People will be afraid to say no. Yes. But some of them will say yes until they run out of money and then it won't matter.
Yeah.
Like if you ask them to do enough things, they'll say yes in the hopes that one day they'll get a pittance. The problem is that won't be enough to keep the lights on.
No.
Like, so if Fanatics wants to have their favored ones, they're going to have to give them that margin that hasn't existed today. If you give them the margin, if you Fanatics say, we're actually cutting down the amount of stores that are going to get our product. If you work with us, we'll give you this margin. That in turn would keep the store solvent. Because if you give them 20 or 30%, that allows them then to operate and be able to do what you want. But 15, if you give them 5%, there's nothing there.
15, 20. Yeah. Yeah. That's survival.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. You give them enough. Basically you allow them to eat enough to keep them alive, to keep the body alive.
And heard some interesting stories of a dealer. Never really talked about it, but I'm not going to say the dealer or the shop or whatever. And he was telling me that people will come in and buy boxes, and they keep buying boxes. Some people will just have boxes delivered out to their cars, open it, and return everything if they didn't hit anything. Keep the cards, bring me another box, bring me another box. $13 million, I heard, in 1 year.
Yeah.
In boxes. Not a large shop, not a small shop, but just saying. And this, which keeps them, and all the free product they get back, because they don't care if one hit and then the rest of it's yours. And there's a lot of secondaries, stuff in there.
Sure.
We had
the ancillary stuff is probably where they make a lot of money.
We had someone sit there and spend, $2,500 on wax today. They in one of the boxes were a $1,500 box of Topps, I don't know, Select or something with his 2 cards in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like $1,500, and there's 2 cards.
Well, hey, cut to the chase. Why waste the time opening a whole box when you can just get 2 cards and cut your losses at the same percentage point?
First card, I didn't even recognize the name. It was a baseball player, and everyone was all disappointed because it was a nobody, and they just spent all this money. And the second one was Carlos, close your ears. Was a Mike Trout 4-patch auto that out of 25 or something, and the recent comp is $1,000.
He got his money back.
No, he didn't. He spent $1,500.
Well, there's other commons in there.
Sorry. So you're saying I almost passed out. Did you see the Fish Boy?
I didn't
Quad
say
Fish Boy.
I don't know. I was talking to Bobby.
It was a Quad Fish Boy.
Yeah, it was like a 4-patch auto.
Ooh.
25 or something.
Wow.
Wait, Eric, let's take a moment and absorb that.
$1,000 recent comps. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I don't know how people do this. And then after that, he goes over and buys, another box of cards, and that's $300 and something for a box of Topps Chrome that just came out, or Bowman Chrome. I don't even know. Don't care. But that was $300 and something. And it's just gambling. You just sat there and just kept ripping them.
Let people do what they want.
I just brought the trash barrel over and said, can you just throw your trash in here after? Because the counter was getting filled with wrappers. And it's like, you
don't have a recycle bin?
For wrappers?
I don't think you're going to recycle the wrappers.
The boxes.
Yeah. I think the boxes would be fine. Paul says, I'm guessing there are more comic book guys from The Simpsons than the Geoffs and CC2 type deals. Yes. Mm-hmm. So the reason, I will include a link to this. I'll include a link to the article in the 2 million in baseball cards that, again, I think might have wound up Florida Man somewhere, allegedly. But I'll also include a link to the Geoff and CC2 conversation. Again, if you can get past the fact that they're like sitting there fawning in their praise of Fanatics, what you'll get, like I said, if I can find the specific section of the clip, I may do a video where I'll just cover that piece for you. The reason why it amused me is it was enjoyable listening to these 2 guys literally do their Marie Antoinette let them eat cake and talk about it. It's like, well, it's about time that these dealers stop making these ridiculous margins. I'm paraphrasing. Stop making these ridiculous margins. What dealers making these ridiculous margins? What are you? If anything, you're the dealers making ridiculous margins with the other shit you got going on. Not everybody has a sweetheart deal with all these other things that are throwing money in there. Like, what are you talking about? If you raise the price on a couple of boxes and release a couple of clunker products, there's a bunch of LCSs that would go under tomorrow. Yep. They would not be able to afford a couple of bad products that they can't sell through.
And a lot of good things that really carry is the vintage aspect of cards. All you need is a few nice ones, and you can carry yourself for a week with a nice sale.
With a nice sale, you could.
New stuff. It's like everybody knows there's comps. It's not hard to figure out. Where opportunities not with vintage. So, and if you know what you're, buying, I bought some stuff that nobody knew about, and it was really good this week. So,
yeah, but you're also not trying to run a shop where you've got the built-in overhead that's there where the stuff comes in or not.
I have the garage of knowledge.
You do have the garage of knowledge.
Yeah,
I got a new car here for reasons.
But the problem is when you've got a shop that you're paying that overhead the whole time, if you can't go out and locate these things and you're waiting for them to come in the front door, it's like, good luck with that. Like,
I think everybody's on eBay buying and rebaying and doing all that stuff. You have to keep every aspect going.
Exactly. So it basically becomes like this 24/7 thing where like it never ends because you have. So to your point, let's forget the boxes for just a second. Let's forget them for a moment.
Are they in the recycling?
Okay, let's say you want to use singles as your way of making this a profitable venture, whatever, you're running a card shop. Okay, great. So now you have to keep a constant flow because, okay, you bought this, you made a great score, you bought a collection, and you were able to parse it out and make good money on it. Okay, what about next week or next month? Because now, okay, this took care of this month. Hey, a great month. What about next month now? The bills are going to come in again next month. They're coming back.
Well,
So they keep cycling through.
It's all stock too, right? Because there's a lot of cards that you won't sell because you have too much money on them. You can always drop the price and sell them.
Sure.
And that's what it's sort of like. It's a keep. I got fail safes because everybody does. You just can't live on new product alone.
Yeah, I just think it's different. I think it's easier to do that if you A, have the knowledge, to your point, but also B, are operating leaner. Because if you were operating with some built-in expenses that you can't get rid of and they're just constantly charging you, then you've got all this margin, but you need an even bigger margin just to offset all the additional costs that you're incurring. So it's like, it's actually better. If I was going to be a card dealer in the year 2024 of our Lord, I'm not even starting a shop. I'm operating a leaner thing. Like you've got almost the equivalent of a warehouse where you're moving singles through that way. You're going to have an easier time doing that. Almost like the Burbank side of it with all their online stuff. You got the online stuff. Yeah, people can come in the store, but that online shop is running 24/7. They got a shipping department. Stuff's constantly going out the door. Yeah. They buy more stuff, but more stuff also goes out the door. But that's not glamorous. That's not exciting. That's not the beautiful shop that you walk. That's a warehouse. It's a bunch of shelves out there. But that is where Burbank makes money. That's where Burbank makes money.
Yeah.
That's what actually keeps the operation going. It's not the wonderful looking showroom. And I think the focus on a lot of that conversation was the showroom. It's like, well, you got to sell things to make money to keep the lights on in the showroom.
Yeah, it's all the glitter does not sell.
Yeah, and this is the key. And the whole time that you're paying this gigantic electric bill to keep these lights going, the other guy in the dingy warehouse that's just moving stuff constantly out the door is actually making more money than you are.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as exciting. It's not as glitzy.
And it's a constant grind too.
And that's the thing. That's right. So Ham says, what are your thoughts on Topps Chrome hobby boxes of at least $300 is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that sounds like bougie Eric money.
That's what I was just talking about. And then the jumbo boxes are 500 something. The jumbo hobbies are like, almost 600.
That's almost like your card, Carlos. You can have
that's basically it, yeah.
One chance at the box or get that card you've been looking for forever. Please show it. Thank you.
So, no, I can still not understand and want them to buy them because that helps the shop and, gets me paid.
Yeah, but Eric is sitting here telling you, I don't understand. But when he's at the shop, buy it, fucker. He's got his knife out. Buy it. I cut you, man.
But no, I sit there going, what are you doing? And they're usually bummed out and all upset that they got nothing. And, then they think they have to go buy another, $1,000 box because that one's going to be the big hit.
You have to average down.
And it's gonna make up for the money. And it's just, you just sit there and watch this and you might as well be in a casino at a blackjack table.
And don't you love what Fanatics does? They're the suppliers.
Yeah,
enjoy.
It's not a bad business to be in because they're holding they're pretty much holding all the cards. So Robert here says, Chris Sewell does it right. No overhead, buy bulk collections. Nowadays, people come to him because of popular YouTube channel. And let's not underplay the last piece of that puzzle as well. So this is actually playing into what we were just talking about. I just said, if you're going to start if for some bizarre reason, I don't know why, it's not a bad thing to moonlight and participate. Like I said, I have my eBay auctions that I run through and I move stuff out the door and a little bit at a time, but I'm not trying to make it a full blown operation. But if I was, then I would definitely operate it more like in a warehouse thing where it's like, here's all the stuff. It gets all listed. Everything gets listed out. All right, out the door. You want stuff constantly out the door. You want stuff moving on a consistent basis. And then you're trying to buy stuff intelligently on a good margin because that is where your money. So for this operation, you actually need a better margin because you're not putting a million cards to the door. Your goal is to try to make a decent margin on everything over time, buy well, and then you take advantage of things that things that you can add value to it. And then the last piece, because now he does have a YouTube channel, now some people come to him. They'll bring deals to him. We talked about that baseball collector deal that they had done with that big collection they bought from that other dealer. Chris Sewell was brought in because Mike wanted basically somebody that could participate in it, but also contribute. And Mike did this in a video talking about it. Technically, he could have funded the entire operation himself financially, but it just wasn't something they were comfortable with at home with him funding the total amount. So he didn't need the money to do the deal. However, bring in somebody who is experienced, who's willing to bring a little bit of that. And then you've also take advantage of the fact that you've got somebody who knows how to move this stuff as well.
Yep.
You're getting the knowledge, you're getting the connections, you're getting potential ways of moving the cards. So it's a win-win-win. But then everybody gets a piece of that pie. Everybody gets a cut. He gets to keep some cards. Great. And then you made some money too. That makes total sense to me. That's completely fine. But he wouldn't have known who Chris Sewell was without YouTube. So that social media creation allowed him to be on the radar of a lot more folks who didn't know who this guy was from Adam prior to this entire thing. Pretty good deal. Pretty smart. Burbank is G.I. Joe. Cards HQ is Cobra.
Ooh.
I like that. I like the comp, Bob Boozle. I like the comp. To our reminder, this time make Eric pay. Facts.
Fucking Josh. You know, Josh is getting real close to getting up with 540 flips and
you're gonna have to dig another grave. You're gonna let the lawn again.
I mean, he's getting real close to getting right up there with those two. He's working his way up. I'm just saying, he is working his way up.
Why the retaining wall's there so nobody can see you digging the graves.
True. So Dom here says the boat or the mystery box. Obviously, the mystery box. Anything could be in the mystery box, even a boat.
Yeah.
Think about it. Name here. Good evening, Hobby Goats and Eric.
That's who he's chasing. Right.
Did you see it, name? Did you see it?
You need some light behind it to make it pop.
That'll be what I'll be able to do in the video. On the video, I'll be able to put the lighting behind it. Yeah. That's why I say, like, I'm showing it. I'm giving a little outline. In the video, I'll go into more detail. We'll show it off much better. It'll be much easier to see. It's a cool card though, but it's much better to see with better lighting.
Yeah.
It links you get drinks with your money at casinos. Facts. That was one of the best parts, by the way. And this is just me personally. When I went to Vegas, the best bang for your buck is playing poker, because then if you're one of the places where you can get your free drink. Now, you probably want to be paying attention, especially if you're playing for money. But if you're playing in a tournament where you kind of prepay, then it's a little bit more straightforward. But if you're playing cash games, then keep your wits about you. Maybe enjoy the odd beverage every now and then. But for the most part, like, you're playing for cash, you might want to be paying a little attention to what's going on.
You don't want to get too loose.
Yeah, just enjoy the odd beverage, but it is nice they comp it. But the odd beverage is fine. Just don't overindulge. Not in that moment. It could be anything, even a boat. Exactly. You got it. That's right, Dom. I think Fanatics will go out of the way for Geoff to make a profit. That's why the point that I was making earlier, that's why coming from those two was rich. Because I'm sitting there like, you guys have certain advantages that a lot of these other shops, so you're kind of critiquing shops that don't invest in their business. It's like, no, they're not investing in their business because they're trying to squeeze every last dime to keep the lights on. They're kind of scraping by. They're kind of paycheck to paycheck equivalent in business here. If there was a bunch of extra cash laying around, they might be using it to live. Because you're running the shop, right? Even if the shop is successful, well, how much are you paying yourself? You're an employee, so do you pay yourself? Because that's part of the equation too.
There's a lot of cash deals that go on too.
There can be, but the point is the concept that a bunch of these shops are like taking in these crazy margins and like basically stowing away cash while not investing in their business. I'm like, maybe there's a few, but I think most of those shops are probably scraping by a little more than you think. They don't have that much room. Yeah, okay, do a $20,000 renovation. I don't have that kind of money, cash sitting around to do that. Zach here says, my LCS is 25 years. Just announced they're retiring. Don't think it's anything to do with Fanatics stuff. It makes you wonder if Fanatics talks to cosmetics, how you set up a shop. My LCS is highly successful. I think it could be also a situation of maybe after 25 years, they feel like they've had their good run. And at this point, if somebody else is asking you to change your model and do this and do that, I was like, screw that.
Yeah.
If they've made enough money, they're like, you know what? Let somebody else deal with this.
Yeah.
Either sell out the business, sell out the inventory, and hey, you guys give it a shot. Good luck. Deal with the new world. Thank you, Name. Appreciate it. I'm going to be second vice president. There you go. That's right. That's what we're talking about, Josh. Hit the like button, people. That's right. So if you're a small shop, good luck. I hope you're in Canada selling Upper Deck. And this is going to be very interesting because even the most recent Upper Deck things, like, so, we tease all the time. We joke about it with Billy and other folks. But okay, so let's talk about it. And we did this example already. The whole Bedard craze and everything, right?
Yep.
Series 1 did not have Bedard, but it did have a Bedard card in it, which did help, push sales a little bit. Series 2 obviously did very well for a bit. But now we're in this kind of lull where the card itself is lowered to the price where, like, unless the price of the boxes starts coming down, that's going to be problematic. Well, if your shop is still sitting on some of the stuff at the higher price that it costs you to acquire it, you got a bit of a problem because it's not as easy to move it as it once was. In the early days, it was easy to move. It was going.
Or you have to eat some of it.
Yeah. Heaven forbid you restocked at a secondary market price. And now you're sitting on a box that people don't want at that new price. So now what are you going to do? And this is a hot product. This is a product that people actually
Send
do
it to
collect.
Carlos.
People actually do buy. I guess so. Well, whatever you send me is going to have the Bedard 101. Just spoiler. Just so you know. You know, hashtag rig. The fix is in. Just letting you all know. But the point is, so you got that product, and then you've got some of the other newer products that are coming out. But I'll give you another example. I joked about it with Sherry on the AMG show. SPE, game used golf. I like golf. I was a big fan, and I watched a lot of it, especially in the early 2000s. When I went through the checklist, I knew a bunch of the names because I remembered them from that time period. But let's say you're a golf collector, and I understand there's like 3 of you. I get it. But the point is that even if you are a hardcore, you got to look at the price of the box and ask yourself, okay, but if I don't pull a Tiger, what am I getting? It's kind of rough. What are the prospects? John Daly Jr.
Bedard.
There's a John Daly Jr. Come on.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's
John Daly the second. There's a junior in there.
Domi Jr. Wow.
Oh, my God. But the point is that, okay, even if you're a fan of the cards, even if you like the cards, hey, that'd be kind of fun to get. I don't even remember. I want to say it's like 160 a pack or something like that.
Really?
Because it's SP Game Used. SP Game Used is a higher end product. So the problem is, and I think you get like 5 or 6 cards. And I'm like, some of the individual cards I like. So I might even chase a few of the singles because hey, that's kind of cool. It'd be kind of fun to pick up. But I don't need to buy a box of that. Okay, but you're a card shop. Now you have these boxes. What are you going to do? That's a bit of a problem. And by the way, I'm a golf fan. B, I know who the people are. C, I might even be inclined to get some of the cards. If you can't sell the box to me, who are you selling it to?
Yeah, and at that price point, how many people are entering the marketplace
Correct.
at that point, right?
Correct. That is exactly the point. That's the reason I posed the question. Like I'm using that as an example, but let's say the distributor gives you a couple of cases of this and says, "Hey, sell this," and you're like, "Well, we'll try," but yeah, and it's like, "Well, sell it," but if you don't take it, that's next product that you're going to want.
Can't you get your money back?
No.
See, and this is what happened before in the 70s and 80s, that you could return the product to Topps or O-Pee-Chee. And that's why that black line is over the cross of a lot of the 80s boxes that you see. You couldn't return it at that point. So that was like final sale. They would wholesale those packs out. Those are the ones that came back to the company. And then they would wholesale them out, black mark them, and then you could never return them back again. So
yeah.
So return them because you couldn't sell them, or return them
yes
because you didn't like
effectively
them?
Yes.
Yeah, they would take that. They say, hey, listen, take it all. Yeah, and we'll take back what you don't sell. Because at that time, remember, they're doing 24/7, so everything's selling, everything's going out there.
Mm-hmm.
People were stocking up. It was good, but if you didn't sell your whole allocation, that was fine. They return it, then they just wholesale it out. They've already made their money on the front end anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. But that's where the current iteration of the hobby has changed a lot of that, because the distribution model broke that. Because what happened is, you're the manufacturer, you sell it to the distributors. So you and the manufacturer have already made your money. It's done. The distributor wants to sell it back to you. You tell them to kick rocks. And in turn, the distributor gives it over to the dealers that they're buying from them. And if the dealer's like, but I can't sell this, well, you will take it. But what if you will kick rocks? So it goes down the chain.
Rocks
all the way down the chain. And now you, the consumer, are like, why is it so expensive? Well, the manufacturer got its cut. Then the distributor gets its cut. Then the dealer is trying to scrape by on some kind of a margin. They need some kind of a cut. And you've already been marked up 3 times by the time it gets to you.
Wasn't there something with Card Collector 2 pulling out one of the rare cards as being another plant or something?
There's been a couple that has been accused of getting like preferential boxes for.
Yes. Yeah. Well, one just recently, I know. It was just this week, I guess.
Yeah. I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember something in that vein. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Yes. It'll be just as legitimate as when I get the Connor Bedard 1 of 1. Completely legit. So Paul says, walk around my local card show and often think, if you're not selling this to me, good luck when you can sign a DC 87 for a 99-cent auction. Yes. And there is that aspect of it as well. So away from boxes and the singles, there's sometimes some of these singles sometimes are time sensitive. This is the new hot product. This card is hot right now. The price is here right now. And I talked about it even with the Bedard. If Bedard turns out to be an all-time great, you're going to have this window. You start off here, and then it does this for a while. And let's say he starts becoming that guy that people hope for. But for a while, it's going to do this. And then he starts playing really well. Okay. Stabilizes, maybe goes up a little bit. And then the team starts having maybe playoff success. I'm giving you a best case scenario. Playoff success and everything. Starts winning awards and things. But it'll take a while for it to arrive back. But it'll take a while to arrive back at the initial high price point.
Oh, yeah.
But then let's say he has tremendous success and wins or whatever, then he can surpass that. Happened with Crosby, happened with Ovechkin, happened with Connor McDavid. It's literally happened a lot of times. And it's been that curve. And it'll do this. It'll dip and then come up. And then maybe if they're an all-time great, then the curve can go, and at a certain point it'll plateau. It'll kind of hit its number and stabilize right around that number.
Yeah.
But it's not a guarantee. It's just not. So a lot of times, the early is where you got a chance to actually sell at a decent price. And if you took advantage of that, you were actually able to capitalize on it. So I think people forget that all the time. It's a constant like amnesia. It's like, but it happens every time.
When are they going to release the 1-of-1?
Yeah, well, I don't know, Bobby. I was originally going to do it at Expo, but the boxes were too expensive there. I wasn't feeling it there. The box price was a little high. I was going to go grab one. It's like, all right, this is the box. Here it is. What if one? I tried to help him, man. But it was a little too high.
I thought they were just I could you. I thought that
I could have bought 2 SP game used golfs.
For the price.
And John Daly Jr.
Wow, I know.
I still think it was a missed opportunity not having a John Daly and John Daly Jr. dual signature.
Yeah, that should have been something.
It's so obvious. Like, it's so obvious. You got John Daly squared on a card, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but John Daly's auto is really bad because of the shaking, because he has the DTs.
Well, that's okay. He can have his son help him finish.
What happens when you drive
whatever?
400
It's fine.
yards.
They're both on the card. If you put them both on the card, it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Don't even worry about it.
True.
But yeah, so I'll include a link to that in the description for you if you guys want to hear. 2 we'll put in quotation marks. Richer card owners have a let them eat cake moment where they're like, will these peasant shops invest in their business? I'm like, please be quiet. The 2 of you, be quiet. And stop sucking up to the FedEx overlords. That's our job.
Yeah.
That's right. And by the way, this live is totally for sale. Michael Rubin, if you cut the check, like, let's go. No, done. No problem. Yannick needs a new RV so he can go down to Eric's thing and run over his lawn. Like, we have things we need. That's what I'm saying. So Yannick, question for you. I don't know if you have it anywhere near you. You did showcase a couple of them on Instagram. Do you want to share again some of the cards that you picked up at Expo? Because you showed one with me on the live. I know you had one that you put on the Instagram. It's up to you. If you don't have them around, that's fine. But I just thought I would share that since we had talked about it in the past.
They're upstairs. Hang on.
All right, no worries. Go for it. Thought it'd be fun to have a little show and tell since Yannick did have some nice pre-war hockey cards.
Yeah,
I thought they were worth another look. I thought it was worthwhile.
Yeah, a more common look. Yeah,
they are all right.
I think so. So, question for you guys. I touched on a couple of topics that I want to make sure I touched on again. We will solve the mystery of the $2 million memory lane auction theft. I'm still thinking Florida.
We're working on it.
We'll find out. Look, I have put Eric on this, and he is committed. He's going to find 3 things. He's going to figure out who took the $2 million from memory lane auction. He's going to find out who 540 Flips is. He's going to find out who the real killer is that O.J. Simpson warned us about. He's going to find out for us.
From what I understand, you have to go on. You have to search on golf courses if you want to find the true murderer. I guess that's where his investigation led him.
And how do we know? By the way, Eric, just a quick question.
Yeah.
How do we know these 3 are not the same person?
They are. They actually.
I'm not convinced they're not the same person, Eric.
I
think it's Mike Tyson.
I could totally see 540 Flips being the murderer.
The real killer, the one who took the $2 million worth of cards, and of course, being 540 Flips.
It's all in one.
Eric, I think we have a new line of inquiry. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Very
interesting.
interesting.
Mm-hmm. How far along is Eric and his every Bruins goalie rookie card project?
I took a pause on it for a while, but I actually just grabbed some that the other day. There's a Matt Del Judas. There's a Hannu Toivonen. I think that's a Young Guns.
Spell that.
Say that twice.
No, it's not a Young Guns. It's a Black Diamond, quad Black Diamond rookie gems, Hannu Toivonen. Here's a Paxton Schaefer rookie.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Blaine Locker rookie.
The Blaine Locker? Any relation to Jake Locker?
I don't know.
Jimmy Walker? No.
But unfortunately,
Walker, not Walker.
Blaine recently passed, and it seems as if maybe it was a suicide. So
that's unfortunate.
It is. But those are some I just grabbed recently of some rookie cards of Bruins goalie. So I got to get back on. I haven't posted anything on the Instagram account in a long time, so I got to get back on that.
There you go. Robert says, "Is our finest fee for the $2 million dollar box?" I would like to know if there was, because that'd be kind of fun. I would love, by the way, if memory lane is like, yes, we need to do a bounty, a finder's fee, and then they like go super cheap. It's like $200 for the one who helps us find the $2 million worth of stolen cards. I'm like, really, guys?
And we have to make some marginal shift.
Yeah, I was gonna say on this bounty, like, come on, guys. You know,
we're not working on the Fanatics, margins.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here you go. So I'll get back to this in 1 second, Dave. Todd here. Good evening. Great show, guys. Even with Eric. Thank you, Todd. Good comment by you. Good comment. Valid points.
Todd, do you think you're the first person to put me down and
even
say
today?
That?
Even today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I woke up this morning. The first thing my wife looked at me and said, "Oh, you're still here?" I mean, you really think you're the only one, Todd? I mean,
he's the only one named Todd. At least that we're aware.
Take a number.
I have not.
Unless 540 flips is a Todd.
To my knowledge, I have not been insulted by a Todd yet today.
That would be a one of one then.
You have that honor.
That is a one of one.
But if you think you're the first person to insult me,
what if Todd is AI? What if Todd is AI? That might not even be a person. Have you even thought about that, Eric?
What
if Todd is part of the singularity?
I thought that 540 flips might be AI, and he's a Terminator,
which would also explain the killing.
What?
Yeah, it's possible.
Look, there may be depths to this. There may be levels to this, Eric. We haven't even considered all the levels.
Yeah,
pretty rough, man.
But Todd, what? Oh yeah, Todd. What was saying tonight? Carlos coined the phrase tonight. I will be using for the rest of the evening. Todd, you can go kick rocks. There you go.
That is a classic. That is a
classic. Rock kicker.
It's old school. It's old school. Name here says Eric. Who's the better goalie for the Bruins? Matt
Del Judas.
Wait, like Judas? Go on.
Jesus.
Did he betray you all? Did he Del betray you all?
Or John Blue? Well, it's really, first of all, neither one of them were very successful here. They had very short careers here.
If the rap song for Because I'm Carlos has taught us nothing, it is that you consistently downplay certain things. I happen to know for a fact, and again, this is where you failed this. I happen to know for a fact that John Blue is actually very famous for a very specific historical feat that he accomplished. Do you know what that is?
No.
First NBA three-pointer.
Oh, well,
there you go.
You know,
it's been, by the way, the song reminded me, it's like, it's been so long.
I thought it was this guy, Chris Ford.
No, I don't know who the fuck that is. That's made up. That's
first NBA three-pointer.
That's trash. I have no idea that. I have no idea. See, it's gone. I have no idea what that is.
What was it?
As we all well know, and as Eric will agree, John Blue was the first NBA three-pointer, per Eric and possibly Wikipedia. Mm-hmm. Facts. So I think that gives John Blue, frankly, the edge. He's a sport athlete. If you consider playing for the Bruins a sport, but That potentially is a sport athlete. So Robert here is saying $50K at least is kind of a finder's fee. Yeah, I think that'd be at least semi-reasonable, especially if it is in fact 2 million. So fair enough. Why go after Todd? Eric tries to act like he's the victim, but he's a low-key bully. Low-key? The man is threatening people with knives.
Have you
The man is attacking people.
Have you not seen this show?
Hit the bingo card.
I literally have a grave put aside in my backyard for 540 flips. I don't know.
Yannick, I'm muting Eric so we can move on for a moment. Do you want to share? Were you able to find the cards?
I do. It's already.
Yes, if you could please. No, listen, I will happily interrupt Eric's rambling rantings so that we can actually see some nice cards that you're able to pick up. So please, would you like to share?
Yes, I do. So, a little recap from what happened at the expo. I decided to approach the pre-war side of hockey, even if I'm a baseball fan, and into my collecting, it's almost primarily been baseball all the time, but I always have a special spot for hockey. So the first day, the Saturday of the expo, these were my two pickups. So we got the Patty Morant, which was the goalie for the Quebec Bulldogs. So nice 1.5 here, like just amazing. And the second one was the captain or the best, basically, goal scorer until the Rocket came in the 40s, but Mr. Joe Malone. So those were the two first pickup. Just two amazing looking cards. And then the second day, because I was high on my cloud the whole evening, and the next morning I was actually talking with Bobby, and I even said, like, you know what? Maybe I'll go check out this the guy's display case, because there was so many of them. So I told myself maybe I'll look for more Quebec Bulldogs cards. So that's how I decided to tackle the set at first. So 50 cards overall for the set for the C7, C57, 1912 C57. And right now I got 5 cards out of the 45. So the next morning, going through the display case of the gentleman. So I got the Jack Marks in a 1. So now I'm learning too a little bit, because back in those days, you would play depending of the league or the team, the region you were coming from. You would play on 6 players, which is 5 forwards plus the goalie. And some of the leagues had 7 guys. So you had what you call a thing, or maybe guys would correct me, but he was kind of like a rover position between forward and defense, I guess. So, and then to make sure that there was just not one card alone going home with the first 2. So I found Mr. Didier Pitre, who actually, by the way, this week, by actually looking into the story of the team and all these guys, this actually guy never played for Quebec City. So basically, the deal was made, and then the league overturned the trade a couple of days later. So technically, this is kind of a misprint, I guess. Like, he never played for Quebec City. This is actually the Canadian logo. But over here, it says that he was traded, and I guess the league overturned the trade. And then there's another one here, Joe Hall. And from what I understand, that Joe Hall was kind of like the enforcer in a little bit of a way for the team. So, and all of these guys too were like great players. And then not other than the C55 that was kind of like just laying there, and the rest of the display case, I oversaw this one, and I was like, oh, what about this? So I kind of made a deal for 4 more on the Sunday, and then the first 2, and now I own about 6 pre-war, and I love them. I look at them every day, just like, I can't even believe I own them now. Bobby actually helped me big time with the first deal by introducing me to the gentleman, and the rest is history.
Nice.
So, and I did got a baseball card though. Like,
oh, you did grab one? Okay. Hold on here.
You know, old, like 30, 38. That's a team issue. Frank
Yep.
McCormick. So
Nice,
anyway.
nice. Oh, good stuff. I figured this audience, given that we do skew hockey, hockey enthusiasts, I thought that they would enjoy that and appreciate. And
we don't
appreciate
show
some
cards
stuff.
that often, actually. So
Yeah.
No. True.
Once in a while, it's funny. Once in a while, you get a chance to show the odd card here and there. But it was funny. It was a bit of a running gag. Is that for the most part, we will show the odd card here and there, but that's never been the focus. A lot of times, it's the conversation or making fun of Eric. Priorities. We got to focus on our priorities. But we will on occasion. There'll be moments where it's appropriate to be like, hey, no, there's a couple of items here certainly worth showing, and it's not every day we get some pre-war hockey out here. So
no, I mean, and the exciting part of this too is that as I'm learning right now on the team, the set itself, and how scarce and rare, basically they're rare, not as available. And even if you compare to the baseball set, like if you transfer to the T206, the T205s, the C57, from what I remember, I think it's the last teen set that basically tobacco cards were made. And I think depending of where these came out of, so depending of the brand of cigarettes, I guess, if you were buying on-roll or pre-roll tobacco, these cards were available, I think, in one versus none on the other one. That made them... Bobby will correct me anyway if I'm completely off my rockers there. But basically, one was harder to find than the other, depending on which type of tobacco, I guess, you were buying. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
And that plays, by the way, to a lot of tobacco sets, depending on the brand of tobacco, and certain things would make certain top versions tough. The T206 had a lot of that because certain backs were available in lesser quantities, just because of the nature of the way they split it up. Even though it was under the big conglomerate, these were different pieces of it in different quantities and different players. And
it depends on the country too.
I believe there was like a matter of cost too for like the common folk, depending on which tobacco. I'm guessing pre-roll was more expensive than just buying the bag of tobacco that you would roll, right? So
that was the premium, I believe. You have to understand, back in the 10s in Canada, I think 10% of our smokers smoked cigarettes that were pre-rolled, pre-made, whereas in United States it was 50%. Big difference. So the premium, so most people were rolling their own, buying stogies, what have you. Those were the mainstay, but the cigarettes in themselves were not so popular here. So I do believe that the cards were packaged only as a premium in the 10 pack or 25 pack tins.
You guys hear this?
What is that?
What is that?
It's like someone is vacuuming or something.
Not here. Maybe it's tobacco. I don't know.
Oh, is it like a humming? Hold on. Let me try something. Let me know if you can still hear it.
No, it's gone now.
No, it's gone.
It's a fan. It's a fan above.
Oh, the fan.
Yeah, microphone's pretty sensitive, but it's just literally the fan, the fan up there. Yeah, I can turn it down a little bit, but it's just to get the air circulating.
So yeah, ours are premium, so they were actually a lot harder to get, and they did cost a little bit more. 10 to 15 cents. 15 cents were pretty for the high end. 10 cents were the most common. That fan is really going.
Now it's making noise again.
Yeah, it's a buzz. It's a buzz above here. Hold on, I'll crank it down.
Yank on the damn thing.
There. Now you're good?
Yeah. So 50 card set. There's 23 Hall of Famers. And I got I got one, the big one already. So now I need a few more tens of thousands of dollars to get that.
That's it. Pretty much. Simple.
Well, I mean,
a couple of Eric Blake buns will be good.
Yeah, sure. I mean, getting the Joe Malone's big. I mean, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, but Joe Malone could be said that he was the first star of the league.
He was the Rocket before the Rocket, basically. He
Goal
was
scoring wise, I think in that era, he would have been the first guy, really the first one.
Yeah.
To
So
he
between
had the
him and
most
Vezina-
goals for a season, I think, at 44 before someone did 50.
Yeah.
And his lasted almost like 3 over decades before the Rocket.
Yeah.
So,
So he would have been close. So, in equivalency in terms of the early sport, he was almost like what happened with like Cap Anson in the early days, where he set a lot of early records, and then eventually they would all be surpassed. But in the early days, he was the
Being
one
the
that separated.
first.
Yeah,
he
Yeah,
still
just being-
own he still own one's record so far that probably, I don't know, 7 goals. He's got like 7 goals in the NHL game.
Yep, makes sense. Let me read a couple of comments here and I'll get caught up. So Todd first here says, not AI. Love you, Eric, from Ontario, but lived in Webster, MA for a year. Great area. There you go.
Well, glad to have you here, Todd.
We got some facts here as well. Robert says, I believe Carlton Fisk was the second NBA three-pointer. I believe that's true.
I must have told my Carlton Fisk story about how he broke man code and talked to me at a urinal, right? I've told you.
Yes.
Did he do it? Did he do it? Listen, the guy got the second NBA three-pointer. Can break whatever.
Well,
code he wants.
listen, I don't care.
As long
if
as
you
it doesn't
have
look at
a
your feet.
second or
As long as
third.
it doesn't look at your feet.
You don't break man code. And Carlton
No.
Fisk had a full conversation with me at a
Does
urinal.
it count? Does it count if you're barely a man?
I don't know.
You have to think
Maybe.
about that one. Exactly.
It
Consider
was
that.
not-
Consider
I don't care. It was very uncomfortable.
If he had looked at your feet, you would have been uncomfortable. It's a low bar. If he had
Was
been
there-
stroking a jar of mayonnaise, you'd have been uncomfortable.
You know,
He gave
talk
you
to
a
someone
story to tell
at the
forever.
urinal.
Was there a
At the
divider?
urinus.
Was it a divider or was it the long urinals?
Oh, was it like a trough?
Or
No,
trough, like Maple Leaf Gardens?
Well,
Yeah,
Buffalo,
like
the Buffalo Stadium had
Fenway.
that too. The Buffalo Stadium had the trough as well.
Oh, Fenway had the trough. The old Patriot Stadium, Foxborough Stadium had the
Terrible
trough.
idea.
Oh, it's
Terrible
horrible.
idea.
I was 6 years old the first time I went in that trough. My dad had to hold me up.
Oh, it's horrible.
Exclusive says that's where the term blue balls comes from. For a brief period of time, John Blue was the only player to hit 3-pointers.
There it is.
Again, we're getting all the facts. This is pretty good.
Wow, I'm impressed.
I wanted to acknowledge the comments because there's some pretty good ones, but I want to get caught up here. So I'll move
Well
on.
done,
here.
Joe.
Yeah, so Todd appreciates the cards there, Yannick. So beauty
Thank
card.
you.
Let's scroll through here. Bobby's the god of hockey. We have an oracle. We can have a god too. Enjoy, Bobby. All right, so it's like this fan is worse. That fan is worth the noise coming from Eric's mouth. There you go. There's a compliment towards Eric. Dang.
Was close. No.
Yeah, it was like a backhanded compliment, so to speak. But fair
Yeah,
enough.
I'll take it.
It's like the fan is just a buzzing sound, but okay, sure. We'll go
No,
with
I
it.
don't. No, I quit. I'm not doing the show anymore. And I can find something else to do on Friday nights. I don't need this abuse.
It's a lie.
Mhm.
Your family locks you in that room and says, "You go do
That's
the
it.
thing."
I don't need this.
Other
Oh,
than
but you
watering
do.
your lawn, I'm pretty sure you got nothing going on.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Not even remotely close to a resembling thing.
Mhm.
You're just trying to figure out if a
not
man
like
code
Clubhouse
violation
is still a
happened if
thing.
you're barely a man.
It's not like Clubhouse is still a thing anymore.
Yeah, it's broken. Listen, I met some of those Clubhouse folks. I don't know how well that's going to work out for you. You want to try that game again? I may have tainted the well on that one, even for you.
Mhm.
I haven't been on Clubhouse in a long time.
Might be wise.
Discord
so
is
name
the new
says-
Clubhouse.
Yep. Name says here, great pickups, Yannick. So thank you, name. There you go. So CC
No
has a
one
question.
cares what your opinion is name.
Yeah. So CC's got a question here. This is a good one. Bobby, which two hockey cards are the T206 Honus and 52 Mantle? So the equivalencies to a Honus and a Mantle in the hockey version.
Well, I think I'd have to put the goalie there. You have to put Vezina
George
as
Vezina.
the Honus Wagner.
I think that'd be a good call.
And then for
Yep.
the mantle, you're talking.
The Gordy
It has to be Gordie Howe, but I'm not sure if it's the 54 or the
or the
51.
Ducks.
I would call the 54, to be honest, because the 52 Mantle is not a rookie. So
No.
it's more iconic card because
That's
the Gordy rookie is obviously the rookie, but it's ugly. Truthfully, like it's a hideous card.
It is.
But the
54
54, the 54 is a very attractive card. And
And
I
it's
think
better when
and I
it's
think
shiny.
people like it. Yeah. But I think also people really like that 54 because it was also the first year the Tops got into hockey.
Yep.
So it kind of like it combines a couple of elements and it's an iconic looking card. It's got a great image on it. Like there's a lot going for it.
This is still my favorite Gordy card.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a really iconical. Well,
that's a 63 Parkhurst, isn't it? 63.
Yeah, it's the last year they did 3 different designs. That one's kind of a oxymoron, really, because he played with American team, but he was Canadian, right? So
right.
So if they had both flags there, it would be kind of really cool.
Yeah, they could play with it. But that would just be my opinion. On Vesna, I totally agree with you because that seems the most valid comp for that.
C55, right?
You can't put Gretzky in there. There's no way.
No.
You can't put Bobby Orr in there. It's not.
It'd be way too contemporary. It's way too contemporary to fit. There are other cards that there could be a baseball equivalent that would make sense to me, but not that one.
Yeah, it's really tough.
I really do think it has to be the 54. I really do. I really do think the 54.
I don't see any other option.
I think it's the Joe Malone. Yeah.
The Joe Malone. Yeah. So I don't know. I'd go with the 54.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be Vesna. You got Newsy Lalonde. You have so many. You got the Howie Morenz, man. He's like, that's probably Morenz. I think you'd have to put for over the Gordy. Yeah.
I just think though the problem is even for obviously hockey folks will know it, but the 52 Mantle transcends. I could show that 54 Gordy to a lot of folks, and it's it would stand out immediately. The other one, you might be that's a cool card, but I don't know what it is. You have to explain it to me? The 52 Mantle, you don't have to explain too much. Most people can kind of get it.
But Howie Morenz was more of the Babe Ruth of hockey, right? That's what
I think that comp makes sense. But in this case, we're not doing 33 Gowdy Ruth.
No,
if you put 33 Gowdy Ruth, then I think your Morenz comp makes more sense.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think for me, I think we go with the Vesna for the Honus. I think that makes sense. If we want to talk about the 33 Gowdy Ruth, there's where your Morenz makes sense. I think that would fit right there. And then for 52 Mantle, I think we go with 54 Gordy. I think that's reasonable.
I couldn't agree more.
Same.
Good question, CC. I like that one. A little bit of a thinker. I appreciate it.
Think.
Yep. Bobby for free.
Nailed it.
Morenz is another pre-World War II star. Robert also was on the same vein. Same wavelength there. Good thinking, Robert. Zach, who says, you can have your fan, just mute Eric. I know. Help with the fan noise. Suggestions.
Good one.
I don't need this anymore. I will find something else to do.
You keep saying it, but you're staying. Okay. Next one. I know.
Mom, Eric, Mom doesn't want you downstairs anyway.
That's right.
That's not true.
Not with those feet.
She told me.
She probably did.
She probably told you a lot of things, man.
Mama said.
We talk. She calls me and she tells me everything that exhausts her about you. She's just.
That's a long phone call.
And you better take care of her on Sunday.
Just saying.
Mother's Day.
Moving on. Maybe garden display all day. I think Justin's on his own right now. He's having his own conversation all by himself. He's at Maple Leaf Gardens. I don't know what that has to do with anything we were talking about. All right, name. If Eric didn't do this on Friday nights, I would send him insulting DMs on IG all night. You probably still do that, but I think you're not wrong.
He does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Joe Louis Arena had the shots. Okay. Yep. That makes sense. That stands out. Yep.
Yes, they did. Yes, that's true.
Bob Jackson says go Bruins. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, go Bruins.
Do you know
so
where
what the score was? It 6-2 or what was it?
6-2.
6-2. Okay, gotcha.
Do you know the troughs for Maple Leaf Gardens? It's an interesting story. They ended up on a pig farm in Ontario somewhere, and that's what they fed the pigs in. They buried them and they feed the pigs. That's I know. Mm-hmm. It's horrible. There you go. But that's where they ended up.
What year was the reprint, Eric? I think it was with Topps Heritage, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's at Heritage 2001.
Yeah, it's 98.
Yeah, somewhere in that range. I think that's right.
98.
Oh, was it in the late 90s one? Okay. Because Topps did a little mini run there in the late 90s. They did 98, 99, 2000, and then 01, I think they had Heritage. So they had about a 4 or 5 year run there. They had also done earlier, but then they had about a 4 or 5 year run in that late 90s, early 2000s, and then kind of went away again and then became these other guys.
Yeah, 1998.
Okay, so I would guess then 98, 99 Topps probably, or maybe Heritage, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. Topps, name here. Carlos, do you have a single favorite Medano card in your collection? If so, what is it? 97, 98, Upper Deck, Wizards. It is the
and you don't have
Sixth Sense Wizards. Sixth Sense Wizards. That's always the one that I pick from that late 90s period. That's always my favorite card.
Do you have it? Did you say?
I do have that one. Yeah.
And you do.
That one I consider to be one of my top tier 1 cards because I like it. If somebody is a lot of people would probably choose the totally certified the platinum gold because it's got a really attractive look. It plays with the light extremely well. That would be right up there. Like, but for me, the Sixth Sense Wizard is one that I've always enjoyed. Yep, the Mirror Platinum. That's the one. Yep. It's not Mirror Platinum Medallion, but it's the Mirror Platinum from Totally Certified. And yes, I do. It is numbered 230. Let's see here. Gretzky would be 3rd. When does Eric start Cyclocross? When does Cyclocross start again, Eric? When do they fight for their freedom? I was actually watching the clips from the year-end video where I made fun of Cyclocross with Amish Dave. And I said, Cyclocross, we fixed it. We made it the post-apocalyptic war for their freedom. And then Eric was like, that's not what it is. And I said, I know, because that sounds cool. Cyclocross, your version sucks.
Starts in the fall, goes all through winter.
And not one person dies because it sucks.
Wow.
Paul says he quit because he insults his mom. She stopped making cookies. Therefore, he stays for this abuse. Now hit the like button. Thank you, Paul. Todd. Howie Moran's and 51 Parker's House. Love the tops, but the 51 is it. Well, I think you'd be in the minority. Like I just think 51 is hideous. It's just a bad looking card, but it is the rookie. The problem with the 52,
and that's the only reason really why they like it, because it's not a very good picture of him.
No,
really
but the reason why I like the conversation though is because in the example given, it was the 52 tops, which is not the rookie.
That's right.
So that's kind of the thing. You got to bear that in mind if you try to be a fair on the comp. The 52 tops is not the rookie for Manuel.
And most of the 51s are like that. There's a few good 51s, but most of them like that. They're very small, very pixelated. The colors are just, they run, they just off center. Just not my favorite set for sure. And, it is technically, for rookie cards, but they're just not my thing. And you can say that, you're a hockey guy, you love all cards, but no, there's a lot of sets I don't like.
No, you can have preferences.
C57, that's an amazing set because, they're rare and they're the real photos of the players. And actually, we don't have a lot of real old, baseball, tons of photos everywhere, basketball, football, but hockey, very few real photos. So it's hard to see those guys and what they look like. And so, and that set is like, I don't know, it's like 20-30 to 1 that you find the C55s and C56s. So C57 is a very, very tough set. Mm-hmm. And actually the Vesna's just been going crazy. That set's been going up dramatically just because on rarity alone. And actually looks too, because the other ones really are, they're colorized pictures, and renditions that were done on stone and printed in reverse. And, it's just, they're nice, but the C57s, at least the real photos of the players, which I really like. And the 32 of them of the set are from the Sweet Capra photos, original photos, and those are beautiful.
Same as the 1911 Sweet Cockerels.
Yep,
same photo.
Now, one thing I was going to touch on, then I'll read a couple of comments here to get caught up, is that I think if you're a collector, not even hockey, let's just say collector in general, you can have preferences. And I actually think it makes you a more discerning collector. You'd be like, oh, I love everything. It's like, okay, well, do you not have an opinion on anything? Because that's not very interesting. I think you can have preferences. I think you can think, hey, you can appreciate the hobby. You can appreciate the cards. You can appreciate all this thing and still be like, yeah, that set's a little ugly for me. And then you can still enjoy the other set and be like, that's, I joked about it for the hockey thing. I collected that 60 Parker set. Is that anybody's favorite set? I doubt it. But I like the striking colors. I think the cards look nice. I enjoy them for what they are. I think that 54 top set is a beautiful set. I think that's a great set. It's also an iconic set. It's very good. I think some of those sets that we talked about, the tobacco ones, I think some of them are aesthetically nicer than others. But you can also have a couple of nice ones that you like that are a little more off the beaten path. In the baseball with the tobacco cards, a lot of people hate the T207s. I don't mind them. I think some of the pictures look interesting. They're drab. They're kind of dull, but that almost makes them a little more interesting because they're like, somebody came up with this design. And they decided to release the set. And there's some really good players, some iconic players in this. And for many years, that penalized it. You could get a Walter, I think it was Walter Johnson was in the checklist. So you could get this Walter Johnson card, and it was cheaper than the T206 version of the other ones. Because people, but it's so ugly. But in some ways, it's kind of a little more interesting.
Yes.
I'm not saying aesthetically it's nicer, but it is interesting. The T3 Turkey Reds. I love the design on that one. I think those look great.
Reds are nice, yes.
But they're also big, so they're a little cumbersome to house, and like there's certain
Like
issues
cabinet
with that.
photos, I think they call them.
Mm-hmm. But I think some of the pictures on it are beautiful. I think extremely well done. So different strokes for different folk, but I just referenced multiple different versions, multiple different things during that period. So you can have preferences. I like this one not so much. I think this one's cool. Now this one doesn't do it for me. And that's perfectly fine. Somebody else will be like, oh, but I really like that set. Great. Then collect it and enjoy it. Nothing wrong
I
with
like
that.
the real photos of the players more than artist drawing. But on display boxes, I don't like real pictures of the players. I like the artistry on the box or the wrappers.
Collecting is all about contradictions. About contradictions.
And I just did the big contradiction there.
Mm-hmm. Billy Siller here says the Boston Centennial is still selling very well in Florida. I guess the Panthers like to own the Bruins.
Yes.
Let me comment on this quickly.
Leave Billy alone.
3 points. Three points for Billy. Point number one.
SB Signature Legends.
I hate you. That's number one.
Point number one.
Number two, I predicted not only the Bruins losing to Florida, but getting swept by Florida. 3, I have to ask you, how are the Detroit Red Wings doing in the playoffs? So I hate you. Pick Bruins to lose. How's Detroit doing in the playoffs?
They're not even in the playoffs.
Billy's indirect retort that wasn't related to that. Eric used the phrase oxymoron earlier. I'm surprised he knew another word on the F-bomb can go before the word moron.
I hate
Valid.
you. I'll just leave it with that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Now here's a question from Robert. He says 51 to 63. What is the best looking Parkhurst hockey set? So we know Eric's choice. He's already established that a little earlier tonight. So we talked about 51 is my least favorite. I think it's the ugliest. I'm throwing it in the garbage can right away. But best looking, in your opinion, in your assessment?
I think for everybody's opinion, you really have to go with the 63 because of the 3 different designs. So you had 3 to choose from. You had the puck design, you had the American flag and Canadian flags. That and
it was like the pre-Canadian, wasn't it? It was like that other flag.
Yeah,
for the 63, I think they used the pre-Canadian like flag that they had there.
It's the British flag.
It was a variation of it. It was a variation. I forget
what it's called now, but yeah, and then you had another variation of the cards too, vertical with a nice design in the background. So the 63 gives you 3 choices, and they're actually all really, really nice. There's another issue too. Yeah, see, there you go. You got any others? Anyway,
I don't think I do. I just
might just be the what? I'm gonna see, Bobby. I should be able to pull up something. I have
a couple of Gordie Howe's.
Well, let's look through them. Actually, there is another issue that has the Plant, and it has the Canadiens logo in the green in the background, and the Toronto Maple Leaf logos in yellow, and those are beautiful too. Those are 61s?
61.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me show you. So I'll start off. Let me show you for the 63s. I'll show you a couple of the versions of the color of the designs that we're talking about. Because to Bobby's point, there are 3 different designs. Here's one. So this is what we were referring to with the not Canadian, but representing
what's
the Canadian.
The name of it? It's the
well, this looks like this is the Union Jack.
Union Jack, yeah. That's it.
So that just looks like it's a British flag, effectively.
That's the Canadian flag at that time.
Yeah. So here again is another example of that. I'm just going to scroll through. Here's another one. Another version.
Yeah.
You got with the stripes in the back there.
Those are okay. On certain colors, like they went red with red, so I don't really know why.
Yeah, that one's not that. This one's not the best example, but it is an example. It's kind of what we're referring to.
They do pop elsewhere.
So let me see here if I'm going to pull up. If I'm going to grab a different one. This person only has a handful of images, so I'll see if I can find one that has the 3rd variant.
Oh, there we go.
Sometimes they share some pictures, sometimes they don't. So
the 3rd variants are very beautiful, well done. They're pulling out the stops at the end here, hoping 3 different wrappers. I'm wondering how the box looked if there's 3 different boxes. Remember, we've only found 3 boxes that have all from 51 to 63 of Parkhurst hockey display boxes. because they were outselling Topps like 10-1. Because Topps only had the 4 American teams, and they weren't doing shit at that time. So Toronto was and Montreal were the mainstay for hockey card sales.
Okay, 63, 64, and I think the last version is here.
Yet we found all the Topps boxes.
There you go. So I think, if memory serves me, I think this is the last version.
Should be. No.
You got
That's
the
the
different
same
ones.
as the other one. Really.
This one has it with a puck there. So this is the one with the stripes,
Yeah,
and then
full
one with the
body,
puck?
partial body, but it has those lines
okay.
in the background. The other one is a puck. It's yellow background, and they're superimposed in a puck.
I'm gonna take a look. I want to say that was
we only had an app.
If
people had it up. I'm just taking a look because they did take pictures of all the different ones.
Somebody say app.
I think he was referring to appetizer. That's all I remember.
Yes.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Yeah, we are. What can I have?
Yeah, I'll see if I can take a look while we're getting a couple of comments here.
Custom. You can't find the other version?
I went through the whole list of them. I saw the flag on the back, I saw the stripes, and then I saw the stripes with the puck. I know the one you're talking about, the one where it's just like a puck, like a big puck in the background. But I didn't see it in that 63,
player
64.
superimposed in it.
I'll take a look and see if I can find it. I'll find another one there. Give me a minute.
At one of the expos.
It said 63, 64.
That was the one I was looking at originally. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like Carl. I don't see like there's the flag, there's the
I
stripes.
feel like it was a different year that had the big puck, the one you're talking about.
Oh, the
Maybe,
big one? No, that's 63, 64. There's a Belleville, there's a How.
There was only an app. Oh my god.
I'm on it.
Oh, get down on it.
What?
There's a
What'd you
Stanley
say?
Cup.
You didn't say nothing.
He said nothing. He said nothing about nothing.
On it.
Nothing.
Could have sworn I heard him say something about something.
Nope. No recollection of anything you're talking about. Stop lying to people.
Damn thing. No.
So it's like a whole puck, basically.
Well, there was a design that was a whole puck, yes, and then there was one that
with
was
like Gordie Howe or Jean Beliveau autograph.
Yeah, I had the Gordy,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
Not yet. I bet you do.
Oh, I don't. We haven't loaded all those yet. Ah, shoot. Okay. Actually, I think the uncut sheet should be there. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Wrapper. There should be a picture of the uncut sheet. Oh, there's the puck premiums. Oh, the sheet's on the other one, I guess.
So you're talking about the one where it's yellow and like there's a player superimposed on a puck?
Yeah.
That's 62, 63. That was the year before.
Wasn't there 3 designs on this?
So there was 3 designs, I think, on multiple years. So 63, 64 had 3 designs.
Yeah.
So here, Bobby, this is what is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's the year before the one that I was just looking at.
No, not that one.
The other
This
one.
one with the puck with the player superimposed?
No, not that one. I think it was the other
Okay.
one.
There's
Let's
one
take
that
a look
gets
at it.
white with the puck and the player over it.
Yeah. Is that 62, 63 as well?
That's 62, 63.
Yeah, that's so. So that's also that year.
Okay.
Yeah. So there were 2 years that had multiple designs.
Like
here we go.
look 62, 63. Boom, boom, Jeffrey on. There you go.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
Oh, that's the 62-3. That's the uncut sheet I found. Okay, that has the 3 designs. Right?
So that's the prior year. The other one
right.
that we just showed had multiple designs, including the
That's
flag
right.
background, but that's a different year.
True enough.
They're back-to-back years, so it basically creates that confusion with it.
It's okay. I can't remember everything.
So Todd here says, I agree
So
with Bobby.
actually,
Hockey
the
boxes
62 is the best design then.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, they do have multiple variants there as well, so you can see 3 different designs with the players that you got there. I agree. Hockey boxes do not have real photo for nostalgia reason. Need to have a cartoon style. Fair. Yep. So CC caught it. Dr. Exclusive, yes. Where was winning as many cups this year as the Bruins? Wow, bold move.
Again, I just like to say, well, number 1, I hate you. And number 2, I agree with you. You're absolutely correct.
It's rough. It's rough. They are still technically in it. Yep. 62, 63 big puck. That's right, Robert. You nailed it. Yeah. Gordy and a PSA 8.
There we go.
I have it. Yeah. There you
The
go.
big puck.
Yeah.
Yeah, there should be a picture of an uncut sheet there. There it is at the bottom. Yeah. If you had the app, anybody, you would see the uncut sheet. I actually carried this out of the expo.
Yeah.
There's no app. I'm just
Hypothetically, it's like when OJ wrote "If I did it."
if
Bobby's talking about if I had an app. This is what it would be in it.
Every time I turn around to look for something, I keep hearing the
If
word
it
app.
doesn't fit, you must.
We're all really hungry. We want appetizers. Dominion flag was the Canadian flag before they went to the Maple Leaf. Yes, that is right.
So I carried that uncut sheet out of the expo when it showed up. There's only one uncut sheet ever found from 62.3, so that's what I remember. But there's still a nicer. Well, we have found the display box, which is beautiful, and it has Gordie Howe on it. Actually, it's probably one of the best boxes I've ever seen because it says Zip Gum Hockey. It says 51 autographed hockey cards, NHL 1962-63. It has everything a box needs on it. It has all the team logo, has 5 cents in a puck. It's like the ultimate box.
Nice. Sounds good.
You can't see it.
Alas. It's much like Eric's view of the app. We can't see it.
I knew it was something.
What app?
Hypothetically, there was one. So let me see here. Todd is saying, "What's the choice for tonight?" So Amsterdam Brewery is the one who does it. They've got a couple different ones, but this is the Steak Ult Lager Ale. It's kind of one of their seasonal brews that they've got from time to time, but that's from Amsterdam. So they're really good. I support them usually because they've actually got their brewery, but they will deliver, which is really nice. And you're supporting the brewery directly, and they're usually the driver will come in, and sometimes they'll leave you a couple of samples. Sometimes they'll be like, "Hey, we could try a new one." We threw that in with the order. Awesome. Sounds good. I appreciate that. So usually we'll support that. And usually what will happen is I'll ask my parents, like, "Do you want anything?" It's like, "Can you get the yellow one?" Sure. So I get it delivered over there, and then they get it, and I'll just grab the rest after. I leave the 6-pack of the yellow for them. And there you go. There you go. And if there's a free sample, depends on what it is. Sometimes I'll call to see your house.
I sent you a picture of the 62 box. So you can show people.
Once I get it here, I'll share it once I see it on the text here.
Surely.
Sounds good. But yes, so that's the answer to that question. That's good. Actually, I think we got a lot more hockey content than we usually do directly.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that might be a record for us. Right from the pre-war all the way through the 60s era. I got a 90s card in there. We ran the spectrum.
And you know what I was thinking with the 63 was 3 different wrappers.
Okay.
3 different premium offerings, for a hockey game, a Stanley Cup replica plastic puck, and a what was the other thing? And a puck, or one of 3 pucks. So they had 3 different wrappers that year, which was interesting. So I thought 3 different cards designs. My mistake. See, I'm a wrapper and box guy. What am I? I don't know. Anyways,
wow,
Bobby's a rapper.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got his hat on backwards.
Yeah,
it's true. It is true.
Who is this?
He's got rhymes for days.
Anyways,
rhymes for days.
In the garage, knowledge, toast, and that's all.
Yep. Well, it's got a couple of bars in there. Got a couple of bars in there. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah. So let me pose the question to you folks. Like I said, I covered the main stories that I wanted to make sure I touched on. We got bonus showcases of some fun stuff there, so we did get that included in there. It's actually been pretty filled for the first chunk of the show. It's actually been pretty good. We've gotten in a couple of different things there. Anything you folks want to touch on?
Yeah.
Because like I said, news-wise, it's been kind of quiet. Like I said, the $2 million thing was funny, but there's only so many things you can go into it. Like it's pretty straightforward.
You can only laugh.
They did something very silly. They shouldn't have done it. They should have been more secure with stuff that's supposed to matter, and we'll see if anybody finds the cards. We'll see what happens. Probably they'll be found. Maybe they'll find out that, oh crap, there's no way we can get rid of it. We need to pin this on somebody, and all of a sudden we'll find it in Eric's house. Maybe. He'll try to blame it on Yannick, and no one will believe him, and that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, definitely.
He blames everything on Yannick.
I do.
Right.
I do. I definitely do tend to.
So let me read a couple of things here. Bob Jackson says his rap name is the Burrell. Ice Cold Burrell. Well, we did have Spicy Eye. Now here we've got Eric. Get ready for it.
Okay.
Super chat from Capone 609. $1.25 each, but YouTube takes 30%. Damn the man. Damn the man indeed. First time I've seen this nickname. Thank you, Capone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your patronage.
We appreciate you. Name says, when in doubt, blame Eric. Facts.
Why don't you donate some money? How about that? How about instead of coming on here and attacking me every single Friday and harassing me through the Instagrams, why don't you put some money up so I get paid to put up with you?
Wow. Wow. It's a lot of venom. It's a lot of ridiculousness. You know, you wonder what happens there, Yannick. You know, the guy sits there, he plays with his lawn a little bit. He tries to have a little strip of land there so that people can run him over. Gets him very upset. It's terrible.
My lawn's ruined.
Well, why
Is it
watering it?
Is it though?
Because the man told me I have to.
Who's the man?
The man is the one who built my wall. And
The one who built your wall.
I had a wall. I had a wall put up to keep French Canadians out.
That wall is not strong enough, buddy.
Not even close. Mr. Eric, rebuild that wall.
I won't even have to take the sleeves off.
Pretty much.
I have actually a question. I sent you something, Carlos, yesterday.
Okay, so give me a minute. I'm grabbing Bobby's image. It's going to take me a moment. I'm just trying to do that first.
Yeah, you got to forward it, bring it over, and I know.
Well, normally, right now, because I've got the Mac here, normally it syncs up with the text, so I can just do it. But I'm just trying to. It usually does. That's why usually I can grab it pretty quick. But for whatever reason, it's not kicking in right now, and I'm trying to grab it from the phone. It's going to take me a second. I normally don't have to bother with it. Usually, I can do it directly.
That syncs. Oh, that's cool.
It's actually a really nice feature, I will say. Because it keeps the whole thing. So that's why when you guys send me a text message, often I can respond very quickly. I'm actually doing it straight from on here.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. And I can type out a whole thing sometimes because I can do it with keyboards.
So I'd have to email it to myself, then answer it on my phone, and then upload it. Yeah, I know.
It's a very handy feature, I will say.
I'd say. Well, especially, on the fly, you have a podcast. You need to act fast. You can't just keep talking and try to email yourself and bring the picture in, crop it, whatever you got to do to it. So
that is right. All right. So here is the image that you were referring to. With a little bonus, we get us in the corner, but we got the image there. So we've got the Zip Hockey Gum 62, 63. All right. You want to tell me a little bit about what we're seeing here?
Yeah. This is the one of, I guess, how many boxes have been? 1, 2, 3 full boxes and 1 partial top. So this is the most recent box find. It was a few years ago. And it's got everything that you need on the. See, you got Montreal and Toronto because that's all they had, right? Actually, Detroit should be there too.
Detroit,
yes, Detroit is in there. Yep.
Yeah, you got the 5 cents. That's how much it was. You have NHL. You got the year dated on the box. It says 51 autographs, so you know how many's in the set. It's the Zip Hockey Gum because that's what they had on the out of the pack. It's everything, and you got Gordie Howe on it. Like honestly, that's just. It's the best box I've ever seen.
And the best part about it is the Gordie Howe picture they use is basically the image they use for like multiple cards.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I want to say I'd have to go double look at the card again. I'm pretty sure they use that in 60 Parkers and 61. Yes. For sure. Those two for sure.
That's exactly what it looked like. Yeah. But they didn't use it in 62. So,
yeah. So there's a couple. And you guys ever go, so I've talked about this before. To each their own. I enjoyed collecting the 60 Parkers because, again, it was a streamlined set, good players in it. I felt like it was a good combo of different great things. 61, 62 is almost identical conceptually, except they took similar images, except they put the background behind them with logos.
With the logos.
And it's actually a shorter set. 60 Parkers, I want to say, was 61 cards, and I think 61 is 51 cards.
51. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so it's actually 10 cards smaller.
But I like when they put the logos on the back. But the color coordination wasn't great on all of them, but the font is gorgeous. There's a couple others that are really, really nice. But that box, what's that box worth? Here we go again.
At least a couple of Eric like buttons, at least a few. So
I'll give you $20 for it.
I had 30.
American.
All right.
Bobby only accepts the real currency of this world. He wants 20 Bitcoin.
I would say about 10K USA.
20 Bitcoins more. Yeah. A little bit more.
Maybe.
Oh, a little bit.
Well, I did not watch. This reminds me of it all comes back around. I did not watch the Tom Brady roast because it doesn't because Tom Baby.
Why would you?
Because
we've literally done Tom Brady roast already.
so Tom Baby's.
I had a video package.
Every
They're talking about a
show.
fucking
And
Bobby. They didn't invite me to the fucking roast. I made a
Right.
video on this asshole.
Yeah.
I made fun of this guy plenty of times.
so I have no interest in watching him or supporting him or adding to the numbers of people who have watched and whatever. So screw him. But I did hear a clip on the radio that was done to kind of making fun of Gronk. But and I'm paraphrasing because I'm not a professional comedian. I just play one on TV.
You're barely an amateur one. Go on.
Where the woman that was doing the roast at the time said something to Tom like, "How did you fall for that crypto scam? You lost like $25 million. Even Gronk was smart enough to not get into that deal." And then she mimics Gronk by saying something like, some kind of
me no crypto, no money.
Me no crypto, not real money. Me no crypto, not real money.
Oh, that was great.
So I almost crashed the car when I heard that. So
That's funny.
I don't know if the rest of the roast was as funny as that, but I did hear that on the radio. And
now that's a roast. Bringing that up because he lost everything, didn't he?
He lost.
He didn't lose a fraction of a penny compared to what he actually has. He lost money, no doubt, but it's like you losing $50.
He probably
it sucks, but it's like big deal.
Paid in that currency, you know what I mean? Like
yeah. In reality, he got paid up front for a lot of the stuff he did related to it. So whatever he lost in there was dwarfed by what he actually got paid.
Good. I think it's fantastic. I hope he loses more.
He didn't really lose anything that matters.
I hate Tom Baby.
Yeah. There's a lot of things I'll make fun of Tom Brady for. I have no doubt about that, but I'm not worried about his financial situation. He's fine.
That was the funniest thing the FTX ever.
All he's got to do anyway is
Suckers.
charge for another.
Yeah, I was gonna say he'll find some idiots that'll pay $10,000 per, scribble a couple of B's, and he's got all his money back. Done.
Yeah.
Easy.
Doesn't take much.
Just make it let a W on him.
Why? Like, I mean, all these guys are signing crap anyway. Why not just one guy come up with the stamp and just start like stamping his autograph?
Get back to the old days, yeah.
You know,
why not?
It would
at least you'll be able to read it.
Well,
it would look a lot nicer than
the scribble, anyways. It would just be less labor for them.
Wow,
it's true. So Bob Jackson says, Eric, get your payout of the like button money. That's where the like button money's coming from. But yes. Yeah. Todd said, incredible box. Never seen this before. Amazing. Hope you enjoyed. Bob Jackson. So I appreciated this. I'll pay $13 Guelph dollars. It's like, little do you know, my friends, the exchange rate on Guelph dollars. Eric, you want to talk about funny money? Your American money is funny money. Guelph dollars, my friend. I'm going to need $1 Guelph dollar is equivalent to 1 Fort Knox. So you, my friend, do not have a Guelph dollar.
Yeah.
You're going to need to work real hard to get a Guelph dollar.
It's like Bitcoin.
Dollars are about as real as
crypto. It's way better than Bitcoin. Let me tell you, Eric, look, you right now, I will accept your denial only if you can provide a very clear rebuttal to this. Eric, without under penalty of accepting the truth, your life is not even worth $1 Guelph dollar. Exactly what I thought.
There you go.
Hit the like button.
Guelph is there's no place on this planet named Guelph. That's just
yet
a fictional place. You are not even worth $1 in the fictional place.
It's
not even Hogwarts.
Even me know Guelph not real.
Next fall expo, we're gonna take Eric on the car ride all the way to Guelph.
Listen, you could have anything made. You had one made with your face on it. Okay, so I mean, you could have anything.
This is very real, Eric, and it's spectacular.
Terry Hatch's greatest role.
That's not real money. That's right. That is right.
So Jeff, I'm assuming Geoff saw the roast, or maybe he just heard that one joke, but that was hysterical. I mean,
I don't mind.
I was
So
laughing
my thing
so
is,
hard.
I didn't bother to watch. I didn't bother to watch it because the problem that I have with it is even if you get a couple of good lines in there, the problem is Brady's in on it and he's good with it. I'm only interested in a roast if he legitimately wants to sue everyone because
he got mad once. I
Whoop
heard.
de doo. I want to hear a roast where they're literally character assassinating him. That's a roast I'm interested in.
I watched like a 2-minute recap just for they tried the happy handing joke one guy did, and apparently everyone was warned to don't go there, like don't even.
That's my point. The whole concept. Look, Tom Brady agreed to be part of this roast, aka he can outline what's off limits. So everything that was included, he was fine with it.
If you see the highlights, the guy does the joke. I can't remember his name. He's like one of the king roaster that has been doing this forever.
Geoff Wilson.
That's it. And he goes for it. And then Brady right away gets up, goes like right in his ear, whatever. And then basically you can tell, like, no, that's
what I mean.
So from what I don't want to defend Tom Baby because I hate him. But from what I understand, and what is being reported is he said that there's only two things you can't joke about, and that is my kids, and Robert Kraft in the massage thing. Everything else,
that's all people want to hear is the hand job thing.
But you know something, if I'm there to roast Tom Brady, kids should be off limits. I mean, that's just my philosophy. And you're not there to go after Robert Kraft and his issues. So if that is true, that Brady said, bring it on, anything you want about me, I'm good. But leave my kids out of it and don't mention Robert Kraft and the massage thing. I think that's fair.
No, I want the massage thing included.
Yeah, that's all.
We shall allow it. I shall allow it. Listen, as one of his illegitimate children, Robert Kraft, as his father, as his real father, not the other guy, as his real father, is certainly included. Done. They can go to the massage and get a relaxing massage. It'll be fine. Robert says Eric should have to make it anytime. He can't afford that either. Oh my God. Kraft is a grown-ass adult. You got to know it's coming. Yes. Look, anybody that goes in there that shows up understands you were basically in the firing range. It's like going down range and being like, "Don't shoot me." Then don't go down range.
But you know, if the deal was made and this guy's like, "Listen,
my point is that I don't care if there's a deal. I'm not interested in a roast that involves a deal. In fact, don't invite Tom Brady and tear him to shreds. The problem is that he's there means it's a deal. And then I don't give a shit what they say.
You go see the roaster guy and you tell him, don't talk about this. Fuck, the first thing I'm going to do is talk about it.
Okay, but do we all agree no kids?
I'm a jerk. I don't like kids.
I didn't say anything.
I said, you know what? Don't talk about the kids, but kick them in the face.
Because he'll throw more money at her.
I thought the hobby was all about thinking of the children.
Yeah, he's had kids with multiple women. Not one of them he wasn't even married to. So as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't care about the kids either.
I think it's a roast. Basically, if you go there, like gloves off, everything is.
Jeff Roth, yeah. Oof.
Again, I don't want to defend Tom Baby, and I feel like I am. But if all he said was, "Don't mention my kids," which I think is fair, and I don't want this one subject being broached.
Does it count if he adopts Gronk?
And he's not saying anything about him is off limits. So you can say anything you want to him about him. So I think that's fine.
Nah.
But what if he adopts Gronk and then we can't make fun of Gronk?
Yeah.
I think he may have.
So then Gronk was attacked.
Yeah.
Protect Gronk at all costs. He could have avoided the entire crypto problem. Jerks. See? Pathetic. Truly pathetic. And I bet they didn't even get fully signed Tom Brady autographs for their trouble.
Probably not.
Probably didn't. probably just put W's on him, like he did my friend.
On a deflated ball too.
Yeah.
All truth.
Because I would say later down the road, a sign stick by all the players, you'll never know who they are because they'll all be just W's.
Yeah.
Mitch
They'll be
Marner.
Tom who?
It's a W or an M. Mitch Marner. Mm-hmm.
So would you have felt differently if Tom Brady had signed a W, but like done an inscription that just said first NBA 3-pointer? He just randomly takes credit for shit that had nothing to do with him.
May as well.
But he still does the W. But he'll write some inscription shit.
That's good. I'll go with that.
I'm in.
At least
like,
that'll be legible.
That'd be kind of funny. But here's the best part: he does a W, but the inscription where he's admitting the things that he has nothing to do with is like perfect. It's basically calligraphy. It's like brilliant. It's like every letter is like beautifully articulated, like glorious. But you get a garbage W. But 4 7 years ago, our forefathers. It's like, you just get this whole thing, but it's a W.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty good.
Written beautiful, you know.
That'd be quite the troll job. It's like, wait, so you can write like, what is this? What is this?
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I don't like.
That's okay. A lot of people don't.
If anybody was signing like that, I wouldn't pay for it. I can't. How can?
No. Like, look. Okay. Can I transfer this? Like, as entertaining as it is for me for Tom Brady slander, and Lord knows I'm here for it. But can we shift it over for a second, actually, to a different topic? We talked about the autograph thing a couple different times, in a couple different iterations. Mm-hmm. I actually think the problem is, I understand and this is the topic that I actually want to touch on for a second. I understand the idea of I want to meet said athlete or whatever, even if it's just a short. Let's say it's a wonderful experience. Let's say they're friendly. Let's say they'll have a quick discussion with you, a short story, something like whatever. Good experience. And for the hell of it, let's say they sign a beautifully legible, wonderful autograph. Even then, there is a limit. There's like a certain point after which it's like, no, I don't care who you are. You can be fucking Jesus Christ. I'm not interested in paying this much for your signature. What on earth would I need this for? Like, it's too much. We've passed it. So in the example here that we'll use, Eric's favorite football player is for him the greatest of all time. But let's say he had signed beautifully, like a pristine signature where every letter is glorious, and he sits there and he gives you a firm handshake and a pat on the back and has a quick chat with you. I'm still not paying $10,000 for that shit.
No.
Like we've far past the point that this experience is worth to me. Like I don't know,
way past the Rubicon on that.
Yeah. So I understand the concept. I think there is a number. I think for every different athletes, depending on how much you like them, or celebrities or whatever, depending on how much you like them or how much the experience is worth to you, your number is going to be different than mine. But I think once we get 10,000, I don't care if I have billions of dollars. That's still too much goddamn money for what it is that I'm actually getting out of this. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I just
that takes
clarify. I think
1.5 seconds. And the hourly wage on that is.
I think the tickets were 3,600.
The tickets for that were 3,600, but those tickets were for that specific thing. I'm using a number based on what he's done for other signings for equivalent items. And it was 10,000 plus.
10 grand? Yeah, 10 grand.
It was 10,000 plus. Yeah, so in other signings where he's literally like, yep, I will sign your jersey, that will be $10,000.
No, it's gross.
Yeah. So the point is, like, we have an established figure. We have a baseline. So it's just so high. Again, in that scenario, if you pay the 10,000, he will sign it as well as he can. Like he won't stinge on it. He'll take his moment and sign it. But you pay $10,000 for the privilege.
How much would you charge Eric to sign autographs?
$10,001.
One chocolate stick and he's good.
I want to be above Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
Don't lie, you'll take the chocolate stick.
I will take the chocolate stick.
And
you totally will take chocolate stick. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So people have to pay 10 grand and bring you a chocolate stick.
That would be awesome.
No, it was 10,000. The $1 was the chocolate.
$10,001 plus
Yannick, what did we have for breakfast when you were here?
Chocolate sticks.
And what
you did not join him in chocolate sticks.
Yeah, he did.
I have a video.
He loved it.
That's
And they
deeply
played
disturbing.
swords with the chocolate sticks.
And
I
I
was gonna say, like,
told me like everything
I-
about chocolate sticks. I couldn't believe it.
Bobby, when you
And
look at
it's
the
true,
picture,
guys. You pull at the drive-through, and all you gotta say is chocolate stick, and then you drive through the window,
Bobby,
and then
you've seen based on the pictures what the
Yeah.
chocolate stick looks like,
Mm-hmm.
and then this man has the audacity to go like, "Oh my God, feet! Oh, I burnt my eyes."
Yes, exactly.
But instead he'll eat a donut that looks like what the dog does when you take it out for a walk.
Yeah, something that came out of a sphincter. Mm-hmm.
What I don't care.
That's
what,
literally what it looks like, man.
I wish I had a dozen of them right now. I'd be just all over them.
Well, go to a dog park. You can have a dozen of them right now.
Yep, free.
Put a little powdered sugar on top. Can you tell the difference for
Hey,
sure?
well, there are 2 people in this on this show right now that's had them. That's all.
Yeah, but we've already established Yannick is a very disturbed young man. Like, I have deep concerns for poor innocent Yannick. Look, it is only through the graces of the Burrell and myself that we have tried to rehabilitate this poor child for the horrible influence that you
atrocities.
We've tried. Like, you've committed effectively war crimes. It's just heinous. It's just heinous. Again, this man lost his sleeves for you. Lost his sleeves.
Yes.
The shirts came with sleeves, Eric. They came with sleeves.
Wow.
Don't worry, Yannick. We will protect you. We will protect you.
He still came up 1 card short. So, I'm the victim here, not him.
You're never a victim. On a good day, you're only a mild perpetrator. On a good day.
That's it.
Atrocities.
Ugly
Truly
feet.
atrocities.
Look at that, Yannick. That came in the mail today.
that's good because yours, I don't think we'll ever see it again. That's Bob.
Where is it? I haven't heard the story.
Oh, you have heard the story.
I have not heard the story. I don't know where my Dennis Hull card is. Where is it?
Well,
It was consumed by a
it's a
dog
short
that's being
story.
converted into a chocolate
Let's
stick.
say someone was supposed to help us, and at the very beginning, I had the feeling that that's not the way I should have take this, and then the card wasn't in my possession anymore, and I just didn't want to go through the whole explaining why and the whole thing. So I just the card is gone. So basically, someone was supposed to get the card signed. The card's gone, and we don't know if we'll ever see that person again.
Wow.
So it was a stranger. It was just used to grab a random.
No, we know who that person is, I guess, but
We
we'll probably
guess.
see him. If he's not dead by November, we'll see him in November, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that he still has it?
What's that?
Does he still have it?
I don't know.
I don't know. I wasn't. Anyways, if he got it, then I'll see him at the next show on the 25th.
Don't worry about it. He's got one now, right?
Yeah.
I got it off of the eBays.
Same difference. There you go.
Eric, I gotta be honest. You're dealing with a lot. You're dealing it through multiple layers of shadiness. I'm kind of appreciating where this is going. Like, I'm like, I think the guy has it, and we trusted the guy to do the thing. No names.
I tried to save you fucking $35, and it basically
Don't save him $35. Charge him $35 and the like button.
bit me in the ass. Sorry.
I think so.
That's fantastic.
So
I'm not paying for it.
I got 19 here.
19. That's
19, man. Ask Bobby how much time I wasted on this.
Oh, every second of it was wasted. All of it.
Fuck. I had to
Unbelievable.
talk to like strange people that were like
a lot.
lining up to get these guys signed. Who the hell goes and stand in line to get Jean Pronovo, Jim Morrison?
You should have led with who the fuck are you? You look at the card like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, I was just like, I don't
I
know.
used to play hockey. He's like, I'm sure you did. So did a lot of
It's
people in
like,
Canada.
oh,
Who the
nice
fuck
to
are
meet you. I said, that's just for my retarded friend. I said, just say you know what color?
He's like, Yannick.
I said, she asked what color.
I
said,
should reprimand you for such language, but I will allow it.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
Nice to meet you. Yeah, I really don't care about you. Go pound sand. Go kick
I had
rocks.
no idea the guy was. I was like, okay, I get it. You played with so and so, but you know.
Or so you claim. When you look at him, did he look like he looked on the card? He could have been
No,
anybody. He
not
was just
even
some
close.
old guy. He was just some
That's
old
right.
man. He
That's
was
right.
lonely.
You go to the
Bingo night
expo.
had let out early, and he
I
showed
remember
up. And like, what do you want?
I know you go to the
He-
expo and they have all their pictures when they were a hockey star, and then you go, "Who's that guy?"
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's the guy I want to get.
Well,
signed
Bobby, the
to.
problem is it gets a little complicated. So what Yannick is too polite, and bless him, bless his heart. He's too polite to tell Eric that in certain situations it got a little bit complicated because he would look at the guy, look at the photo, and then look at the guy and go like, "Are you sure this is the same person?" "Oh yeah, it's totally the same one." And the problem is he would look at the photo and then he'd look at the guy and they go, "So when did you become black?" And it got increasingly complicated from there. Like it was just confusing. It was confusing for everyone involved. I don't know what happened. So Eric, I can't be sure who signed your cards. Is the point that I'm trying to get across? It could have literally been anyone. I'm not completely convinced Tom Brady didn't sign one of your cards. It could have been the black guy who was hanging out there who was just he was tired. He needed a chair to sit in, and Yannick was like, "What the fuck? Please sign this," and he did. And a nice gentleman, he signed it. That was wonderful. I'm sure the Burrell signed one, and a couple of guys at the bar, I think, signed a few of them. So pretty good. I think you're all good.
Maybe the handler signed it. I didn't even look.
Yeah.
Even the girls at
Pretty great.
Montana's.
So
Mhm.
how many
Fantastic.
cards? How many cards in the set? How many you have, Eric?
Yeah, what's the count? He's got it written down. Don't worry. It's on the back of a used envelope from 1984.
And now Yannick L2 for
Told
about 25% the whole set, and
Well,
just
so
that one
the
weekend.
ones that you have are all O-Peachy, right?
Yes, sir.
You're not doing tops and O-Peachy, are you?
I'm doing anything I get my hands on.
He's that
He is
special.
the sick man.
buddy.
He is the sick
So-
man.
So
He's a
this
special,
is
special boy.
the tops. All the blue is what I have for tops, and then the O-Peachy one, which is a bigger set, is a little bit less.
It's a lot less. Like we actually got you started.
So
I was gonna say, based on the pile that Yannick has there, it's a good thing he found some randos around Mississauga to sign shit for you.
I even hook him up with a guy who owns a whole lot of them.
Yannick, I listen. I don't know why Eric has made this into such a production. Bobby, listen, we could charge him like $5 a pop. We could get these cards and we'll sign all that shit. I'll write first NBA 3-pointer and a bunch of them. Like it's no problem.
Right now, I gotta make sure the whole like how much Eric owes me, and again, it's 2 points per Friday interest. So
Wow.
until I get that money, they're staying here. And if I have to bring him and you haven't paid yet when I get home, I'm gonna go tell mom.
Jay, there's no need to bring her into this.
Yannick, I thought you were gonna go camping, and if it gets cold, you need whatever kindling you can find.
Yeah, you'll need
I'll
0.1.
just whatever the retaining wall in the back, or I'll start peeling the patio, or just
You have to come up with
Not too
0.15 of a Guelph dollar. So watch out.
I'm pretty sure I'll go knock at the neighbor and tell them I'm here to take care of Eric, and they'll just welcome me in the house.
They'll be like, "It's about damn time.
It's about damn time.
We've been waiting for this day. Thank you, sir. Thank you, bearded man with no sleeves. You are here to save us."
It's Jacques Tabernac.
It's rough times there, Eric. I gotta be honest. It's pretty rough times out there in those streets. It's not looking good, man. I don't know what to tell you.
No, it's not good. It's not
Next
good.
time you're up,
Anyway.
we'll take you to Montana's. They're nice there.
Holy shit, man.
Hey, oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. So two things. So I know Justin is having a conversation all by himself. He's having a good time. I'm going to leave him be. He's doing his thing. But I am curious if anybody else in the chat. By the way, so two things. Number one, is there anything else you would like to discuss? Let me know. But number two, I want to do this now. Now, since I've got a moment, indulge me. Mr. DeBrell, from the Garage of Knowledge. We're done slandering Eric for the moment. But Mr.
Yes.
Brell, could you please give us a food review of Montana's? Indulge me, please.
It's funny.
Start
I
with your plate.
yeah. It's funny. I saw a commercial today and I said, boy, that place looks really good. Well, when you go through the doors and you realize where you're sitting, I guess that part wasn't bad. We had decent seats and it seemed pretty nice. And they did
So
start
real quick,
off,
I'll give a lay of the land. This was the dinner that in the past we've had it at Chop, we've had it in the
but
past.
we were
So
getting
in this
poor
case,
service.
yeah, we had a situation where basically, we had a day that you had already gotten a reservation. So in this case, it was Montana's, and then it was myself, it was Steve Angel, it was his buddy, and it was Josh, his buddy, and then myself, obviously, and then Yannick was there. So it was a bunch of us that basically got a chance to sit down, break bread, hang out and converse. That part of itself, I don't think there were any complaints. We had some fun. We sat down, we chatted, but yes, Bobby was less than enthused with the food. So please. Take up the story from there.
Yes, I certainly was. And here's the funny part about it is actually when I booked the restaurant, Montana's is a chain, so I actually booked the wrong location because it was.
Whoa! Wait a minute.
I'm not finished.
No, so it's
because it was on There was one on Airport Road, and I was like, okay, it's on Airport Road, but it wasn't. It was the other one off that other street.
Oh. So that happens sometimes. You go to the wrong location.
It's okay. I called the day before, and I said, okay, I better call the other one. So I had to cancel that one. Then I called this one, and I said, do you have a table for 8 available? And this should have been the big, no at this point. They say, yeah, sure, we got a table for 8. So you're calling basically the day before that you got to go on a Saturday night. 8 table available, so the restaurant isn't really that busy for some unknown reason. Anyways, we did get our appetizers and drinks, which took a phenomenal amount of time, and nobody was served at any one point in time other than 2 dishes at a time. So they bring 2 dishes and 2 dishes. I figured, okay, what's the easiest thing you can't screw up? Because I'm looking at the menu and going, okay, yeah, steak, crap steak. I wanted a ribeye, but they had strip loins, whatever. So I got the easy thing. I got the easiest thing you can get, and I got the fajitas. So it's not like they even cooked the peppers, and the chicken was very lukewarm. It might even be on the edge of salmonella at that point. The tortillas were nice, actually. Those were the ones. They were pretty soft, and they were actually warm. I think the girl kept them under her arm while she walked out the food. But anyways, so they put that, and I put it together, and they give you a little bit of cheese and a little bit of sour cream, and it was just like we were hungry, so you had to eat it. But it was just, I just said, okay. They didn't cook the peppers, didn't cook the onions. There was no flavor on it. The chicken was charbroiled, but there was nothing on it. It was like dry, but it was one of those seasoned ones, so it had enough salt injected in it that I probably didn't have to pee for the rest of the evening. Anyways, and then I think Yannick, you got the burger. A burger, did you?
You're muted, Yannick.
Oh,
I went chicken burger. I played it safe.
Is that safe though?
I went with a burger. I feel like the burger is safer than chicken.
You were actually
listen.
Okay.
I'm the only
one who finished my plate for sure. So
I finished my plate. I ate the whole thing. Like
there's 2 of us.
Little did we know that there's if you have a birthday, they come over and they sing this different kind of birthday song.
Holy.
Sure.
And I think 8 people had birthdays there. I think you must get a free meal or something, because there's no other way you'd go there for a free meal. And it was just horrific service. Glasses of water came at random times. You asked like 15, lady would disappear and somebody else would appear and going, you guys okay? And it's like, no, we're waiting for our order. Yeah, 15 minutes. Then I had to use the washroom at the end to go, oh, geez. As you slid into the urinal and you almost fell into, it was just dirty everywhere, and it was just horrible. So Montana's is not on the menu. Huh?
Yeah, well, CC was specifically. So what we'll do in November is we will pretend that we booked an order and send Eric there, and the rest of us will go somewhere else. I think that's how. I think that's how
Jack
we'll play
Astor's or something.
Yeah, anything. Anything. Oh, by the way, so I was going to say one thing. So you guys weren't privy to the last piece, although I did share the story, but I'll repeat it again. So at the end of all of it, we all pay our bills, whatever.
Mhm.
I'm the last one. So so basically I'm there, and the girl hands me the machine. She just barely punched in anything. She hands me the machine and she's like, oh, and I'm like, okay. And literally I'm like, do you want to watch me pay and get the thing? And it's like, oh, I'll come back for it. I'm sitting there like, I could literally just put the damn machine down, just like walk out the door, because she literally left me with the damn machine in my hand and my card.
Yep.
And I actually had to punch in the number myself. Basically, I was sitting there like, because she hadn't actually pressed the enter. I could have changed the number. I could have made it lower. Like
30 cents.
Yeah, like
Good deal.
it's like $1.50. That's what you get, including the tip. I was like, do not leave me with the machine. You at least fit. You should at least let me tap the thing and then take the printout and take it with you. Like
They were just, it was so random there. It was just horrible service. Like they were just, it was like one of those coming of age movies where they're all working in this restaurant and it's kind of funny. Actually, I think there was a good movie. I don't know if you ever seen it. It was called Waiter.
is that the one with Ryan Reynolds?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it
Oh, I
Waiting?
saw that.
I think it was Waiting.
Yes. Waiting. It's almost like that, you know, all the shit that goes on in the back. And
Never
everything.
fuck with people that handles your food. Ever.
That's
Never.
right. Exactly. So that's why we're not going back, because somebody's going to hear this and it's going to come back to us.
I was gonna say, that's why we're sending Eric. Eric will
The fajita
personally
taste
vouch
too
and
good for
check
a
the food.
reason.
Yeah.
So
Eric will
don't
personally
order
vouch and
fajitas.
taste test everything.
Absolutely.
So it was just a horrific meal. And it's like $72. I went, what? What? It's just so much money. I would rather got a steak.
Hey,
somewhere.
Carlos,
Yes.
I'm gonna try to share a video right now.
You're going to try to share a video right now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying like the sharing file thing on
Okay.
Randomly.
StreamYard there.
And then you can, there's a special video.
I'll let you know if I can see something, but right now I can't see anything. So
No, yeah, hang on. I'm not doing anything. I'm just trying to.
all right.
There you go. How about
You
that?
videotaped Montana's. Oh no.
I was gonna say that'd be
Like,
impressive. right there.
are you supposed to receive something?
Got 50,000.
Basically, so Yannick, what would happen? The problem is when you're sharing a file, it's a little tricky. But what should happen is basically it would give me another option here. You got the four of you guys. I would get another little screen that I can click on, but right now I don't have anything.
Because I
So that's
hit
the answer.
video file. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah. So
anyway,
click
you'll
video
let me
file.
know.
Should come up.
Right now I don't have anything yet, so I'll let you know.
Oh,
But
If worst come worst, I'll share the screen.
well, you can always do that, or you can
when it's
always
small, right?
Let's try that.
You can share a video. I did it one time.
yeah, you can share a video. If you share screen, it'd probably work better for you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Makes the video smaller though, but
Yeah. Bottom line,
Yeah.
CC, yes, absolutely. I think that will be an obvious choice. I think the booking must happen, and like I said, it's table for one. I think we know where Eric's going to be having dinner.
mm-hmm. We'll have to find a better place. I like Mandarin, which is a nice buffet, but it's hard to socialize there because everybody's talking.
It would be very difficult. Yes.
Yeah, so you don't get any, and half the party's social. Well, actually, it was all social at the last one because the food was no fucking. I don't even think that was food.
Classic. All right, so Yannick. So now I do have something. All right, here, hold on. All right, so now there we go. I see a bougie Eric.
Oh God.
Are we ready?
Yes.
So I see you. I don't know if we can hear you, but I do definitely see it. So
I like
you
I'm
got it
wearing
here.
the same hat.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the ordering of the chocolate sticks? He's so proud of himself. I think we can do commentary over this. Here is the bougie one in his natural habitat. He's thinking about running over a man. He's looking.
I've done worse.
He's folding his
His
ones
money.
that he's going to be using at the club later. Very exciting. Puts that in his pocket. Then just drives out of the street.
Mm-hmm.
This is riveting. By the way, I'm also going to give Doc Yannick points because Yannick, we can do this. Like, come on, buddy. Like, we got to take a widescreen. Let's get a
Usually.
So we saw Eric order, grab some cash, and
Yeah.
what were we supposed to be looking at?
And there's no volume, obviously.
Six.
Oh, there's no volume?
No volume.
No, there was no volume to it. Why do you think I was giving commentary over it? I was like,
Okay, I'm
and
sorry.
Eric rolling through, folding up his ones.
So why
That's
there's
why,
no volume?
Bobby, I had to add the color commentary to you know to give us
a
a
little
Very
bit
nice, very nice.
little ambiance, you know, had to help us out. I don't know if with the file sharing, I don't know if you'll be able to do the. I think Yannick, in order to do it, I think you'd probably have to host it somewhere. You do have a YouTube channel, you could always just upload it there, and it'd be easier just to do that.
Maybe, yeah.
Gotcha.
Especially if this is a short video, you can probably do it as an
Because
unlisted video.
I have the sampling right after that. That you know, Eric is doing basically his breakdown on how you're supposed to enjoy the chocolate stick.
Oh my god!
Oh,
I'll wait for the audiobook.
yeah.
So Carla here says,
It's
looking
about
forward
30
to seeing.
seconds, but it's
Yeah. Ted
Go ahead,
Montana's
sorry.
Grill, or is it something else? I think they just call it Montana Steakhouse.
Montana,
I think that's
yeah.
the name of it. Yeah. It's just Montana Steakhouse.
I don't even know if it's steakhouse.
I think it used to be.
Just Montana's because there wasn't many steaks to choose from. I think there was a
No, I get you, but I think the name of
sirloin.
it used to be longer.
A
That's what I'm
sirloin
gonna go-
steak is like, hey, you don't want any flavor to your steak, get a sirloin. If you want it lean, you want to lose some weight, okay, get a sirloin. And I think the other one was
They call it Montana's BBQ and Bar.
BBQ and bar. Yeah, because
Yeah,
they have.
that's what I mean. Like it used to be like a different name. Like I actually used to think it used to be a longer name.
Mm.
Montana's opens first restaurant in Oakville. Montana's becomes our
Probably-
in-house smoked ribs.
Yeah, I should have went for those.
There you go.
Well, in hindsight, it still would have been poor service
Right.
because the service was just horrific. Honestly, it's like they didn't know. It's not like they had enough people there. It's just like the girl didn't come back to our table. And then she was over there and then she was gone. And where they would go for 20 minutes, I'd like to know. Because the other people had different servers on the other side. Like I seen all the people in the back there. It's almost like they were all hanging out at the grill, kind of talking.
Right.
You know? It's kind of
Okay, here it is. I found it. Montana's BBQ Bar originally, in some cases, still branded as Montana's Cookhouse Saloon.
Cookhouse Saloon. Wow, that's
That was
actually
like the-
more appropriate.
Yeah, that was the OG name of it.
Mhm.
And now it's 105 restaurants located in
How
Canadian
do
province,
they
things
do
like that.
it?
Yeah. And they also were a subsidiary of Kelsey's Original Roadhouse.
Oh, I like Kelsey's though. It was good.
Kelsey's is fine. Kelsey's is good.
Yeah.
So look, there's certain restaurant chains, like they're chains, but there's certain chains that are usually fine.
Better
Kelsey's is
than
usually
others.
fine.
Sure.
Moxie's is pretty okay. I think it's pretty
No,
decent.
actually, they've buffed it
Yeah.
up. They've really
Okay,
buffed it.
but even better. And but even before
But
they
they
did
were
that, I
slummy.
considered them to be pretty decent. I consider it to be pretty decent.
They were slummy before with a decent
Yeah.
menu, but now they're really high end.
Great. But so that's another one that I think no one would have an objection to. I think that's fine. So there are some chains that I think are fine, and some of them there's like
Very few.
yeah. So it's
Even
like you work
Swiss
with what you
Chalet
got
has
at that point.
really lost and dropped the ball because you're
Well-
getting this little pigeon. It might as well be squab and opposed to chicken. It's just a small piece, and the fresh cut fries are still good. I'll give them that. Their sauce is okay too. But honestly,
go.
for what you get for like $17, you sit there and go, wow.
Well, this was the reason. So Yannick, now you understand the reason why I was like, I needed the Bobby Burrell food critic review. I felt like it was important that as a people we receive that. I would have felt bad if I denied the audience that.
True. I felt
Okay.
terrible when I saw Bobby's actually like the vegetables, how they were chopped. I'm like, man. She
And they
took a
weren't even
whole-
chopped properly.
She took a whole bell pepper and basically she said, only three strikes of knife. 1, 2, 3. Here's your vegetable.
And it wasn't
They were
even-
So what you're saying is they should have used the slab chalk because
Oh,
if you
the
remember the
slab-
infomercial, the
that would
slab
have been
chop
better.
would have worked. That
That
would
would
have
have
been
been
amazing.
great. Like literally, Bobby, like the whole thing looked like just big chunks. Like it was,
It
wow,
was horrible.
what the hell is that?
And they weren't even that thick. They were just thin. Like, let's take the outer
I know.
layer. And they didn't even cook it. Like it was raw, basically. And that thing was supposed to be, watch it, it's hot. It's like, no, watch it, it's cold. You might freeze your finger. Like, fuck.
Was the
You
the
could
cake
get
good,
frostbite,
at least?
Bobby. You could
I
get
think-
frostbite.
Yeah.
That'd be terrible.
The cake was good, right? At least.
That was really good.
Dessert was
a little
fine.
too
Yeah,
much
dessert.
cake. It needed-
I don't think anyone had the issue with dessert. I
You
think
need
dessert was
some
fine.
whipped cream or something to neutralize the chocolate.
Well, thank
on
goodness it
chocolate
wasn't an
on
ice cream
chocolate.
cake, or we never hear the end of it.
True.
To the end of our lives.
Yeah,
So Bob
shape it like
Jackson
a
says, anyone
pie.
hear any cool music lately? Are you angling for something, Bob Jackson? I don't know. I'm just curious. Are you angling for something specific?
There's no such thing as new cool music, anyways.
There you go. So I gave Justin a 10-minute timeout because I was getting tired of seeing the same just random posts. So I gave him a 10-minute break. Give him a breather.
He's back. Hello.
Yeah, no, he's back. Like I said, it was a 10-minute timeout just to give him a little breather.
Oh.
Hey, go to the box, chill out for a couple of minutes. You'll be all right.
You eating, Eric?
Quarter bucks for 2 minutes and you feel shame.
Yeah, you should feel shame.
We're all hungry.
Bob Jackson says, I hope the ice cream cake rant makes the year-end video. If I remember which episode it's on, it might. The whole breakdown of the ice cream cake thing, it was pretty solid.
It wasn't that long ago. It was about
no, I don't think it was long ago.
birthday.
Yeah.
When's his birthday? And it was a week. Yeah, was it
Which birthday? Sorry,
within his birthday week. So that was the end of
March. My birthday is March 14th.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go through for the year-end video. I go through it anyway. What I might do actually this year, I might try doing it once a quarter. I might start compiling clips once a quarter just to make my life easier. Yeah. Because it's too many damn hours. The last couple of years of Toss Anything, this year. Well, last year it was 12 days.
You should just mark a video and say, "Hey, listen, there's something good in this one. Let's take from this," and just mark it and have a little sheet of paper. And the end of the quarter, you just kind of go, "Okay, I'm going to take those clips."
Yeah. No, it's gonna have to. I'm gonna have to start
trying to go through it all. It's like, yeah, okay.
But Bobby, believe me, I've been down that road.
Oh, I know.
It's a dark place. It's a dark place. You have to go by the way that. Now, to be fair, you come across. Thank you. You come across a lot of gold. I forgot this segment. Oh yeah, I remember that. Right. That was good. That was a good one. That was a good one because there's so many that in the course of a singular episode, you it's a throwaway. You forget, but then you go back and look. Oh no, this is gold. This is good stuff right here.
This is gold, Jerry. Gold.
Let's say you skip 2 Fridays of the expo. Okay, so that's basically 50 Fridays at 4 hours average.
True. But you're also forgetting that week I will still do a live in some capacity anyway.
Oh, you'll still do. Let's say just like for sake of Friday nights, like you skip the 2 of the expo, right? The rest of
I've done a couple of expo on Friday, but yes, generally there's the
Let's just say an average, right? So that's still 50 Friday nights at 4 hours. So, that's
2,000 hours.
That's a lot of video you got to go through if you don't remember where's the good part.
It is, but here's the thing: like, just to peel back the curtain on the year-end video, I obviously am not going at it in real speed, real time, and I can fast forward through more stuff and like whatever. But even then, it's the live streams are like, so out of 12 days worth of videos, the live streams are like 10 physical days. Like, I'm not talking about like, oh no, 10 days. No. That is 10 days of 24 hours.
Business days or calendar days?
I'm talking calendar days, real days. Yannick, this channel averages a physical real day of someone's life of content per month.
Yep.
Every month, every 30 days, I spend a full day of a month in front of this camera in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard.
How much hours is that, Eric, that you could have totally used in a better way doing something else?
Eric has literally done nothing better in his life.
Yeah.
In his life.
This is as good as it gets right now.
Oh, like this is the peak.
Kill me.
We've been saying that all along. But yes.
Please. Can I just wait. I'll be there in the morning.
He's like, Eric, you don't have to invite us twice. He's like, say no more.
Hey man, they even let me cross the border. They don't even check. It just says I'm going to Eric's.
It's like, I'm taking out the fucker. Oh, Eric? Yeah, he's that way.
Mm-hmm.
Just kill me. I'm ready to go.
I'm going to give you a police escort.
Yep. all the way from the border. As soon as you cross.
Yep.
I'm bringing, like Bob said there, I'm bringing the raccoons too, Eric.
Yes.
Yep.
Once you get one, hard to stop.
Yep. Bob Jackson says, not just wondering, but trying to find some music this year. My friend, I wish you the best of luck. I'll be honest, what's been good for me is I enjoy that Spotify is good at picking up some of the trends with some of the stuff I listen to, but I'm actually listening to a lot of old. Basically, they pull the song, the music that I listen to, and then I'll pick a decade, and it'll grab stuff from around that time, maybe bands that I didn't hear at that time, but then introduce me to them. And yeah, okay, share with me a couple of tracks. Like, actually, this is pretty good. And then maybe I check the album, and then there you go. The new music I'm hearing is like stuff from 1998, and I'm like, all right, share with me. I didn't get a chance to hear it the first time around. I didn't catch it. And it's like, actually, this is pretty good. I would totally listen to it in 98.
Some good stuff there.
I'm into it. Yeah, I'm into it. Sounds good to me. Yeah.
Chris
Bob
Stapleton.
says, what's that?
Listen to Chris Stapleton. You'll be fine.
Wow. Bob Jackson says, think of all the wrenching you could be doing, Eric. True.
I agree.
The raccoon plans on it next fight, Eric. That's right. Eric has many enemies. He's made a lot of enemies in his time.
Oh, you don't even know.
Oh, we know.
Well, the problem, Eric, is that you failed to take the lesson from Carlos Senior. Carlos Senior, I know this may be hard to believe, being a man of peace that I am. This may be tough for you to understand. I'm glad you're sitting down. But Carlos Senior in his day was a little bit of, dare I say, an asshole and a smart ass. I know, shocking.
We just call him a rebel.
Yeah, we'll go with that. So, needless to say, Carlos Senior made enemies in his day. More than a few. Some would dare say most of the nation. Some would dare say, like, it's fairly ridiculous the amount.
Which nation?
There's a reason why you guys.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
All right.
The man is well known all around Panama, Colombia, and Indiana. Don't ask why Indiana. No one knows. Don't ask why Indiana. No one knows.
Like, there's posters of Carlos Sr. on walls in Panama.
No one knows. And Indiana. No one knows. The point is, so the Carlos Sr. has made a lot of enemies. So when he went back to Panama about 15 years ago, give or take now, he has a large extended family. Like on his side of the family, he's got 13 brothers and sisters, legitimate and illegitimate, that he knows of. And of course, being that he's older, they had kids, and in some cases they had kids, and like multiple. So basically, it's a fiesta, it's a block party. You know, when he gets together with that side of the family. So they basically hang out and drank and whatever. But before all of that, so he gets off the plane after taking a couple of weeks there, and he's got a big smile on his face, and immediately I'm suspicious. So the first thing I'm like, okay, what's the deal, man? What's going on? He goes, I did it. This is, and I'll get this back to Eric. So I'll explain how this relates back to Eric's point. So he goes, I did it. And I said, what on earth did you do? And he goes, my enemies are dead. I checked.
Good.
And the point, Eric, is that I'm making here is that Carlos Sr. ensured that he outlived and outsurvived all of his enemies. Have you done that? As far as I'm aware, most of your enemies are still alive.
Yeah,
We're doing a terrible job right now.
Screw it. They win. I give up.
Yeah, through sheer numbers. Numbers. Like there's entire populaces right now built on the we hate Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Carlos Sr. may have had that. Were they still alive to tell the tale?
Yeah. I give up. No mas. No mas.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that was too easy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. There's no way I want to outlive my enemies. I mean, there are small children that hate me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So I'm going to have to go to like 100, 105 just to get.
Well, you can always try, Eric. You can always try fighting them. They're small. You can always try. You can always try taking them out now while you still can.
Do a Carlos do brick, right?
Yeah, just like
tie a little money.
And the thing is, by the way, the visual of throwing a brick of money at a kid, I still love it. It just makes me happy, Bobby.
The funniest part was, "Hey, fucker." It was the best.
Does it make me a bad person that the more I visualize this, the more I love it?
It's a funny one.
The more I enjoy it. But yeah, the important thing, man of peace. Unless it involves those fucking kids that are getting the brick of money, they're getting it. They deserve it. They earn this.
That's it.
The point is, Eric, the kid thing situation can be dealt with. I've literally, I've shown the path. I've shown the way.
Mm-hmm.
Take notes, man.
Mm-hmm.
Are those Cheez-It crackers?
No, wheat thins.
Wheat thins.
Wheat thins. Okay.
All those salty.
Are they at least flavored wheat thins? What are we talking about here?
Oh, the reduced fat plain wheat thins.
Reduced fat plain wheat thins.
Yeehaw! Boy, that's better than fucking Montana's.
That right there is a cyclocross pregame meal if ever I heard one.
Yes.
Little cheese and crackers. I didn't really have time to eat dinner.
What cheese? I didn't hear cheese.
I don't know. Whatever was in the fridge. Cracker Barrel.
You're so particular. Don't tell me you don't know whatever there was.
I don't remember.
Like, you don't know where the ingredients are.
He knows everything.
Rotten milk.
Mm.
That's what cheese is, right?
No.
Bob Jackson
Pasteurized.
asks a valid
Milk
point.
that's gone bad. That's what I had.
Let me tell you, this is all about Eric's science here.
It separates the whey from. Anyways, don't worry.
Anyways, Bob Jackson says, this makes me think of that question about how many kids could you beat up in a fight? How many bricks of money do we have? Listen, that's a range weapon. The bricks of money are a range weapon. At least that could give you a fighting chance against the zombie hordes of children.
Mm-hmm.
You need some range weapons involved in there. That's your best chance.
Do I have time to warm up and stretch? And how mad am I?
Very mad and 3 minutes.
As mad as usual.
3 minutes. I need more time.
Eric needs more time for hot yoga.
You just
need
he needs more than 3 minutes.
Pilates.
His fastest, exactly. I was going to say his fastest Pilates routine is at least 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean 3 minutes. I'll definitely tear something right away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I'll be on the ground crying, and my back's locked up, and they'll just curb stomp me.
Yeah, that's why that scenario, Bobby, of the throwing the chucking the cash. I can only, while I will say, take this fucker. My arm only has so many throws in it, so I have to make sure that I'm judicious. I have to make sure I take out the head fucker. He gets it in the side of the head, and then it sends a message to the others.
It does.
Yeah, you got to make sure you take him out on the first shot.
That's bricks.
Because that's going to be your best fastball. You got to make sure you get him on the first shot, because then if you take him out hard enough, the other ones are like, run away. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There's a science to this. There's a science.
Something like that.
He had mayo cheese.
No, that's not true. That's gross.
Mm-hmm.
Not a thing. Not a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mayo and cheese.
Justin says,
not a thing.
Justin says, we have Carlos for telling us how it was in Panama. Let me tell you, Carlos Sr. could tell you a couple of things. I feel like, though, if I was going to get Carlos Sr. to give us stories, I would rather he explains Indiana. Why he ended up in Indiana. Why he was in Indiana. What he was doing in Indiana. For legal purposes, can he even tell us what he was doing in Indiana?
Why can he not go back in Indiana? That's what we want to know.
That's right. He might be allowed in all the states but Indiana. Awkward.
What's that song, Indiana Wants Me? It's right around his time. That's his era.
The point is, every time Carlos Sr. has a story like this, Yannick, I always end up with more follow-up questions than answers.
Yeah.
So it's like, then,
it works.
And then I'm like, should I even ask? Because then his answer will lead me to have to give another follow-up question, because it will just go deeper and deeper down this rabbit hole that I'm not sure we're going to be able to escape from.
It'll just be why?
Yeah, because now this is a man who, in his current days, he doesn't move around as much as he used to, but he hangs out on the couch and basically chills.
Yeah.
But what happens is he scrolls Facebook all day, and I'm sitting there like, for the love of all that is holy, what on earth are you doing? And he just scrolls Facebook and finds videos, and I'm sitting there like, yep, you're that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And back in the day, though, before he had Facebook to scroll, now you have to deal with it. Terrible. Bob Ashton says you have 3 days to prepare, and you're madder than a cat shouldn't tax. Wow. We got a metaphor, a poet.
Yeah, you might need 3 days. You're right.
That's right. That's this time. Now, Bobby, let's check this one out. Justin says, I want Carlos Sr. This is bullshit. No, you know what is bullshit? How about, hold on. How about a 24-hour timeout? Have a good night.
Oh.
Good night, Bodie.
Till the next show. We're almost out of here anyways.
Yeah, we're just about done.
God,
so, anyway, so Justin gets 24 hours just because I can. Minutes from the end of the show. Literally minutes.
You could have gave him like 7 days until the next show. Because
no, I don't. No, 24 hours is 24 hours is the maximum for a timeout. Anything longer than that is like a ban.
Timeout.
Can I get one of those?
Psychologically, you've always been banned. Does that count?
Damn it.
Just saying. Think about it.
You're the man who's banned.
Yeah. 24 hours is the longest for a timeout. So Yannick, he's a 24-hour. It's 24 hours in the box to feel shame.
You feel shame.
There's a lot of time to feel shame. He has the time to take a nap and then go back to feeling shame.
They announced Yvon Barrette, basically. I think it's the comedian. Like, basically, Denis Lemieux from Slapshot will be at the Montreal Expo in 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the Montreal Expo.
Yes. First time under the Expo banner.
Are you
Like,
attending the
for
Montreal
real
Expo?
There's a strong chance I'll do a return trip.
How far away
Hey,
is
Rel
it
has
from
just-
Quebec City?
2.5 hours.
No, that's not too bad.
Okay.
It's not too bad. You know, like one of those you leave early, and we'll see. Maybe I'll I don't know. I gotta actually figure out exactly physically where it is, because
We just want a yes or no.
it's but Montreal, and it was summertime. Montreal at any time it's suicide driving there, but especially in the summertime, man, like it's just like you think the 401 on Ontario is bad. Just trying to get on the island, Montreal. It's
Eric, if you're ready to off yourself, traffic in Montreal and this time of year, think about it.
Listen, it took me 30 minutes to drive my 10-minute drive to work today. It's getting so bad down here.
and 29 minutes of that was just to find your keys.
Well, my memory isn't what it used to be.
Can you
Is there
remember what it
important
used
things
to
to
be?
keep?
So
And
Eric
they
basically
were
never
in
made
my
it.
pocket the whole time.
I think Bobby though was making a valid point. Are you sure you can remember what it used to be able to correctly assess that it's not what it used to be? Maybe it was always like that and you forgot.
Who knows?
It's a hard question to answer.
Between my age and my numerous concussions, I don't remember anything.
Okay.
Terrible.
Until
Well, you
next
know what
month.
Eric always remembers? He remembers to pay for the like button. So on your way out, you can remember that as well. I also want to thank AMG Collectibles and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel for supporting this channel and this live stream and the podcast. We will be back with another podcast episode with Brandon from Baubles and Ball Cards, who may be able to get us closer to finding out who 540 Flips is. I think he knows something. I think he knows something.
Ooh, I'm going to ask him.
We've gotten so deep down the rabbit hole tonight that I believe he knows something. I don't know if I can trust a Southern Santa Claus looking guy. I have to be very wary of that dude.
I think it's this clown that has some kind of burner account. Because I could see him doing that.
I don't know. It could be a conspiracy. It could be multiple of them working together. It only gets deeper. And if the AI overlords are working on it, getting interesting. Barberton says he didn't check his khakis for his khakis. That's what I'm saying. So let me get this. The last word goes to Justin. Oh, wait. No last word. That's such a shame.
Until next time, folks.
Yes. So thanks, Yannick, for joining in. And so look, as kind of a follow-up on that, if you do end up going to the Montreal thing, let us know, and then maybe we'll do a little follow-up if you do end up going down that way.
100%.
Yes.
I'm
So
literally putting on the calendar. It's just I don't know the details yet.
As you said,
We'll get confirmation. If the answer is yes, then we can do a follow-up conversation on it.
100%.
And if not, it's all good. But either way, thanks for sharing the cards again. I thought tonight was a good night to share a couple different things. So we got a chance to see that. We got a chance to see some old, some new, some in between. So it actually worked out quite nicely, I think. And Eric didn't embarrass himself for the entire nation completely, just mostly, but not completely.
You want to stay on for some more time? I'll get there.
Oh, well, I think we have to leave that for the Patreon subscribers.
Okay.
That's where they'll get that.
That's
But
fair.
we'll get the last couple of minutes here. Zach says, have a good evening. Have a good evening to you. Dame, have a good night. Enjoy your bottle of mayo tonight, Eric. Facts.
God, I hate him so much.
CC, good night, guys. Good show tonight. Thank you, CC. You are the last word, folks. It is now Saturday on the East Coast. Enjoy your Saturday and the rest of your weekend. West Coast, name, and everybody else. You still got time on Friday, so do Friday stuff. That's it. Longest running episodic, episode 187. Although it is the code for murder, Eric didn't kill anyone. He killed some brain cells, maybe, but that's about it.
I'm gonna.
More time this weekend. Eric will attack people that go near his lawn. You can look forward to that. We'll report back on the next episode. Have yourselves a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.
Bye, guys.